Hey, good morning. We are live.
I just need to invite Victoria.
All right. So how are things in person at the Expo, Jeff?
You are live to the room, by the way.
Robbie, I'm afraid I don't have invite access. I have her email here, though.
Hold on. Jeff, are you able to hear me?
Is that where we are? Is that where we are? Do you have an invite option? Okay, here. Rob just linked that in. So we just need to send.
Yeah, that's what we've got on. Yeah.
So we just need to email that to Victoria. So, Victoria Price. Hello. I'm going to ask for 9. NW6A. Brian? Well, that's what that is. Ryan, I could use a little help if you're here.
So Victoria Price will be on in just a few minutes. Just having a couple of technical difficulties here.
Could someone come and give me a moment of assistance, please? Thank you for waiting, everyone. I had to make sure I was sending properly to Victoria Price, and she should now have that link. I'd like to thank you all for your patience as as all of us get the tech up and ready. If I can ask one more minute, I'm just going to make sure that she got my email properly, and I'll be with you in just a second. Thank you for bearing with us. Hybrid events are always a little bit unusual, especially these days. Is Chelsea in the audience? Ah, that's unfortunate. Well, Chelsea might have her on Facebook, whereas I've emailed her the password now. With the email, but I don't have another way of contacting her other than the email. So I'd like to thank you all for being part of the magic of technology, which allows us to speak to people across vast distances with only slightly ridiculous technical problems. Can everyone hear and see me okay? First off, can you see the fellow in the hat? That is me.
Yeah, you're looking good there, Jeff. We can hear you just fine.
Good. I am attempting to hammer on my phone where it says yes, so that it agrees that it is in fact me trying to sign in. My phone seems to be quite obstinate in battling the idea that it is actually me, but indeed it is. And I am simply trying to make sure that I have sent the proper link to the proper place. And at the moment, I'm just waiting for one little thing. I'm just waiting to see Victoria.
Jeff, if you click on the comments, looks like there's already a few people that are trying to say hello to you this morning.
Okay, I will check the comments real quick. Hello, everyone. Welcome. I apologize for the slight delay. I am totally failing to get my Gmail to rise to the occasion, so I am just making sure that Victoria has the right link. I can, however, if it will help, quote you a part of the Raven. Do we have someone technically savvy in the room at all? One moment. All right. So let me just narrate what's going on, okay? I am just trying to log in to send the right information straight over to Victoria. It's on the wrong computer. So I'm trying to get it from the right computer to the other computer, and it's slightly hilarious. I'm sorry about that process.
Chelsea has the same access you have.
She does?
Yeah, so it's email her.
Well, I'm seeing if I'm in the same broadcast studio. Sadly, the link that I tried to send over didn't send over. So I need one thing. I'm in StreamYard, and we have a link. I just need to get this link sent over to. I just need to get this link sent over to Victoria. Um, I believe I just need someone here to pull the link from the private chat. Because can you talk for a few minutes while I just try to see if I can figure this out?
So you need me to send you the link to your account so you can
Yes,
forward it to
please.
hers? Yeah.
Can I have a round of applause for magical modern technology? Huzzah! Yes, you can Facebook that or email that, whichever.
I sent it to your email.
To my email. Great. I'll just wait for my email to pop up. And Might you send it to my Facebook? Because I don't know. I don't know or not.
So what address do you want to send to?
To get the right link over to Victoria, for which I apologize.
I don't think they're going to.
If you could say something funny.
One of you guys is going to have to turn your speakers down because if I unmute both of you, we get feedback.
Are we still getting it from me?
Ryan, can you turn your speakers down? And we have, looks like Victoria Price is in here, and we can put her on screen as soon as we get those other speakers turned down.
Mine's off.
I guess I'm just gonna.
All right, there's still another pair of speakers on in that room that we've got to get turned off so that we can start the interview with Victoria.
Hello, can you see and hear me?
Jeff, we are able to hear you, but whenever I turn your microphone on, it's feeding back to another set of speakers in the room with you. I don't know if that's any better now.
So
How does it sound? All right, I shall go.
you've now officially chased him out of the room.
Oh, right. Well,
I'm now in a dark
Jeff
staircase that few
we need to
people
get
know
Jeff a pair
about
of
because I
headphones.
have a penchant for exploring hotels to a ridiculous degree.
All right. Well, if Victoria's ready, I'm gonna go ahead and bring her in.
Hello, hello, Victoria. Thank you so much. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Am I audible? Victoria, I'd like to thank you so much for your patience on this, as we got the technical issues. I'm turning my volume up just to make sure I can hear you. No feedback?
There's some kind of noise, but I don't know if it's noise or feedback.
It sounds like someone's playing Dylan, and I don't think it's me. They're playing my song, but I still don't think it's. Wait a minute. Oh no, 1 second. Victoria. Uh, oh wow, I have it. Good heavens. There we go. I'm sorry. I have a mild addiction to that song. It was playing on a third music player I didn't know about. As far as I know, I'm audible. You're audible. And Victoria, if I ever see you, I owe you the. Do you drink? I owe you the biggest drink ever for your kind patience. I'm so sorry to our audience. All tech problems are my responsibility. Um, Feel free to email me if it'll make anyone feel better. Victoria, welcome, welcome, welcome.
Thank you.
Um, Seeing as how you've been so patient during our tiny little technical hiccup, where would you like to start?
Wherever you want, whatever do you have questions? Do audience members have questions?
Well, I guess part of the thing that I am interested in letting people know about is that you are both a part of the legacy of an extraordinary, an epic defining um, actor, artist, creator, and in and of yourself are also an extraordinary author, speaker, and presenter. And I haven't found a good way to describe those things other than say, those are both pretty great things. And I was wondering if you might have a slightly way you prefer talking about who you are, how you identify as an artist, as both an independent artist and the inheritor of a legacy.
Both of my parents felt, but my dad said it best: if you limit your interests, you limit your life. Everybody called my dad a Renaissance man. And honestly, that was just who he was. And he was fortunate enough to be able to do that with his life and make a living being the person he was. And how many of us are that fortunate? So he really modeled for me. And I've seen it reflected really beautifully in the horror community. So many people who have so many interests and who don't buy what society tells us that we have to figure out the one thing that we're good at by the time we're 14 and do it till we essentially retire. And then hope maybe somewhere down the line, we get to be our true selves. So I was really fortunate in having parents who figured out how to be their truest selves in the world. And so I've just followed in their footsteps. And my brother's the same. We've just been people who are interested in many things, and that keeps life full. And I think is a much more realistic idea of what life is like.
It feels like society might have a little bit of a lack of Renaissance people at the moment. I'm not trying to be curmudgeonly and suggest that we no longer have artists, just that it seems even more extraordinary to us when we look at a Renaissance person. I mean, for example, when I was 12, I discovered in my local library a record of, I believe it was a hornbook for witches, and it turned out that I would be listening to the stories on that for the rest of my life. I would meet some of the people mentioned in it, like Isaac Bonowitz, and I would even use one of the stories, Thus I Refute Beelzy, a story by Collier, and I would never have heard of without this. I go to sleep to that story almost every night.
Wow, that's so cool.
It's been really neat, and it's just been so inspirational. I am not an expert in your work in the way that I'd like to be. I'd love if you could tell people more about what you do and what you've done as an author. Um,
Well, it took me a long time. It really was about 10 years ago when people were celebrating my dad's 100th birthday all over the world. And mind you, by this time I'd already written his biography and done a lot of different things in my life, but I was asked to sort of trot out and talk about my dad. And I kind of had this big wake up call where I realized I'd spent so much of my life trying to do everything right and I was miserable and I knew I needed to change that. So instead of kind of talking about what my dad did for a living, I talked about how he lived his life. And what happened when I did that was I stood in his shoes, and he had big feet.
I was going to ask.
Metaphorically and in real life. And so I had to learn a little more about how he felt walking through the world. And what I realized was that he loved people and that he loved learning about the world, learning about different places. He loved the connection that comes from interacting with people. And so I really realized that his legacy to me was a legacy of joy and a legacy of love and a legacy of gratitude, which is pretty ironic considering that he's known as this dark person and the king of horror. But then I started going out and meeting more horror fans. And what I learned was that, despite the fact that all these conventions all have names like, kill 'em, dead people, be scared, evil this, the scariest names. Horror fans are, to my mind, the loveliest people I've ever met as a group. If you put, and I don't really get why people like watching scary things, and I don't like scary things. But if you put something that I love, like let's say I'm a sports fan, if you put sports fans in a room and horror fans in a room, sports fans would be the jerks. They're not very nice people. That wasn't me.
I'm sorry, that was the doorbell.
And so, what I really learned from horror fans and from my dad is how important joy is in life. And joy comes when you do what you love. And when you get to share what you love with other people, which is what happens at horror conventions.
Wow. I think I've just found my purpose in life.
Well, I think you're doing your purpose in life.
Good heavens, wow. Were Chelsea here, she's currently leading a panel. I'm sure she would ask you to talk some more about your book, whose name I've managed to mangle 7 times today, even though if my phone was not upstairs in the kindly custody of Ryan, I hope, I could pull the audiobook right out. But I've given your book, at least I've given the book that I own, 17 different names. They're all something like the way of how to be being the way in life being. And I mangle it terribly.
That's awesome. I like it. I'll write that one next. So I've written 3 books. The first book, and then I've participated in a lot of other books, as well as written for television and magazine and newspapers. But the first book was, of course, my biography of my dad, which seems to keep selling, which is really nice. And it's called Vincent Price, A Daughter's Biography. I kept trying to figure out some great name for it. And really what I realized was it was a daughter's biography, but it was a real biography because my dad was born. Well, I was born when my dad was 51 years old. So a lot of his life happened before I was born. And so I was learning about it like I would, like a biographer would about their subject. The next book I wrote was called The Way of Being Lost. And it's about being willing to lose all the things that the world tells us we have to be in order to figure out who we really are. And then the third book it came out during the pandemic, so I haven't had much of an opportunity to share it with people, but it's called Living Love. And it's something that I learned from my dad. It's about the importance of heart-centered practice. And really, here we are in the world, in a world that is throwing so much at us and so much bad news and all this crap. And it's about how practicing things that bring us back into our hearts and get us out of our heads can shift everything. And, that's one of the reasons I love going to horror conventions. I mean, this is the irony, right? I hate costumes because my mother was a costume designer and she was always putting me in things like I wanted to be, I don't know, like a cowboy. And she made me into like a freaky orange clown with a ruff around her neck. So I don't like costumes. I don't like scary things. I don't get the whole, horror movie thing. I tend to watch movies made for like teenagers because I like hopeful things and things about kids. And especially because kids, I think, are a lot more hopeful than adults are. I tend to watch things made for young people. So the horror thing I don't get. And so here's all these people loving scary things, wearing costumes, right? So I go to these things and I think, well, one of these things is not like the others. I'm not like any of these people, and I have the best time because what we have in common is everybody is there doing something they love. I'm there sharing this philosophy of living and way of living that I learned from my dad, and that came through absolutely through the horror films that he made. And horror fans love him, and they love connecting with their community. I mean, hey, I felt like an outsider my entire life, and I don't have a convention of people like me that I can go to. So I kind of get this real hit of joy, even though, I don't want to go in and watch movies with you guys or put on a costume. And so, that's what heart-centered practice is. A horror convention is heart-centered practice. And so, and those are the 3 books. Plus, I've participated in a lot of other books, but the main one was the famous cookbook that my parents wrote called A Treasury of Great Recipes, which if you're a cooking fan, you should definitely own.
I as a secret, not to talk too much about my own work, I based a good chunk of my last cookbook on ideas that were inspired by Charles Adams' half-baked recipes. And so I've been a bit afraid to face that rather larger cookbook because I'm worried it's going to know so much more than I do that I won't be able to get my own grip on it. I'm told it's quite unique and fairly authoritative. Not authoritarian, but just quite authoritative.
Authoritative, yes, but not in a sort of we know better than you way, because really the premise of the book was that my parents never said, hey, we're fantastic chefs, we're, culinary geniuses. What they said was, we're collectors of experience. And one of the ways that you experience a place is by eating there, learning about how they eat, what foods they eat, how people connect through eating. You go to Paris, a meal is a 4-hour thing. You go to some places in this country, you don't even sit down. You go to different places, you eat with your hands, you eat with outside. You learn so much about a country and a culture through food. So really the cookbook is more, people have called it an aspirational book, and I think it is about there's a quality of the food and culinary and dining experience that happens through that book that sort of makes us all aspire to do a little better than, I'm horrible. I rarely, because I live alone with my dog, I rarely sit down and eat. If I sit down and eat, it's often in front of the computer or in front of the TV. If it's the TV, the food's on my lap. If it's the computer, it's over here and I'm working. And so, but a lot of times I just stand up and eat because I get tired of sitting. That's not a great way to eat. And so, no, it's really experiential, much more. I think you'd love it. And I don't think you would feel at all intimidated by it. And plus it can use with, it was, not forget, it was written when? So 56 years ago. So there's ingredients in there, and there's sort of ideas about cooking that need to be updated. For example, nobody's putting MSG in things. There's enough like the high cholesterol things in there that you could just keel over after the first thing you eat. So altering the foods to make them, like taking the essence of a recipe, but updating them to a more contemporary palate or more contemporary ingredients. My great-grandfather invented baking powder and wrote 4 cookbooks, and his name was Vincent Price. Yeah. And you look at the old cookbooks that he wrote, and you can find some of them online. I have to use a dictionary because the foods, this was America in the, 1890s, but there are foods in there. I'm like, what the heck is that? And I have to look it up. We're still close enough to the 60s to have some idea, but everything can use updating. And it's fun to look at cookbooks from different eras and think to yourself, oh, what's that? Look at that food I've never heard of. And it's from this country. Maybe it's stuff we don't even grow anymore. I was an exchange student in Germany
Oh,
when I was 16. And there were things I remember being shocked, like here's this country with this super high standard of living and people, super healthy, like the German family that I lived with, they grew food in their own garden. But there were foods like nobody in those days ate very much. It was a very unusual thing: pumpkin or corn or turkey. Three things that are, are everywhere. Now you go to Germany, there's pumpkin everything. There's turkey everything, and corn is, as a normal thing too. But those were very much American things. Corn was considered something you fed to livestock. Pumpkin was not something that people ate. So, I think cooking is such a wonderful way to look at the world. And that's the whole point of the cookbook. It was my parents, but my dad's writing, looking at the world through the lens of food. Who didn't want to read that?
I'm fascinated. I seem to be feedback. I'm not sure why.
Oh, there's lots of noise going on. Who knows what it sounds like?
Who knows what it's like. I believe we have just another 30 minutes since unfortunately technical difficulties on our end cut things short. I mean, don't get me wrong, I would talk to you all day, but I value your time and don't want to, make you stay late because I personally couldn't figure out how to get into StreamYard. We're an interesting convention in that we're a horror convention, but we are mostly a villain convention. We have all manner of villains. We're deeply inspired by villains. I believe, this could be a false memory, but I believe one of the shows we have is The Black Cat, which has, I believe, your father and maybe Peter Lorre, doing a drinking contest of all things, a very sophisticated drinking contest. And I know how the post story turns out. It's depressing that I haven't seen the movie, but I've just watched this sophisticated drinking contest. It's just such a pleasure to see. And if I have the wrong movie, I'm going to feel silly forever. But it's such a pleasure to see this Peter Lorre character, who's not very educated, just wants the alcohol content, and this very educated character, who I'm certain is played by your father, but I'll feel silly if not, who appreciates each wine and enjoys each wine, but does in fact fall unconscious earlier because it hasn't given him a higher tolerance. He has a just slightly lower tolerance. Just a fascinating multiple play on various things that happen when we're engaging in, I don't know, anything that is mind altering. It doesn't have to be alcohol. It can be very much the convention experience, which I've never had anything as mind altering as being at a convention, except maybe writing books. And I try to forget writing books as quickly as I finish writing each book, or I would never write the next one, I think.
Yeah, I think it's so wonderful because when you get to a convention, it's a wonderful way to remember that there are people like us, that we don't know exist. And when we live in our little worlds and we think like I'm the only person like this, and then you get with a group of people. This week I was mentoring a group of people as they started a 2-year program, and as I was working with them, all of them expressed at one point or another sort of the shock and joy of being on a Zoom call with other people like them because they felt like they were the only ones. And that was the first thing that came to me the first time I went to a convention, was that pure joy of people going, oh my gosh, you're like me. You like, you like this and that, and the same things, and we love that same thing. Whereas most of us in our real lives were walking around in incognito in human clothing, as opposed to being whatever the wild and crazy people we really are underneath.
It's strange, it's certainly not. I'm certainly not even the first 100 person. That doesn't make sense. I'm not the 100th person to say this, but I hear this at every convention. At a convention, I get to be myself, and I look at everyone here, and part of what we do when we put on conventions is, for example, convince hotels that, in the way that matters to them, the people coming here are ordinary people. That there will actually not be any likely cannibalism. There will not actually likely be, anyone trying to take over the world from their hotel room. That it's doctors, lawyers, people who are carpenters, writers. Well, I don't know if you could ever call writers ordinary, but
No.
But when we get here, whether we're flamboyant or quiet, so many of us, myself certainly included, feel like our true selves, our real selves, just in this space, and I've never been able to find a way to duplicate that outside of the space. And I've eventually decided we're probably never going to be able to. This convention world is its own world that we create for each other, and we create together. Hello, everybody. A few other people have discovered the secret staircase. Apparently, hiding behind a shelf of books, having pulled the right book, wasn't the right move.
Ah,
People have seen that Bond film.
yes, apparently. Or Harry Potter, or any of, the cool places that you can get to if you look carefully enough.
I have a great trick in my apartment, which is that there's not a lot in my apartment, but I'm a library book fiend. So if I can get a book for 7 or 8 cents, I will. So there's about 5,000 books in my apartment and nothing else, which means anyone who's trying to pull out the right book to find a code or to swing a doorway will take hours to do it. And if I haven't figured out their plan by then, they deserve to win. That's my feeling. Let me check, because I don't have admin access, I'm not logged in as an administrator, but does anyone in the online audience have anything that they would like to ask of Ms. Price?
Yeah, please ask away.
I can read some of the comments there. Hey, nice hat, and then a picture of a hat,
For
and a hello. So far, we don't seem to have any hard-hitting literary questions.
Wow, come on, have at it. Some of you have to have questions. Here's somebody with a question. How are we doing today? How are you doing today, Jeff? You go first.
It's been rather a complicated day, but I'm really enjoying being here. It's a new hotel. It's basically a new event. We haven't run an event this size in 5 years.
Wow.
It's quite a new experience, new people, new things. So every moment is like a moment of awakening. I'm going to listen to my Alan Watts books on the way home, not because I think I'm going to become enlightened, but because this glorious confusion that I'm currently feeling, I want to see if I can feel more of it without crushing that feeling. It's been unpredictably wonderful, and that's, I guess, amazing for me.
Very cool.
How are you doing today?
I'm good. I got up bright and early. I'm a walker, so I took a long walk. Then I went to the farmer's market. Now I get to answer. That was my second walk, and now I get to answer questions. So here's one for you, Jeff. John White is asking, why do you call yourself Dark Lord? That's a good one. And then we'll answer Joy or Jay. Jay's question next.
I was simply looking for sort of an ironic villainous title, and I didn't want something that was too understated because it would not make any sense in the outside world. And I decided I kind of wanted to. I was feeling like a bit of a villain by somebody's standards, and I thought I'd like to be that villain. I didn't want to be something that people wouldn't get. That's just be confusing, like Monsieur Noir, for example. Doesn't seem like it would be particularly threatening. Dark Lord seemed like a nice cliche that I could do something different with. And then it just sort of grew into a series of books. I am pagan, but I'm also Jewish. Life is complicated. And I think there's a question for you.
What was my dad's favorite style or art? I'll give you his favorite medium because he loved all styles. But his favorite medium was drawing. And he loved drawing because he felt you could see into the soul of an artist with a drawing. By the time you get to the painting, you know that it's for the world. But with a drawing is an artist sort of working out the process. And he felt like, if you saw a drawing that was done 500 years ago, you were getting this intimate glimpse into an artist.
If it keeps being loud over there, I'll run in. In fact, if you'd like to take another question, I can close that door.
Sure. What show is this and who is the host? I have no idea what show this is, but this is a convention. So this must be on it's Evil Expo, and it must be. And we've got who is the host? The Dark Lord is the host.
I am the Dark Lord, and we are here with the amazing Gloria Price, who, by the way, I owe you that continued debt of thanks for your patience earlier. I'd be curious. Oh wait, there's a question. Oh, it's thanks apparently from Jay Luke.
Oh, it's totally my pleasure. I love seeing drawings of my dad, and thank you for drawing him. It keeps him alive. And we actually started a new Instagram page. It's just on Instagram, and it's called the Vincent Price Club, where we only share things that fans have created that
Really?
mostly have my dad in them, but some of them could be recipes that my dad made or animals named Vincent. We have cats and dogs, mostly cats, which is ironic. My dad was much more of a dog person, but there are a lot of cats named Vincent. If I haven't posted one of yours, Jay, on the Vincent Price Club, just hashtag Vincent Price Club, and I'll keep an eye out for it and share it. But it's a really, really fun way to share. People do these really great video compilations with music, and it was really, I love how creative the fans are. So each, I don't do it every day, but I share sort of 3 in a row on a topic, like a caricature of my dad or portraits of my dad or recipes people cook or tattoos of my dad. It's really fun. So yeah, please check it out.
That's very cool. I'll see if Robbie can put that up at the bottom of the screen.
Cool.
We have another question here. StreamYard has decided to be a little slow. What's your? I know I asked a little bit, but what's your process for writing a book? I know I asked that because when people ask what my process is, I'm always embarrassed to mention it. So I hope it's not embarrassing to you, but I'm always curious about other people's process.
It's interesting. I just finished finally a nonfiction book. I mean, a fiction book. And I've always wanted to write fiction. I mean, literally since I was first could read, which was early. And I've always wanted to write fiction. And I'll share this because hopefully this applies to other people who've maybe had this same experience. I think when you're little and you want something so much and people say things that you hear the wrong way. Like, I don't know if any of you probably aren't Olympics people. I know I'm a sports person, and most of the time I go to horror conventions around horror fans, and I don't like sports. But anyway, I've been watching the Olympics on and off, and there are these great commercials where they'll show one of the Olympic athletes doing something and then a kid watching them and getting inspired. And they say to those kids, this could be you. And I love those commercials because it reminds us that you have to begin somewhere. And where you begin with is somebody inspiring you to have a dream. And so I always wanted to write, but it was interesting because somehow early on, even though my parents encouraged me in everything, I got this idea, whether it was from them or the world or who knows, that, the people who wrote fiction, they were a whole other kind of animal. There were people who could write fiction and there were people who couldn't. And I think I sort of put these people who were great storytellers and writers up on a pedestal. And so although I've written pretty much every kind of fiction, nonfiction, I've written nonfiction for television, nonfiction for encyclopedias and magazines and nonfiction books and, newspapers. I've written every kind of nonfiction there is. I've always had a fiction piece going and going and going in the background. So last year in the middle of the pandemic, I was fortunate in that I work full time and I had a lot of work, even though, and I kept getting more. And so I've been super busy working for my clients, but there was something I felt like when, things stopped, because I was a nomad before the pandemic. I had no home. And so literally I stopped when the pandemic stopped the world, and I ended up staying where I am. So I didn't know anyone. I do know people now, but I didn't know anyone. It was just me and my dog. And you couldn't really go out and meet people at the beginning of the pandemic because we weren't out there. So I thought to myself, is there something I haven't done that I've always wanted to do? And at the time, I was listening to something that a dear friend of mine did. Her name is Diana Nyad, and she's the woman who, on her 5th try at age 64, swam she did the Mount Everest of swimming. She swam through the most dangerous waters in the world, 110.86 miles as the crow flies. So she swam a lot further, from Cuba to Key West. And she did this because shortly before she turned 60, she realized that this was a dream that she hadn't fulfilled. Well, she tried when she was in her 20s, to try to do this in your 60s seemed nuts. And by the time she was on her 5th try, it really seemed nuts. And she did it. And she inspired, literally, hundreds of millions of people all over the world to believe that they also didn't have to give up on their dreams. So I was listening to this thing and I thought, okay, so there's one thing that I've always wanted to do was to write a story, a nonfiction book, a novel. And I had 3 going, and apparently I've learned now it's very common. And I had maybe 20,000 words, 30,000 words, 10,000 words. Couldn't get any further, but they were really beautifully crafted words. But here was the thing. I've never in my life believed that I wrote a book. I believe that the idea came, and if I got my ego out of the way, showed up, sat down, whatever needed to land on the page would get there. And I've had the good fortune to work with amazing editors, and those editors have, helped me shape those words or cut out things that didn't get needed. And I've had the really good fortune to never believe it was me writing a book. But I so wanted to write that story, that novel, that I thought, well, that has to be me, which is just a load of crap, right?
Is it really?
So all of a sudden I thought, well, so if I wasn't writing the nonfiction, then I'm not writing the fiction. But what I do have to do, and again, this is the important thing, is show up and do it. So I worked with the group. I highly recommend them. They're out of England. And it's like a sort of English system of tutors. It's like tutorials, but also they just hold your feet to the fire to show up and do the practice. And I got up an hour early every day. So I got up 4:30 or 5 every day and wrote for an hour.
I looked up. Rusty
Pardon me,
wandered off, and so is my bag. She needs to be found.
Oh,
She's wandering loose. She
All right.
has my.
Anyway, I'll keep talking. He's on mute. And so I wrote for literally an hour every morning. And I had about a 3rd draft done within 6 months, which was miraculous to me. And now another 7 months later, I'm about on the 8th draft. It's pretty honed and ready to go. And I feel finally like it's good. Now I need an editor, because every writer needs an editor. I've learned a lot of things. I've interviewed a lot of writers, but one writer, Parker Palmer, said to me, I never, ever have written a book that wasn't at least the 10th draft. So one thing is, don't think, just because you can write, you don't need to clean it up and hone it and get it shaped and get other eyes on it that can shape it. But the other thing is practice. Practice is doing something instead of talking about doing something. And to write a book, you actually just have to show up. It's like nobody's under the illusion that you're going to be able to run a marathon or play a tennis match if you don't practice tennis or practice running. It's the same with a book. You have to get up and write. And you have to figure out what that looks like for you. But really at the beginning of a book, it's just putting it down on paper, not going back and re-editing something over and over and over and over again. If you're building a house, you don't tile the bathroom if you don't have a foundation, and the foundation is showing up and writing. And it's the same with anything. So, but somebody had a question. Are my siblings in the arts as well? Yeah, I have a half brother. He is the best guy in the world. His name is VB Price. Check him out. He's a writer. He's written way more books than I have. And he's an incredible poet. He's a beautiful poet and a beautiful writer. So V as in Vincent, B as in Barrett. Those are his names, Price. And he's based out of New Mexico. And he's an amazing human being, an amazing writer. And did my dad scare me around the house? Yes. So, when I was a kid, right, everybody, all my friends said, oh my God, your dad's Vincent Price. He's so scary. And I'd be like, what are you talking about? My dad is the sweetest, nicest, funniest, best guy in the world. He's not scary. And so one day I did something horrible. I don't know what it was. And my mother got really pissed at me, which she often did. And I must have been about 5 or 6. But my dad was home. And I think my mother was so sick of being bad cop that she looked at him and she was like, you spank her. Well, my mother didn't spank me. She had a much simpler, more horrible thing. She made me eat in my room alone. And we lived in a 9,000 square foot house. And eating in my room alone was a terrifying thing because I ate at a desk. I had a desk in front of a huge window. So it was black out the window, and all I could see was my own face reflected and this door behind me. And believe me, it was a whole horror movie sitting there. I ate in that room alone, waiting for something to come, attack me. So the bottom line was that was way more horrible. But for some reason, my mother said, you spank her. So I wasn't really barely ever spanked. So I looked at my dad, and my dad was this great fun guy. And I thought to myself, so my mother I was scared of, my dad I wasn't scared of. I looked at this guy and I'm like, he's old. I can outrun him. And so I took off up the stairs. Now, mind you, 9,000 square foot house. So I go run up one flight, landing, run up another flight. And then there was this long hall upstairs, which sort of opened out onto another landing, which went down and around this big entrance hall. This was a big house, 9,000 square feet. Most people don't grow up, I realize, in a 9,000 square foot Spanish mansion. But anyway, I figured I had that to my advantage. I was going to outrun my dad. I don't know what I thought was going to happen at the end. So I got up the stairs and I'm like, this is great. And I'm running down this long hall. And what I didn't think about was he might have been old, but he was 6'4". I was 5. I was like this big. He was like humongous. And of course he was gaining on me. And it was this dark hall. And I looked behind me and there was Vincent Price running after me. And I thought to myself, oh, this is what they're talking about. He is scary. So I'm running down the hall. I get out onto the big landing. I run down one, I run down the other, and finally he catches me. I can tell that he is laughing as he turns me. He's trying really hard not to laugh. He turns me over his knee, gives me a perfunctory spanking. Then he sits me down on the step next to him and he said, let's figure out how to never do that again. And we talked about, how my mother, like what it is I do that pissed off my mother, which I'm sure he did all the time too. I'm sure he did things that pissed off my mother all the time. And so that's the most scared I ever was of my dad. And it wasn't me.
That's the best Vincent Price horror story I've ever heard in my entire life, my whole life. That's wow.
That's great. Yes.
We have a couple of more minutes.
Who is my inspiration in writing? There's one.
Thank you, Tia.
It's interesting. And in this program that I told you about, and if any of you are aspiring writers, again, I really recommend it. It's called The Novelry, like novel with an RY at the end, and it's out of England, and it's a fantastic group. But long story short, one of the things we have is every 2 weeks, we have a very small, maybe there's 40 of us, 50 of us, Zoom session with authors who are on best-selling lists all over the world. So these are like working contemporary, big-time authors, and they're just talking like they're your average writer, doing whatever, right? And my whole life, I've admired novelists. I mean, I write nonfiction, but I love stories. And almost every single one of these writers says what I've always felt, that in a way, I'm always looking for the feeling that I had when I first started to read. Because I was, so yes, I had an incredibly privileged life. I was the daughter of famous people in a 9,000 square foot house. My parents were never there. They were constantly on the road. When they took me with them on the road, and they were pretty adamant that I have a regular life. So if it was school, they didn't take me. But when they took me with them on the road, my mother was 45 when I was born, and my dad was 51. So now they're older. They would often send me off to have breakfast in the hotel by myself. And they would say to me often, you need to learn how to love your own company. And believe me, during the pandemic last year, I thought to myself, thank you. Because, it didn't freak me out being in a place where I knew no one and seeing no one. I know how to, enjoy my own company. But the way I loved my own company was escaping into books. And that feeling, and I know we've all had it, that feeling of going into a book and getting lost in it, that I had when I was a kid, that's the feeling I'm still always looking for in a book. And so the writers that I loved growing up, C.S. Lewis, or, that first time you read something, or even when I was younger, books like, well, C.S. Lewis was pretty young, E.B. White, some of those books that we read when we were really little that took us to another world and made us see the world differently. Even now, that's what I want. There are beautiful, beautiful writers out there, but if I feel like, I don't get transported, I'm not that interested.
I love that as a thought, that it doesn't have to be the only rubric for writing, but that one good rubric for a piece of writing one might feel as successful as if it transports you. I really like that a lot.
Absolutely. And, what I find is, now that I've started and I'm, ready to go on the next, novel, which I'm so excited about. But to me, what I'm loving about writing novels is that I'm, closing in on 60, and it's like something I've always known how to do because I'm a reader, but I've never known the craft of. So I get to now take these stories that I've had in my head and learn the craft of how to tell them. I mean, it's so much fun to learn anything new, but about something you love, that you've loved your entire life. That's fantastic. And so now when I listen to books, I'm constantly listening to them as clues, as manuals, and learning, oh, look, that was a setup. He wants me, she wants me to think this and wonder this, but that's probably a red herring. So I'm now having a completely different experience that's transporting me in a different way, that's sort of transforming and transporting me in a way of learning, because I've always loved to learn. So.
Sorry, just had some people who want to come up. Is there anything you want to talk about in the last couple of minutes that we have? We would love to have you another time, and we'd love to have you at our next show, and I will make sure of the tech well in advance. We'll put this one on me. I'm sorry, everyone. Thank you for being so graceful, Victoria.
It's my pleasure, and I'd love to come. Hopefully, the world will open up even more, and we'll all feel even more comfortable. But I'd love to. I would love to. Here's what I'm going to tell you guys a Vincent Price story, but this is a really interesting thing, and it's a challenging thing right now. But my dad, one time when I was 12, and my parents had just gotten divorced, and so we were finding our new way to be father and daughter with him living someplace else. And he said, I heard that this place has the best taquitos in Los Angeles. Now, I'm 12. I didn't really know what a taquito was, but for those of you who don't know what a taquito is, it's usually a corn tortilla rolled up, often with cheese and meat in it, some chile, and then deep fried. Really good. And you serve it with salsas and different chile sauces and maybe guacamole. And he said, I heard this place has the best taquito in Los Angeles. He said, let's go find it. Let's go try it. And I'm like, great. I had no idea what a taquito was particularly, but my dad could have said, let's go find the best dog poop bags in Los Angeles. And I would have gone with him, And so we go to this place, and it was a little hut outside of a car wash, because there are always outside car washes. So smart, because people are waiting for their cars, in Los Angeles, this place where you can get something to eat. So it's my dad. He could, he was always making friends with everybody. He walks up and he said, I heard you guys have the best taquitos in Los Angeles. There's a bunch of people all eating, and we eat the taquitos and they're delicious, and we're dipping them in the different sauces. But somebody says, you think this place is great. Try this place. So he turns to me and he said, should we go try that place? Oh, yeah. So now we go to the next place. Well, of course, the next place, somebody else says something. We ended up driving, I'm going to say 200 miles that day, all in search of the best taquito in Los Angeles. And each time we went, we'd find a different neighborhood. We'd see different art and murals on walls, or there'd be like a little store, and we'd go in and you could buy different things. Because in those days, not every store had every different culture's food. So we would get different ingredients, and you try all these things. And I remember that as one of the most fun days of my childhood.
It sounds like such a fun day.
It was. And if somebody said that to me now, like, let's go find the best, whatever, would I still say yes? That's often a question I ask myself. If somebody said, "You want to go try this? You want to do that?" Would I still say yes? My dad had this extraordinary life because he said yes to things. You know, he's sitting over pie, feeling really bummed that somebody didn't cast him in a movie. This is in the late 1950s. This guy comes up to him. My dad sort of had vaguely heard of him, tells him these great ideas for these kind of gimmicky, cool films he has. That was William Castle. And my dad made House on Haunted Hill and The Tingler. With William Castle was this great showman. My dad said yes. He could have said, "I don't know who you are." My dad thought that was fun. A young director says, "I want to make this movie based on an Edgar Allan Poe short story." He could have said, "How are you going to make a movie out of something that's 10 minutes that doesn't even really have a plot line?" He said yes. Quincy Jones called my dad up one day and he said, "There's this young singer and he's, been in a band, but now he wants to go out on his own. He wants to make this album sort of inspired by horror movies. You interested?" My dad said yes. That was Thriller, biggest selling album of all time. So the bottom line is we have so many reasons now not to say yes to things. And we're all being told these things that we should or shouldn't do. My dad always listened to his heart. And when he did, he created these amazing experiences and adventures for everybody. I got to watch that process of him saying yes.
Wow.
So, now I'm kind of more like, yeah, but you know what? Yeah, but isn't yes. Yes is yes. So what I'm going to say to you is try to listen to your heart and say yes to some things that you might otherwise say no to, because people always say, "What was it like growing up with Vincent Price?" It was like growing up with somebody who knew how to say yes to his heart. It's a pretty cool thing.
That's incredible. That is, wow. Victoria, thank you for spending this time with us. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I will look you up after this event and speak to you, hopefully an in-person appearance at our next show. But
I would love that.
thank you for everything.
Thank you.
I really appreciate it.
Thank you, everybody, for all your comments and being so positive and sending out questions. Thank you so much.
It's all been amazing. Thank you so much.
Take care, everybody.
I look forward to speaking to you soon. Thank you for gracing our event, and thank you for your wisdom. It's been awesome.
It's been my pleasure. Thank you, Dark Lord.
Well, there you have Cynthia. We have no idea.
Yep. But we are about to have the suicide puppets. Am I throwing up the horns properly? I'm always worried I'm going to throw the wrong horns. Really?
You're doing it perfect.
Dang it. Is this it? I hope this is it.
Oh, we'll take it. Yeah.
So, Chelsea, I will help Cynthia find the right place, but I did want to introduce the suicide puppets, but I also wanted to thank our guests. So, if I might, I would like to thank especially Orc Girl for heading up Villainous Drinking.
Yay! Thank you.
You should all go to orcgirl.com. You should all go support her Patreon. You should all go and buy her various media works in various media formats, some of which must not be spoken because I assume they're the Necronomicon.
You can find them on the my vendor shop here on evilexpo.com too, guys.
Yes.
Actually,
and
to that.
Oh, yes. I can totally post a link to that from the private chat.
Yep. Let me see. I can probably do it too. Hang on. Just get me bring it.
I'd like to thank DJ Christine, who came out and did a portion of her set and was awesome. Thank you, DJ Christine.
She's been awesome.
I'd like to thank author M.G. Martin, who might possibly be in the other stream.
Guys hear me? Not hear me?
I can
Hey!
I can hear you just fine.
And if it's all right with you, if it's all right with you, I'd like to deputize Cynthia to take my place in the evil author stream so that I stay here with the
That's
suicide puppet, if you don't mind.
Well, that's
Am I
just
supposed to be in
fine.
the other stream, Jeff?
Yes, the other stream, the evil author stream.
You
is
told
the
me
other
just
stream.
stream one.
I was wrong.
stream?
It's the other stream. So
Curse you! I'll see you later.
I'd like to thank everyone. You're all awesome, and I will now bring in the amazing Dan from the Suicide Puppets. Huzzah!
How's it going?
Woot!
So I sent over a bunch of music videos you guys could play for us tonight. If you have any questions for me, please feel free to ask.
100%. I might ask you to just tell us a bit about your music while I call up Robbie real quick.
Oh, fair.
And I'll be right back.
Well, my name is Veritas Suicide. I'm the drummer for the band Suicide Puppets. We are an industrial-infused metal band out of central Pennsylvania, or more specifically Harrisburg, PA. Last year, we won Best Metal Band award at the first ever Central Pennsylvania Music Awards. Sorry, my dog is attacking my feet. We're actually up for that nomination again this year. We're also up for Album of the Year. We just released our first album off of Unable Records called Tales of Living and Dying on Slaughter Ridge Road. You can find it on our merch site at puppetmerch.com. That's puppetmerch.com. And there's a whole slew of other garbage you can buy on there too. T-shirts. We have our own little voodoo dolls of each band member that you can buy so you can focus with pins and whatnot. It's kind of fun. And unfortunately, due to COVID, our shows have been kind of slim, far, and not really existent. The last thing we've done was we did a music festival out in Chicago back in September, and that was about it. We were looking forward to playing this one live, but this is where we're at right now, and I believe we're scheduled to come back to the one in, is that June or July?
I think it's July.
July, yeah. That's one in King of Prussia, correct?
What was that?
That's out in King of Prussia, correct?
I believe so.
All right, cool. Yeah. So as far as I know, we are performing at that one. So I'm pretty excited about that. My guitarist Tattooicide was supposed to show up at my house and do this with me, but he didn't show. That's all right. He's probably tattooing somebody. That's what he do. We're actually in the middle of recording our next album. We don't have a name for it yet, but we're actually shopping it to a different record label. Sorry, again, my dog's attacking my feet. Yeah. I mean, that's all we got going on for right now. Nothing too exciting. Other than recording the next album. We got 5 songs in the pocket right now, hoping to get another 5 done in the next couple months. We want to get we'd like to release this next album by August, September timeframe. Realistically, maybe October again, because Halloween is our time of year. And I'm not very good at public speaking.
You're doing fine.
I run out of things to say pretty quick. Yeah. So I believe the voting has stopped for Best Metal Band again and Album of the Year. So I was gonna say go and vote, but you can't. You can follow us on Facebook, Suicide Puppets Band, Instagram, Suicide Puppets, Twitter, Suicide Puppets. We're also on Spotify and iTunes, and you name it. If it's available on a streaming service, we're there.
Cool.
Yeah.
I'm glad
And
that
you
you
will
guys,
be
oh, I was gonna say I'm just glad you got. I know you said you wanted to perform in person, but it's still cool that we get to see you guys here.
Oh heck yeah, absolutely. I'm I'm thrilled that we're able to do this. Luckily we had some videos and some stuff we could send over so we can at least play that. So that way it gives you a little taste of what to expect when you come see us live. Our live stage show is fun. Just put it that way. You have to experience it.
Right. It's definitely always different talking through stream.
Yeah.
I'd like to ask a question, if I may.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm Chelsea Goodwin. I have a radio show locally here in the Catskills on IOX called In Goth We Trust. I will be approaching you. Do you have a radio packet, or I want to arrange to have you as calling guests on my show and play some of your music, of course.
Yeah, absolutely. We do have an EPK if that's what you're looking for.
That'd be perfect.
Awesome. If you want to put your info in the chat here, I can forward all that fun stuff to you. We are signed to Distilled Entertainment, so a lot of it has to go through our manager, but something like this we can probably do in-house. I'm unprepared.
Inside, do you have share screen capabilities from there? If not, I believe I can share your videos from here. But Robbie has them all on his hard drive, but at the moment I believe he is lying down with a bunch of ice on his head.
There is a share button on here, and I've never done this before, so I can probably figure it out.
I apologize for this. We had not expected the snowstorm, and Robbie, while a splendid fellow, navigation history.
Stop cam.
All I know is that it had an impact on me that was just so essential to the development of the behavior that
Ta-da! Now I don't know how to get back to myself. Remove. Aha! So there we go. Yeah, so that was from Chicago. I think I have a couple more. Ooh, what's this? Now it's probably making a liar out of me. Oh, Okay, here is a lyric video for one of our songs off of our album, Tales of Living and Dying on Slaughter Ridge Road. The song is called Hate You Right Back. This is the actual lyric video for it. Surprised it's on here. I guess I gotta wait for it to load. Yeah, so sorry about the sound quality on this stuff. It was recorded on my wife's phone. So you just kind of get what you get with that. I don't know why this is taking forever in a day. Let's try this again. Yay, technology. Right there.
Are you having a hard time bringing it up, or?
I don't. Man. I wonder if it's just.
You got it.
Cause I got one foot in the grave. Hate is my friend and it's better that way. Listening closely to the voices might say they think you're all fucked and today's the day. Like you all, I'm tired to kill. Listen to death when a circuit goes kill. I see you're still bleeding. 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 Look in your eyes, I can see my face. Twisted up thoughts, and I'm loving this place. Isn't any death is how it all began. Bet your own ass will never happen again. Like you all, I'm tired to kill. Buzzing your death and it's letting you skill. Take a step forward, I'll hate you right back. Don't believe all the things they say about me. If you take a step forward, I'll hate you right back. My scars are real, they've never seen me bleed. If you take a step forward, I'll hate you right back. Don't believe all the things they say about me. If you take a step forward, I'll hate you right back. My scars are real, you've never seen me bleed.
Gruesome discovery in police yesterday found dismembered human body parts stuffed in a suitcase in a popular neighborhood. They quickly called in a medical examiner to confirm that those remains were indeed human.
In a bizarre murder case out of Pennsylvania and telling investigators where to find the bodies are facing murder charges.
Instead, he shot and killed that man and then buried the body on his family's property.
Believe all
And like I said, that is Hate You Right Back from our album Tales of Living and Dying on Slaughter Ridge Road. As you can tell by the lyrics of the song, we're very fluffy and happy people. All right, let's see if I can find some other fun stuff here we can take a gander at. I have a promo video, but that's not going to help. Man, what is this? I think this is from when we played with Stabbing Westward back in September 2019 at HMAC in downtown Harrisburg, Pennsylvania. And subsequently, we were supposed to go on, do a couple show dates with them in Florida and I think a couple in Texas. And then COVID happened. We all know what happened with that. My entire life ceased to be. No, I'm just kidding. Just gotta wait for this to load up. That old Tom Petty song, "The Waiting is the Hardest Part." So does anybody have any questions or anything about the inception of the band or what direction we're going? Or
I have a very devious mind, and it occurred to me that during this Evil Expo festival, we have several people from Trauma Films. And what we just heard sounded like Trauma Film soundtrack material to me. Just saying.
Well, we will, yeah, absolutely. Any track anybody wants to use, just get a hold of us. 99.9% of the time, we will give you permission to use it.
As I also mentioned on the chat, I think the one we just heard would make great pro wrestling entrance music for somebody.
Well, it's funny you should say that. A friend of mine in Colorado, he's in charge of Colorado Springs Wrestling, and he actually uses one of our songs for their intro for any of the shows that they do on Twitch and YouTube and stuff like that. So that's kind of cool. And we actually, one of the songs that we recorded for the new album, I actually sent him a demo version of that, and he wants to use that for their new CSW stuff too. And I said, we got to wait till it's done and released, but then yes, you can use it.
Are you at liberty to tell us who your friend in CSW is? I'm a fan.
Oh wow! Well, he's part of production, so he doesn't wrestle or anything. But his name is Joshua Torres. He has his own podcast too, called Minefields Podcast. Go check him out. Actually, it was a year ago. I think two days ago.
Hey, what's up, Evil Expo? Brian Asman here with my lecture, How to Make a Monster. I wish I could be there in person, but unfortunately couldn't make it this year. Hope to see you next year. Big thanks to Jeff for having me, and away we go. All right, making a monster. So in this lecture, I'm going to teach you how to create your own monsters. How do you come up with one that we haven't seen before, one that people are going to remember? And how do you introduce it to readers or viewers? Okay, so first, wait, who the hell am I? Who am I to tell you how to make monsters? Well, I'm a writer, actor, and producer from San Diego, California. A couple of my novellas are out now, Nunchuck City, Jailbroke, and my Clerks-inspired horror novella, I'm Not Even Supposed to Be Here Today. Those are all available on Amazon and various other places where you can buy books. I have an MFA from UCR Palm Desert. And you can find me on social media. It's at the Brian Asman across all social media sites. So real easy, or you can find my website, brianasmanbooks.com. So before we get started, I just wanted to show you a couple of my favorite villains. There's really too many to list, but just a handful of favorites here. We got Michael Myers from the Halloween series, just the embodiment of pure evil. Mutagen Man from Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. He's kind of like an anti-hero slash villain slash becomes a hero depending on which continuity you're in, but he's such a tragic figure. He's this bucket of guts that subsists on mutagen. So I've always loved him. The character design's amazing too. Skeletor, just when you're talking about just like pure evil, evil for evil's sake, Skeletor is always cool. Bronson from Street Trash up here, the kind of the homeless crime lord from that movie, and slash Vietnam vet, and he has like a knife that's made from a femur that he kills people with. He's pretty awesome. The Killer Clowns from Outer Space. I would be remiss to do any lecture on any topic without mentioning Killer Clowns. Then, of course, we also have Jim Halpert from The Office, the original Donkey Kong, Star from Preacher, and The Thing. So a couple of my favorite villains, and yeah. Okay, so let's go ahead and talk about what is a monster. So the dictionary defines monster as any animal or human grotesquely deviating from the normal shape, behavior, or character. But for this lecture, I'm going to get a little bit more specific. So what's a monster according to Brian? Well, I'm going to call it an extra normal being of grotesque aspect. So extra normal means it doesn't exist in our present world. So what's in? Vampires, werewolves, mutant bears. What's out? Serial killers, dogs with rabies, or regular bears. So, smell you later, Hannibal. Fucking jerk. Okay, so when we're talking about creating monsters, one thing I want you to remember is that origins are overrated. We don't need to know specifically where a given monster comes from because deep in our bones, deep in our ancestral genetic memory, we already know they come from out there, beyond the campfire, in the darkness, the places that we can't see, under the bed, in the closet, yada yada, right? Too much origin does kind of pose some risks. The more complicated your story, the more people can poke holes in it. The best origin stories are generally ones that can be related in a single sentence, like a mad scientist creates life out of a bunch of dead body parts, or an ancient beast like Godzilla is awakened by nuclear testing. One really awesome quote-unquote origin story that's not an origin story is from Clive Barker's Nightbreed. The tribes of the moon have just always existed among us. And from a sheer villain punk standpoint, I think this movie is a must-watch if you haven't seen it, because this is really the monsters are the heroes and the humans are the monsters. But wait! Entire genres of horror are predicated upon the idea of becoming an other, often against one's will, like body horror, for example, stuff like The Fly. And origin stories can engender empathy. And you also need to remember the monster still needs to make sense in the world you have created, origin or no. So if you create a world where magic exists, that's one thing. But if you create a world where, it's kind of they have science, but it's like an accelerated version of our own science. So think like, Iron Man's tech in Marvel and stuff like that, you just need to think about the world you're creating and whether your monster fits into it. So as you can see here, I'm going to make a very bold statement and then argue with myself throughout this entire presentation. So it's going to be very interesting. All right. Another principle, weaknesses are strengths. There's a difference between watching people trying to survive and watching people who are only waiting to die. If you make a monster like far too powerful, it actually gets a little bit boring because what are you going to do against something that powerful? Nothing. You're just going to die. There's really if there's no possibility of escape, no possibility of survival, then the story just kind of becomes depressing and not exciting. So it's kind of like I know this is a villain convention, but the primary example is actually not a monster, but Superman. Superman, people have trouble telling Superman stories because he's so powerful. Really, the only way to make a Superman story interesting is essentially, unless you're creating some kind of cosmic being like Doomsday that can go toe-to-toe with him, but you have to essentially put the people he cares about in danger. And so that's one thing you have to think about. But generally, I like monsters that have some sort of weakness, because then your characters might possibly survive the monster attack. But wait, what about godlike beings such as Cthulhu? Well, in a lot of Lovecraftian fiction, the threat isn't the elder god itself. It's like cultists who are trying to summon it or awaken it, or you have characters like being driven insane through dreams and stuff like that. Like you're not just going to go fight Cthulhu. That's not really a thing. And I know you're saying, wait, in the original story, Call of Cthulhu, the guy rams the boat into him. No, he rams the boat into a vision of Cthulhu. So there, put that in your pipe and smoke it. All right. One thing that monsters really need is a splash of humanity. If you make your monster relatable, it's going to be memorable. It's really key to understand your monster's motivations. What do they want? You want like your readers or your viewers to feel at least a little bit conflicted as to who they want to triumph, right? Like, you know, all of us monster kids, we always root for the monsters, at least in part. If monsters are a dark mirror of ourselves, we need to recognize something there. Otherwise, it's not going to work. But wait, what about truly alien monsters, such as the xenomorph, things that are completely unrecognizable as related to us at all? Well, every creature has a motivation that we can identify with. It might be survival, it might be reproduction, it might be sustenance. The question kind of becomes for like a xenomorph, like something like a xenomorph. Does a creature kill to eat or to reproduce, or does it kill just to kill? Right? And I think if something kills to kill, it's harder for us to identify with. But if it kills to eat or to reproduce or some other sort of motivation, then that becomes a much more memorable monster. And of course, if a creature's survival and our own naturally conflict, where there's no clear good and evil, well, hello, pathos. The story just gets that much more exciting. Okay, another thing you want to do when creating monsters, mutate those stale tropes. You need to know the tropes of your genre in order to be able to contemporize them, to subvert them, to play with them. We've seen dumb zombies, elegant vampires, and all kinds of sorts of combos. So what about like refined zombies or idiot vamps? And there's a couple examples over here from movies of things that are great examples of people playing around with tropes. So you have like What We Do in the Shadows. Well, we have funny vampires or swearwolves, if you've seen the movie. 28 Days Later, that was one of the very iconic fast zombie movies, as opposed to the shambling slow zombies from Night of the Living Dead. And then you have Cabin in the Woods, which does all kinds of stuff with tropes, including my favorite, the absolutely disgusting merman. That thing was freaking gross, and it's amazing. I love it so much. Another thing with tropes you can do is you can just mash a bunch of stuff up into something new. If you think about like Nemesis from Resident Evil, for example, that's like a zombie cyborg Frankenstein thing with a freaking rocket launcher. And say what you will about the Resident Evil movies, they have some very, very memorable iconography. But wait, if you don't engage with well-established tropes, readers might actually wonder if you're even aware of them. So you can actually acknowledge tropes and dismiss them using humor. So, for example, sunlight? That only works in the movies, Dr. Vampire PhD scoffed. Okay, another thing you can do when creating monsters, reflect the hero via mirroring. And here I have the classic example, Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. And so the idea here is you take a fundamental part of the protagonist's personality, who they are, and you turn it against them. The monster's strength can reflect the hero's weakness and vice versa. So if you're using this technique right, it's going to ensure that the conflict works on both a superficial level in that it's an interesting conflict, but also a subtextual level where the hero is kind of fighting himself. So one great film example of doing this is in the original RoboCop. ED-209 is like this exaggerated, like amped up version of RoboCop, but of RoboCop's abilities, right? So he's a bigger robot. He's got like Gatling guns, yada, yada. What he doesn't have is RoboCop's soul. So Alex Murphy is what makes RoboCop who he is, right? It's not just the cyborg parts. It's not the gun, all that. So that's one example of mirroring that really works, where you have you take the soul out of RoboCop and have him fight that husk, which is ED-209. But wait, doing this literally can yield palette swappy results. So if you think about Riot in the Venom movie, for example, and now I enjoyed that movie, don't get me wrong, but I challenge anyone to tell me what the hell is going on at any particular moment in the final fight between Riot and Venom, because they look almost exactly alike. And I'm partially colorblind, so it's very hard for me to tell like what's what, right? And so it looks like he's just fighting himself. For anyone who's not familiar with the term palette swappy, it comes from video games. So essentially video games, like the 8-bit and 16-bit games back in the 80s and 90s, they only had so much memory. And so in order to create variety, you'd have characters who were essentially the same design but different colors. So you take like Scorpion and Sub-Zero from Mortal Kombat, for example. So that was because of a big limitation in memory in video games. But when you're writing movies or writing books or writing comics, you don't necessarily have those same limitations. So it's just something to be careful of. For example, in my two examples, we have Riot and Venom right here, who essentially look the same, and it's really hard to tell what's going on. And then you have Black Panther and Killmonger. And from a characterization standpoint, Black Panther is awesome. From an actual visual standpoint, not so great. Black Panther is essentially fighting himself right here, and it's just kind of a boring looking fight. And when you use mirroring, think about how to mirror strengths, weaknesses, and even character experiences in unexpected ways. And in the next slide, I'm going to give you some examples of exactly what I'm talking about, right? So mirroring in action. I think most of you are probably familiar with Pet Sematary, either the movies or the Stephen King book. But in Pet Sematary, the main character, Louis Creed, is a doctor. He also served as a mortician's apprentice as a teenager because his uncle was a mortician. So he's been around death all his life. He's very comfortable with death. And the Micmac burial ground and the Wendigo play upon what his strength, right? They take the fact that he's so comfortable with death, and that's why he's able to actually go into the graveyard, dig up his dead son, drag his body for 6 miles, and bury him in this forgotten burial ground, right? So it's, his strengths become a weakness, and the monster, which is, whether you say it's the Wendigo or the burial ground or whatever, the monster is kind of the mirror image of Louis Creed's strengths. Okay, it's alive! Now what? In this next section, let's talk about some techniques you can use to introduce your monster to readers. Okay, I call this one the creation. So if a monster is intended to be sympathetic, showing its creation can engender sympathy. And now, if you remember a couple slides ago when I was talking about how monsters don't always need origins, well, this is where I continue to argue with myself, right? If you're doing like a monster as hero build, so like Toxic Avenger or something like that, or the Hulk, you kind of need to show the creation. You need to show what this thing or what this person was before it became monstrous. That makes us feel sympathy, right? So, and it's kind of a source of horror in and of itself. So, like The Fly, for example, watching Seth Brundle mutate from a very good-looking young Jeff Goldblum to whatever the hell this thing is, it's painful to watch, right? So the creation, pros of this approach, well, it engenders sympathy between reader and monster. Cons is you do lose a little bit of mystery if you wanted to play with that whole where did this thing come from. Okay, the glimpse, right? So the glimpse is when you just introduce a monster to either a reader or a viewer by showing just a tiny portion of it, right? So it's, you just show the toe, for example, and it hints at what the monster actually looks like. So the cool thing here is it really engages the reader's imagination and it makes them complicit in the scare. So if you just show a reader, if you just show a reader or a viewer a monster, well, they're not really they're not like an accomplice in that, right? They're a recipient. But if you engage their imagination, suddenly they're riding shotgun with you, and it's really awesome. So pros of using the glimpse, it's going to excite the reader more than any kind of florid description ever could, or, again, in movies, just hinting at things. Just the hint of a monster on the other side of the door is way scarier than some freaking CGI creation. Cons, it can be a little confusing if the reader or viewer isn't sure what they're supposed to be looking at, right? So just needs to be handled a little bit carefully there. Okay, another way to introduce a monster is via the demonstration of power. So I'd imagine there's probably a lot of people here that watch wrestling. So, but for anyone who doesn't know, a jobber is kind of like a low-level wrestler who's employed essentially just to make a big-name wrestler look good. So, for example, in this shot right here, that's The Undertaker, and this is some guy, right? And so The Undertaker is fighting some guy in front of this audience to make himself look more badass. Look at him. He's chokeslamming this guy. That's pretty awesome. And we all walk out of that arena going, man, did you see when The Undertaker chokeslammed that random dude? He messed him up. And that's essentially what it is, right? So with the demonstration of power, you're essentially introducing your monster by showing what it can do. Oftentimes, this will take place in a cold open. So if you think about the Velociraptor scene in the beginning of Jurassic Park, right? So they're trying to move this gigantic crate, right? And all of a sudden the guy gets kind of sucked into it and we don't see what did it, right? So this is kind of a combination of the glimpse and the demonstration of power. We see the result of the monster's actions. We don't actually see the monster itself in this case, but we do know that we should be afraid when we see the guy get sucked into the crate, essentially. So pros of this approach, it illustrates what the monster is and what it does in a very literal manner. And it also shows the reader or the viewer why they should be afraid of your monster. Cons, so how to escalate, right? So if you show your gigantic kaiju monster destroying a city in the first scene, we know to be afraid of it, but where do you go from there, right? How do you top that? Because you want the conflict and the plot to escalate over time, right? Exactly. Another con is this demonstration of power approach usually involves the sacrifice of a very inconsequential character, right? So the random dude in the Jurassic Park opening sequence, we don't know that guy. We don't care about that guy. All we know is that he's a guy being eaten by a monster. So it's not as emotional for us as if we got to know him and knew his kids and knew that he liked to go fishing on Sundays and eat waffles at the diner or whatever. And that's what we're losing with his death, right? So it's a good way to just kind of demonstrate what your monster can do. But that initial emotional connection with the reader, it's kind of, you got to manage that sometimes. All right, so demonstrations of power in practice. So it's really not exclusive to horror. It can be applied in any genre, and this is a villain convention, and villains are in all genres. So I really want to emphasize that point. So in crime movies and thriller movies, things like that, you can have a good guy, you can have a deadly assassin take out a room full of guys with guns or something like that. And then the reader or the viewer will know why they should be afraid of that character. You can also use it for heroic characters, though. You can illustrate their competency early on. If anyone's familiar with the Save the Cat, the screenwriting book, that's named after a particular moment in film called the Save the Cat moment, where you show that your protagonist is actually a good guy because he does something to help someone, right? So this is kind of like that, only with ass kicking. If you think back to The Matrix, right? The opening scene of The Matrix with Trinity, where she very easily and quickly demonstrates why she is a total badass. So that's just some examples of how you might use the demonstration of power to reveal your monster to the reader. And speaking of reveals, let's talk about The reveal. So this is what happens when your monster is introduced as like just a regular character and their monstrosity gradually reveals itself. So it could be a sudden sort of demasking, or it could be like just a gradual realization on the part of your characters that they're in the presence of evil. Like if you think about The Thing, for example, the body snatcher build in The Thing. We don't know who the Thing is. We just know that it's among us. There are a couple of different ways to handle. You can have disguises, transformations. You can have infections, like in zombie movies, for example. If you think about the person who's hiding their zombie bite from the rest of the group, right? And over here, I have one of my favorite examples from the Garfield Halloween special from the 80s, which is one of the reasons why, honestly, I write horror today, and I am not joking when I say this. So you've got the reveal right here, which is this whole scene is essentially a play on The King in Yellow. But you have Garfield going up to this character on the street and pulling off their mask to show Odie that, hey, these are just kids dressed up as monsters, but guess what's underneath? Something that's the same face as the mask, and that's scary, right? So pros of the reveal, neither your reader or viewer or the character understands the situation until it's too late. Cons, you can strain suspension of disbelief if you don't handle it correctly. And then you have to think about people going, well, if I was in that situation, I would have noticed what's going on, or I would have done this, I would have done that, etc. That kind of Monday morning quarterback in your characters. So those are just kind of risks to watch out for with the reveal. A couple examples of this from both like books and movies. There are a few different common builds for the reveal. There's the imposter, so the monster is in disguise. There's the infection, the monster is taking over the host. And there's finally the Schrodinger. Is it a monster or is it not a monster, right? And so if you guys have not read these books, I highly recommend them. So Video Night by Adam Caesar. So essentially that's about aliens invading a small Long Island town and some horror nerds having to fight them. So it's a really fun story, but the aliens are essentially taking over people's bodies. You have Desperation. So we have Colleen Trajan right here, who's been essentially taken over by the force at the bottom of the mine shaft, right? And so he's exhibiting these gross physical symptoms of being filled with this malevolent force. And then you have the Schrodinger. So in Max Booth III's Carnivorous Lunar Activities, it's about a guy who his friend calls him and asks him to come over. He needs some help. So he comes over and his friend tells him that he's a werewolf, right? And so the first half of the book is just this conversation between the two. And the Schrodinger part is basically, we're not sure as readers, and the character isn't sure whether this guy is telling the truth when he says that he's a werewolf. Is he crazy or is he actually a monster? We don't know. So those are a couple different ways that you can use the reveal. So in conclusion, many stories are going to combine different elements of these approaches. If you think about the opening of Stephen King's It, for example, which I'm assuming most people here have probably seen, you have Georgie chasing the boat down the street, and then we see just the nose in the sewers, right? So that's the glimpse. And then Georgie loses an arm. It's ripped clean off of him. That's the demonstration of power. So that's just one way that you kind of apply these concepts in real life. All right. So that was my lecture on how to make a monster. I got some shameless plugs for you. First, once again, all my social media is at the Brian Asman, or you can go to brianasmanbooks.com. If you do have questions or comments or want to yell at me and tell me I'm full of shit, please do. My email address is right there if you want to hit me up. And finally, some shameless plugs. So I've got 3 novellas out. The first one's called I'm Not Even Supposed to Be Here Today. That's from Eraserhead Press. And essentially it's kind of like Ghostbusters meets Clerks. It's essentially a demon accidentally gets summoned at a convenience store, and because he plays by Ghostbusters rules, he comes out looking like a certain very famous filmmaker from New Jersey. So that's kind of a horror comedy. Then we have Nunchuck City. That's my newest one. It's a really bizarre action comedy, kind of in the tradition of stuff like Kung Fu Hustle. So it's pretty wild. You should definitely check it out. And then we have Jailbroke, which is a sci-fi horror adventure. It's kind of part slasher set on a spaceship. So again, these are all available on Amazon, Bookshop, Barnes and Noble. You can order them through Target, big bookstores like Powell's, or you can go to my website. I have a merch store and I sell signed copies, and I do give some discounts if you buy a couple books at once. So anyway, thanks again for listening to me talk about how to make a monster. I hope you guys have an amazing Evil Expo, and come find me on the web. Check you later.
It was a year anniversary from when he interviewed me as Veritas Suicide on his podcast. So that was kind of cool. It's like,
so how did you guys get together, and what made you decide that this kind of like quasi death metal was the creative direction you wanted to go in? And don't misunderstand, I love it.
No misunderstanding at all. The band started back in 2007, and it was just the lead singer Twisty and the bassist Johnny Suicide, and they put out an ad in a local. It was a local radio station, had like a under the radar type of a thing, looking for musicians. They put an ad on that, and I answered the ad as for a drummer. And they sent me a couple songs, and at the time, the writing wasn't as powerful as it is now. Like, you know, we've obviously gotten better over the years, and we've learned how to write a lot better. And the main, when we got together and we discussed where we wanted to go as a direction of this band, it was all basically every song that we write. Most of them are all about serial killers, murder, and death. It's just what we're about. So that, you know, that's kind of where the face makeup comes into play. Everybody's got their own spiel. Johnny Suicide has like a bullet hole wound in his head. He's got an exit wound out of the back. So we're all kind of like zombified in some sort of shape or form. And it's just, and that's part of the reason why we stand out a little bit more than most of the metal bands in our area, just because of our whole shtick, you know, like what we're doing, and that's how we got signed to Distilled Entertainment for our management company. They're out of California. They love everything that we're doing, and they've gotten us a lot further than we have on our own. You know, it helps to have management behind you, and they actually got us our record deal with Unable Records. But like I said, for this new album, we're kind of going a different direction, and we're shopping it to a couple of different labels currently. This is annoying me. You know, it's funny you brought up about movies. I have a friend in California who also, she makes independent films. I don't know if any of them have ever made it to like Sundance or anything like that, but she does a lot of horror stuff. So I'm always like trying to push her buttons. Hey, we have music that's perfect for your movies. All right, now of course this isn't gonna want to work.
I mean, it really is. I can see building a movie around your characters. I mean,
yeah, no, that's actually kind of perfect. We back in the day, a few years ago, our bassist Johnny Suicide was actually working on a comic book about all of us. I'm not sure what happened with that.
that's a nice direction, though. When you have a comic, then maybe do a couple of animated videos.
Oh, absolutely. Well, the concept art we had for the last album was actually supposed to look like a comic book, but then there was a little dissent somewhere along the way, and we had to fix things. But yeah, the original artwork for the album was actually supposed to look like an old school comic that you would get, like from Tales from the Crypt type of a situation. Oh, why is this taking forever? I'd hate to.
We are all.
Well, let's. There we go. Alrighty. And that song was called Jesus Loves Me. It's anything but what you think it's about.
You mean it's not about murder and mayhem and slaughter and blasphemy?
Well, actually, that's what it is about. That's awesome. Yeah. Yeah, and unfortunately, I think that's all I have on my Mac as far as anything that's completed. I know I have a video here for 6x6, but I don't. It's a song that's about Richard Ramirez. Are you guys familiar with Richard Ramirez?
Do tell.
So Richard Ramirez was a serial killer back in the, I want to say it was mid 80s, early 90s, somewhere around there, out in California. He was pretty brutal about it too. Let's see if I can get this to work. I don't know if it's the full. It may have been something I was messing with that I never finished video wise.
Are all evil
yep, here you go.
in some form or another. Are we not?
Oh, all right. Sorry. So I guess that wasn't finished.
Love the little homage to Hitchcock there.
Yeah. Caught that? Yeah. So that's that song is called 6x6. It's about Richard Ramirez, and he would actually have sex with the corpses. It was an interesting character to say the least. Yeah, that stinks. I wish that was finished.
So, how did you come by this fascination with serial killers?
Oh, that's a very, very good question. I think it's just how.
Ich will töten wie ein Mann. Aber ich will nicht weinen wie eine Frau. So rum. Zahn um Zahn, Glück um Glück. Ich tue, was ich kann, tu mir alles zurück. Eure Wünsche sind mir total egal. Mit Blut, das ich nicht beginne, Überzahl. Zahn um Zahn, Glück um Glück. Ich tue, was ich kann, tu mir alles zurück. Eure Wünsche sind mir total egal. Mit Blut, das ich nicht beginne, Überzahl. Sie erwarten, dass ich sterbe. Sie erwarten, dass ich sterbe. Sie erwarten, dass ich sterbe. denn deine Zunge sah mich auch an. Ich will nicht weinen wie eine Frau. Ich will ficken wie ein Mann. Zahn und Zahn, Glück und Glück. Ich tue, was ich kann, so mir alles zurück. Eure Wünsche sind mir total egal. Mein Blut, das schlägt weg in der Überzahl. Zahn und Zahn, Glück und Glück. Ich tue, was ich kann, so mir alles zurück. Eure Wünsche sind mir total egal. Mein Blut, das schlägt weg in der Überzahl. Wieder schiebt sich deine Fresse vor, bringt sich und so macht es so. Na, alles dreht sich nur um dich, die ganze Scheiße dreht sich nur um dich. Du hast die Hüchte leiterlich, bloß Trübsinn ist, was dich bewegt. Wirklich jeder soll sich interessieren, tapferes Arschloch glorifizieren. Aber die musst du wie ein Parasit, maximal was um dich geschieht. Solange das jeder nur dich sieht, dich nur für dich exquisit. Wenn deine Qual noch so schlimm ist, dann mach uns froh, bring dich um. Mach dich tot! Mach dich tot! Mach dich tot! Mach dich tot! Komm, komm, mach dich uns zum Segen. Da machst du sonst überlegen. Jodi, du, wenn niemand sieht, Blut es ihnen eigentlich geht. Jodi, du, wenn niemand sieht, es geht so viel am Seeblatt dreht. Jodi, du, im Legebild, egal was ich mit Selbst tut. Jodi, du, wenn niemand sieht, ihr Leben meine Hand zu drehen. Jodi, du, drängst dich immer vor, denn jetzt schreibt ihr selbst geil vor. Ich habe ein Geschenk für mich, eine geladene Affe, nur für dich. Mach dich tot! Mach dich tot! Mach dich tot! Mach dich tot! Danke, dass du mir etwas gibst, das ich mehr hasse als mich selbst. Danke, mach dich seine Ventil zum Wohle aller. Danke dir, kleine Sau. Danke, weil du mich so maßlos ankotzt. Los, mach dich tot! 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 Jetzt ist dein Geburtstag heute, ich mach mich dafür krumm. Und jetzt blas die Kerzen aus und ich danach um. Los, mach dich tot! 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 Du weißt doch ganz genau, dass ich dich liebe. Da muss ich es doch nicht ständig sagen. Findest du nicht, dass ich es verdiene, dass er mir das glaubt, ohne danach zu fragen? Ich tue doch nur, was gut für dich ist. Doch ich glaube dir noch nicht, dass du mich ehrlich vermisst. Deine Familie sagt auch, dass du nicht zuverlässig bist. Ich will ja nichts sagen, aber du bist ein mieser Egoist. Schau mit in das Gaslicht, bis du blind davon wirst. Schau mit in das Gaslicht, bis du blind davon wirst. Schau mit in das Gaslicht, bis du blind davon wirst. Schau mit in das Gaslicht, bis du blind davon wirst. Ich liebe dich doch. Warum sollte ich dir Böses tun? Ich mag dich doch. Warum sollte ich dir Böses tun? Wir sind doch Freunde. Warum sollte ich dir Böses tun? Ich dachte, du kennst mich. Warum sollte ich dir Böses tun? Man war mal ganz grausam zu mir. Doch jetzt bist du ja hier. Natürlich gestehe ich etwas nur dir. Nun rede von uns ruhig als wir. Du zwingst mich dazu zu tun, was doch nur gut für dich ist. Du brauchst mich, doch ich bin ja nicht der Antagonist. Nein, das habe ich nicht so gesagt. Ja, du hast schon wieder versagt. Nein, das war noch lange nicht genug. Und ja, deine Tränen beleidigen mich. Schau mit in das Gaslicht, bis du blind davon wirst. Schau mit in das Gaslicht, bis du blind davon wirst. Schau mit in das Gaslicht, bis du blind davon wirst. Schau mit in das Gaslicht, bis du blind davon wirst. Hör gut zu, ich weiß es besser. Ich werde es immer besser wissen. Du bist schuld. So einfach ist das. Ich habe geglaubt, du liebst mich, doch du enttäuschst mich maßlos. Ich sagte doch, das hier ist gut für dich. Du heulst mal wieder völlig grundlos. Du weißt meine Liebe nicht zu schätzen, sonst würdest du mich machen lassen. Jetzt muss ich wieder wütend werden. Dadurch sollte ich dich einfach verlassen. Niemand hat dich je so lieb wie ich. Bist du zu dumm, das zu verstehen? Niemand sonst kann nachvollziehen, was du so über mich erzählst. Du tust mir immer nur weh. Das ist doch nicht zu übersehen. Es geht hier immer nie um andere. Immer geht es ganz allein um dich. Ich würde ja sagen, beweis dich mir. Bring dich um für mich. Aber seien wir mal ehrlich, selbst dafür bist du viel zu blöd. Mitten in das Gaslicht, bis du blind davon wirst. Schau mitten in das Gaslicht, bis du blind davon wirst. Schau mitten in das Gaslicht, bis du blind davon wirst. Schau mitten in das Gaslicht, bis du blind davon wirst. Schau mitten in das Gaslicht, bis du blind davon wirst. Schau mitten in das Gaslicht, bis du blind davon wirst. Schau mitten in das Gaslicht, bis du blind davon wirst. Schau mitten in das Gaslicht, bis du blind davon wirst. Was soll man machen? Ich bin so weich und samtig, wie schade, dass mich alle nur aus reduzieren. Oh mein Gott, du musst mich streicheln, bevor ich aufhöre, mich zu interessieren. Bin ich nicht liebenswert? Meine Stimme ist glockenhell und sofort kamst du schnell. Ich würde sogar generell im Audiovisuell, brauche keine Paid sein, produziere dickes Fett. Darf ich dein Herz infiltrieren? Ich frag mich nach, ich lass es passieren. Du wünschte, ich würde kooperieren, doch ich werde meine Liebe stets dosieren. Ich bin so klein, ich bin so allein. Warum kannst du nicht bei mir sein? Warum bist du so gemein? Ich mag dich nicht, ich mag dich, 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 ich mag Gewalt an anderen einzusehen. Süß und kalt, das musst du nicht verstehen. Diese Sanftpfoten gehören verboten. Entweder gehörst du zu den Toten oder zu den Idioten. Ich mag Gewalt aneinander zu sehen. Süß und kalt, das musst du nicht verstehen. Diese Sanftpfoten gehören verboten. Entweder gehörst du zu den Toten oder zu den Idioten. Was? Hey, nein, nicht umschmeißen! Was? Ich brauch den noch! Was? Miau.
Komm, verpiss dich, weg hier! Hau ab, blödes Viech.
Wenn Schwesterlein zur Arbeit muss, schließt mich im Zimmer ein, hat eine Puppe mir geschenkt, dann bin ich nicht allein. Wenn Schwesterlein zur Arbeit muss, fährt sie nicht mit dabei. Ihr Schaffensplatz ist gar nicht weit, ist gleich im Zimmer nebenan. Am Himmel dunkle Wolken ziehen. Ich nehme dich meine Medizin und warte hier im Daunenbeet, bis die Sonne untergeht. Sie kommen und sie gehen und manchmal auch zu zweit. Die späten Vögel singen, ein Dichter schreit, am Himmel dunkle Wolken ziehen. Ich nehme dich meine Medizin und warte hier im Daunenbeet, bis die Sonne untergeht. Und dann reiß ich der Puppe den Kopf Spott kenn ich mich aus, man streut den Meer wie Blüten vor die Füße. Ihnen geht es gut, weil sie beschließen, dass ich für sie büße. Eine Eiterbeule keimt in meinem Herz, kann gerade mal atmen und mein Leben geht abwärts. Man gab es mir, ich geb es dir. Man gab es mir, ich geb es dir. Man gab es mir, ich geb es dir. Man gab es mir, ich geb es mir. Es filtert meine Augen, es brennt mir auf der Zunge. Es speit aus meinem Mund, es wäre jetzt mein Gehirn. Es steht mir im Gesicht. Schluck den Eiter und mach weiter. Schluck den Eiter und mach weiter. Jetzt bin ich voll von Hass und ich liebe es. Virus! Weißt du noch, du hast mich aufgerissen. Erst meinen Mund, dann schließlich meine Schenkel. Was liegt deinem verlegen Malen meine Haut gebissen? Drückst dein Gift in meine Adern und jeden Winkel. In deiner Güte hättest du mir auch ein Messer in den Schoß jagen können. Du verpisst dich danach und ich darf mir allen selbst das gönnen. Stell es dir vor, ich reiß in die kühle Arschstapel rein. Was reinpasst, am Ende des Tages bin ich eine offene Wunde, die du gefickt hast. Man gab es mir, ich geb es dir. 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 Es filtert meine Augen, es brennt mir auf der Zunge. Es speit aus meinem Mund, es wäre jetzt mein Gehirn. Es steht mir im Gesicht. Schluck den Eiter und mach weiter. Schluck den Eiter und mach weiter. Jetzt bin ich voll von Hass und ich liebe es. Virus! Meine Tränen brennen wie Säure, denn das Salz in ihnen verzerrt meine Augen. Meine Stimme tanzte einst wie eine Spieluhr. Ich kann es selbst nicht glauben. Dort, wo mein Herz war, ist ein Brockenstein, der mich zu Boden drückt. Manchmal an solchen Abenden denke ich werde noch verrückt. Mein Leben erzieht mich und gibt mir Gründe für meine Taten. Würde ich an Gerechtigkeit glauben, wäre ich nicht so dermaßen blind. Schweigend andere schützt mich, so kann ich herzlichst ausatmen. Ich leide, ich reiße, ich ätze und schöne selbst das unschuldigste Kind. Ich bin Hass, ich bin Gift und ich infiziere dich. Ich bin Hass und ich bin ansteckend, auch ohne einen Stich. Man gab es mir, ich geb es dir. 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 Es filtert meine Augen, es brennt mir auf der Zunge. Es speit aus meinem Mund, es wäre jetzt mein Gehirn. Es steht mir im Gesicht. Schluck den Eiter und mach weiter. 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 es geht von vorne los.
Deine Arbeitsmoral ist eine Beleidigung. Ständig bist du krank, brauchst du etwa Bestätigung. Wir funktionieren alle, also funktionier auch du. Deine Faulheit hilft so der Gesellschaft nicht zu. Sei nicht depressiv, wir wollen dich produktiv. Stell dich nicht so an und sei nicht krank. Jemand wie du ist super wild, so jung und so naiv. Eigentlich auch schon zu alt und nicht ausreichend produktiv. Du bist richtig arbeitenschaftlich, bist du sinnlos kreativ. So nutzlos wie du, mach mich richtig aggressiv. Sei nicht depressiv, wir sollen dich produktiv. Stell dich nicht so an und sei nicht krank. Sieh es ein. Ich bin krank, du machst mich krank. Wir sind krank, alle krank. Ich bin krank, du machst mich krank. Wir sind krank, alle krank. Sinnlos ist die Psychiatrie, denn mich ändert ihr nie. Warum sollen wir dich anhören? Du bist doch bloß gestört. Ich greif zur Zeit nicht mehr, ich will, dass man mich versteht. Was du machst, ist mythos, denke, also ist es prätentiös. Denkst du wohl, du machst Kunst und fehlst uns Melodie. Warum nervst du uns mit so düsteren Gedanken? Du bist Realität, halte dich an deine Schranke. Sei nicht, denk ich, so schwierig und rein, ich hält dich ein. Um normal für die Gesellschaft von Nutzen zu sein. Sei nicht impulsiv, wir waren nicht produktiv. Jetzt reiß dich zusammen und sei nicht krank. Ich bin krank, du machst mich krank. Wir sind krank, alle krank. Ich bin krank, du machst mich krank. Wir sind krank, alle krank. Sinnlos ist die Psychiatrie, denn mich ändert ihr nie. Jeder hier funktioniert, also auch du. Warum sollte ich? Sich dem nicht ergeben ist absolut tabu. Mir egal. Du giltst nur als schwierig und wirst arm sterben. Von mir aus. Dieser Welt wirst du absolut nichts vererben. Das sagst du. Ich bin nicht die Projektion für deinen eigenen Frust. Fühlt sich so fein als Denunziant. Du bist kein Verlust. Ich nehme dir an gar nichts, ich nehme nur mein Leben. Deine Selbsthass kannst du dir schon selber geben. Ich bin impulsiv und damit produktiv. Ich stell mich sehr wohl an und bin offensiv krank. Ich bin krank, du machst mich krank. Wir sind krank, alle krank. Und es tut mir nicht leid. Ich bin krank, du machst mich krank. Wir sind krank, alle krank. Ich bin kein Defekt, sondern ein Virus, der Individuen zur Freiheit nötigt. Irgendwo existiere ich immer, egal
Danke sehr, danke sehr. Oh Gott, oh Gott. Oh Gott, nein. Die sollen dann abhauen.
Das wäre jetzt etwas zu spät. Hey, na?
Hey, na?
Are and a lot of it has to deal with, like, if you actually read up on some of these serial killers, it's a lot of their like social environment, what they grew up in, is kind of what molded them into what they are, or what they were. Most of the guys we sing about are dead, but yeah, it's just reading up on them. It's like, holy crap! Like, I thought I was weird, but like these individuals are just really really far out there, and it's just fascinating to us, like how you can go from a normal individual and then just something happens in your life and you just snap, and just everything goes to pot.
Who was your first serial killer that made an impression? I mean, obviously, I don't like to admit being from the baby boom generation, but Charles Manson was the king in my day, and then Dahmer and Gacy and the rest came along. Which was the one that caught your attention first?
Believe it or not, are you familiar with Richard Kuklinski?
No, but I like the name.
Richard Kuklinski was also nicknamed the Iceman. He started out. It's interesting how his life came to be. He started out as just a regular farm boy, and his dad was an alcoholic, and his dad used to beat him. So at a young age, he learned that in order to assert dominance, you just have to be stronger than anybody else. So how he turned into his murderous ways, if you will, he actually got into a fight at a bar and actually killed somebody with a cue stick. Somehow he got away with it. But years later, he found out that he had a knack for killing people, and the mob actually got a hold of it and found out about his ways of doing it. Like his ways of murdering people was pretty interesting. He would use cyanide a lot because it was untraceable, and it just looked like somebody had a heart attack. Like you just walk up to somebody at a club or a bar and just like trip and oh, I spilled my drink on you, and it's got cyanide on it, and it soaks into their clothes, and then they wind up dying from it. And he got the nickname the Iceman because towards the end of his killing sprees, he would actually freeze the bodies and then dump them somewhere else. And by the time they thawed out, the coroners couldn't figure out, when it was that they actually died. I guess because that's something to do with freezing. I don't know. That's above my pay grade. But it was really cool, and it's interesting to me though how while he was doing all this, he was also a family man. And his family had no idea. He was like a loving father. He loved his children, loved his wife. But every now and again, he would just randomly get up from the dinner table and say, I got to go take care of some business. They thought he was a businessman, and he would go out and kill somebody. So the way he could separate the two it's just amazing. And he did it all for his family because he wanted his family to have a better life than he did. So if you can watch documentary interviews about Richard Kuklinski, and throughout the entire interview, he's like, deadpan, like straight face, and as soon as they bring up his family, it's the only time he breaks down in tears because he was upset that he failed at his family. That was the one thing he didn't want his family to be disappointed in him.
That's almost sad.
It is. It really is. But to be able to separate, murderous individual from like, oh, I do this and then I go home and I put more Christmas presents together for the kids, and nobody knew.
That is very strange.
Yeah, the only reason he got caught, and he says it in the interviews, is that the only reason he got caught is he was getting older, he was getting sloppy.
Well, murderers always get sloppy. Anybody ever watched Columbo knows that.
Sure. I'm familiar.
Have you ever actually met one? I ask because back in the 80s, I had the misfortune, as it were, of meeting Daniel Rakowitz and Randy Easterday. And Daniel Rakowitz, you might remember, was the fellow who murdered his girlfriend, Monica Beale.
Oh, okay.
Burl, rather. And he and Randy Easterday cooked her into a soup, which they then put in buckets and served to the homeless people in Tompkins Square Park.
Sounds about right. I mean, it's one way to get rid of a body, you know. It's kind of like oh, I hit the wrong button. It's kind of like in oh, what's that movie? I think it's in Snatch, where the one main character says, you know, always be wary of a man with a pig farm because pigs will eat anything. But no, I've never had the opportunity to meet one because most of the ones that we write songs about are gone. You know, they've either killed themselves or you know, have gotten the death penalty or something to that effect. But yeah, I've never met one. I've always wanted to just pick their brain, but the probability of that actually happening is probably slim to none.
It's not really. They're not really people that are fun to party with.
Yeah,
I mean,
well, it would help in the writing process. You know what I mean? To get a little bit more insight on them.
Part of what made Rakowitz tick is that he kind of hero worshipped Manson.
Okay.
And he thought he was going to continue the helter-skelter revolution into a new generation, and he waxed quite evangelically about it, and it was quite disturbing to see. And don't misunderstand, I was the
Hey,
one
can
that
everybody in
was
here hear
saying,
me?
Yeah.
Yes. Hello.
I can see you, and I heard you.
Okay, we did see you. We did hear you. Start talking, and let's see if we hear you again.
I go over.
Not that I'm aware of.
I guess DJ can't. Man, I'm usually good at names. DJ Zine, is that correct?
Christine. It's DJ Christine.
DJ Chris. Oh, ha! I'm dumb. Let's see. I don't hear you. I don't hear her streaming. Do you?
I do not.
Can you guys hear me?
Now we're hearing you, yes.
Okay, but I can't hear you though. I can't hear you.
Oh no. Oh.
I don't know why. I think I can't hear you because I was streaming. I think my DJ set was being streamed elsewhere, and I'm taking a break for an hour because Jeff needed a lot of extra hours. He had people drop out. So I'm taking a break for an hour, and then I was going to like talk to people, but I can't hear anyone. So you guys can hear me, but I can't hear you. That's okay.
What happens if you log out? What happens if you...
There's no opportunity to socialize. I got snowed in down here. Oh, serial killers. Oh, man. That's one of my favorite subjects. I love mine hunters. maybe. Okay, so I'll try it. Okay, remove from stream. I'll try clicking that. Hopefully I can get back here. Oh, really? That's so cool. Some of my favorites are Ed Kemper. Who else? Jeffrey Dahmer. I study these guys all the time. Oh, and there's a new one. Well, I don't know if he's a serial killer. Timothy Jones Jr.
Not familiar.
He was really horrible. He killed like his. Oh no, wait. Chris Watts, Family Annihilator.
Are you hearing us now, by the way?
All right, hold on. Let me just see if I can leave and then come back in so I can hear you. I'll be back.
Where'd it go?
Hi. Now I see a head.
I just added Cynthia Bryan Kate to the stream. She's also a expert on serial killers.
Oh, nice.
Cynthia, if you can hear us and you have some good serial killer lore, please join us.
Hello, can you folks hear me?
Yes.
We see you. Can you hear us?
Yes, yay, the site dropped out before. I'm so sorry you kept you waiting. Okay.
So we were talking about Kaczynski, the Iceman, and Jeffrey Dahmer, and
Richard Ramirez.
Trying to think of ones you haven't covered.
Well, on our new album, we have a song called Ed, which is about Ed Gein.
I was about to bring up Ed Gein. Without Ed Gein,
let's see, basis for 3 movies:
Silence of the Lambs, Psycho, and
isn't there? I think there's a movie just called Ed, isn't there?
Well, there's the Ed Gein movie, but I thought they kind of censored all the interesting bits out. In terms of fictional characters, we forgot Leatherface.
That was the Leatherface.
That's right.
Because Ed Gein was like making a woman suit out of an actual woman and stuff.
Out of several actual women, including, didn't he use parts from his own mother?
Probably.
Mother wasn't herself that day.
I think, didn't he cut the head off and cut the tongue out? And I think threw the tongue down the disposal as a final FU to her.
Well, shoot, that's just like, it's just like Dahmer with all this stuff he kept around. Heck, he would take severed heads with him to work.
But when they took everything out of Dahmer's fridge that was a human body part, weren't they only left with a couple bottles of ketchup and mustard and some baking soda or something like that?
Yeah, pretty much. Like, he always kept pieces of his victims with him because he never wanted to be alone. Like, it's insane.
Well, the thing with Dahmer is, okay, Dahmer wasn't only a cannibal. That's the less creepy part of what he did, and that's creepy in its own. How about the fact that he was trying to create the ultimate submissive sex partner who couldn't say no, who couldn't talk back to him because they couldn't think because he destroyed their brains. He tried extreme trepanation, pouring drain cleaner, acid, boiling water, other things into the brains.
Yep. Oh, yeah. He was one messed up dude. Well, you're talking about the cannibalism part, and it's interesting about that. The reason why he also ate his victims is because he wanted to be a part of them. Like, the dude was just totally disturbed.
Well, that's back to Renfield. The chain of that life was an unbroken chain, which is why in Dracula, Renfield starts with flies, then spiders, then a bird, wants to get a cat, and because Dr. Seward won't give him the damn cat, he tries to drain Seward. The blood is the life. The blood is the life.
I like the direction this conversation is going. It all fits into the whole Suicide Puppets persona. I mean, it really does. This is cool.
Have you heard of a puppet concert piece called "The Ballad of Jeffrey Dahmer" by the Geppetto Files?
No. The band's called the Geppetto Files?
Yes, I have not, unfortunately, been keeping track of them. I met them in Ann Arbor, Michigan, back in like 2005 or 6. They did they did a show down the block from my old apartment for some animal rights charity of all things. And it had hand puppets, it had marionettes, it had a cordless drill. And, the gist of it was, set to a punk song that they'd made. But the gist of it was, hello, nice Mr. Dahmer. Yes, I'll come into your house. What? You want to give me some Kool-Aid? I'm feeling sleepy now. Cordless drill. Chew up the punk song about all the horrible shit he was doing.
That's kind of cool. I can dig it. Just look at my face.
But yeah, let's see. Have we covered Bundy, by the way? The guy who was the ultimate charmer, who would fake people out with, oh, I'm so sorry that my car's broken down and my arm's in a sling, so I can't fix it. Nice lady, could you help me fix my car so we can get home?
Good old Bundy. Hold on. What? I'm trying to think of. Oh, what was? Oh man, I can't think of his name right now off the top of my head. But he used. I don't know if he worked or his parent or his mother was a teacher at a university or something like that, or he worked at a university, and he would pick up girls from the university and then wind up killing them. Like, oh gosh.
Well, that's one of the things Bundy was doing. He was working the crisis and suicide hotline at his university as a way to pick up victims. And crime writer Ann Rule worked with him. And that's what got her start writing about serial killers.
Okay, so now, all right.
The Stranger Beside Me was one of her first books written about her early life working with Ted Bundy.
All right, so it was Bundy. Okay, so that's why it popped in my head. And I was like,
he did both things, though. He did pick up people from the crisis center that he was working with and counseling on campus, but he also, I believe, did fake people out by pretending to be an injured dude needing vehicle help.
Yeah, absolutely.
What about America's first documented serial killer, H.H. Holmes?
I don't know too much.
Was he the one with the hotel?
The Murder Castle. He stalked the White City, which was the World's Fair of, what was that, like 1890, what, in Chicago, 1890s?
92.
Yeah. And so he set himself up as a medical expert and science presenter, and he would entice these young ladies to go to a specially built mansion, specially built because it had trapdoors, lethal dumbwaiter traps, pits, rooms that you could fill with poison gas and drop acid, as in not the hallucinogenic dropping acid, but he could drip acid down and melt his victims. He'd dump them down chutes, and while still alive, he'd vivisect them. He was one sick dude.
So wait, what was the name of this one again? This sounds like a great song.
H.H. Holmes.
H. Holmes.
There's a book about him that became a movie called The Devil in the White City.
I'll check that out too.
However, there is no song using that title.
Exactly.
And he was doing his thing in the World's Fair in 1892. He set up this hotel for people that were attending the World's Fair to get a room.
Right.
Only depending on which room you went into. Maybe you'd be, maybe a trap door would open when you walked into your room and you'd slide down a chute into a buzzsaw and then...
or an open flame, or a vat of acid.
Or a vat of acid.
Or you'd just be crippled by the fall and he'd wait to find you and throw you on his operating table and chop you up whether you were dead or not.
Very tamed down, but the house that Vincent Price and the rest of them are in the house on Haunted Hill was of taken from that, only his was much, much, much more gruesome.
And
like he had couches that were made out of the skin of people that he had flayed alive and stuff like that.
That's one of the things. That was one of the things they used for American Horror Story Asylum, where Zachary Quinto's character was making lampshades and couch upholstery out of ladies.
It almost reminds me of David Parker Ray, the toy box killer.
What did he do?
Right.
So almost the same thing, except he had a relationship with his daughter and his daughter's husband, and they would go to bars and they would pick up women, and he would bring them back to what he called a toy box, which was basically a trailer full of all kinds of crap you can think of.
I still can't hear anybody.
Oh no!
You guys can hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
That's
We
crazy.
can hear
I
you.
can't understand why I can't hear you guys. That's so weird. Dang.
He didn't have any trap doors, but
Maybe it's like my cam. I'm in my audio section.
He trapped door. He had a trailer.
Let me see.
Yeah. But
Yeah,
I know,
that sucks. Now I can't have a normal conversation.
How come
lame.
Disney did it in a
I know.
trailer? Called it.
it's just what he did.
I wonder if there's something that I could adjust on here. Let's see.
And they took
Edit audio avatar? No.
Right. Christian Grey does it in a room called the toy box. No one cares.
Cam or mic. It has to be cam or mic. And if I go to audio, my mic is default internal microphone. Oh, that's what it is because, oh, shit. Hold on. I show you audio cap. Check, check, check.
Yo.
We're hearing you. Are you hearing us?
I mean, I want to be able to hear you.
Well, maybe.
Like, yeah, I have no idea. I have no idea. Or I think I think what it was is when I stream, I reroute the sound to an audio streaming device that's like a program in my computer. So maybe that has something to do with why I can't like hear you guys. That's so lame though. Wow. I wanted to hang out. I bet you anything I could find if I go into the cam and mic settings, I guarantee I'll find something that'll work.
I'm literally asleep at my feet. Parker Ray, correct? Yeah. The toy
David
box.
Parker Ray.
Mm-hmm. So, like, he didn't have trap doors or anything like Holmes did, but he would lure. Basically, he would go after like divorcees, that situation, bring them to his home, and actually take them into what he called the toy box, which was a trailer on his yard full of all kinds of, you name it, he's got it, and he would use any kind of torture device he could, and it was pretty messed up. And he would record all of it; everything was recorded. So when the police they found out about it and went to his toy box, they found the video footage, and even some of the most hardened like FBI guys would run out of the toy box vomiting just from some of the stuff that he would do.
I've seen the footage. Can you folks hear me, by the way?
Yes.
Yep.
Good, it bounced me out. No, I've seen the footage of that. And I said something bratty before the thing dropped out of this dude chops up people in a trailer, does horrible things in the toy box. They take him away. Christian Grey does evil shit in the room called the toy box, and everybody gives him a pass.
Well, that's a little bit of a different toy box now.
I was looking up. Did you know that USA has the most serial killers of any country?
I wouldn't be surprised.
And I think
we're number one.
During Alaska, I've read.
Yeah, so why is that? Because we're just too sprawled out. We're huge. And the other country that almost beat us was Russia, another huge empire, right?
Yeah, but
so There's not
okay, with Russia, they didn't want to admit they had him.
What? Oh, she had to get up. Time to get a drink, right? So they, like in Russia and in USA, there's not enough energy and time to give to everybody, and people fall through the cracks.
Russia
really
did not want to admit they had serial killers.
I'm trying to. Your sound is going like in and out. That sucks.
Look up a movie, Citizen X.
Okay.
The movie's called Citizen X. It has the Stephen Wright in it.
Right. And Russia has had some of the most heinous serial killers ever, and USA. We're like, and it's because people slip through the cracks here. They can't get the mental help that they need, and and so they just sit there and fester, and terrible things happen. So we really have to be careful here. You know what I mean?
You hit the nail right on the head, because I'm a veteran of Afghanistan and Iraq, so I suffer from PTSD and anxiety. But music is what levels me out. But yeah, mental health in this country is disgusting.
Yeah, like you really have to go searching for mental health. You know what I mean?
Oh, totally. And even the VA is a joke, straight up joke.
Yeah, I heard that. And so that's why we have like insane psychos like right next door.
Yeah, how about it? Yeah.
And we have to be so careful. Like people don't understand like why I'm so careful all the time and stuff. And I don't let people know exactly where I live and when I'm going places and stuff like that. Because anytime even on the low level that I do it, if you broadcast and you have like a little bit of like a persona or something, people can latch onto that, right?
No, absolutely. Yeah, without question.
Because look how they latch onto Jeff. Like Jeff is having problems like Britney Spears or something, and he's not even on her level, right? I said people can latch onto you if you have like a little like a public persona. Look what happened to Jeff.
But I was asking y'all if you heard of Andrei Chikatilo. He's Russia's first documented serial killer.
Yeah, I have. Yeah, he's a pretty bad one.
The Russian government actually, they did not want, Russia's government did not want to admit that he existed because it would prove that they were just
really messed up.
Bad as us.
Well,
and then
about
decadent West.
But it's also
and
like both us and Russia, we throw a lot of citizens in prisons and gulags.
The government harassed the detective chasing the guy. Good documentary drama. Citizen X.
It is Citizen X, right?
Mm-hmm.
Are you lagging or?
I don't think I'm lagging, but I don't know. Somebody said I was lagging.
No, that was me, not you. The individual
Cynthia was lagging.
Yeah, okay. I wanted to make sure it wasn't me.
Okay, so I'm not the one lagging either. All right. So yeah, so USA and former USSR, now Russia, throw millions of citizens into gulags and prisons on a regular basis for very small infractions, and so a lot of our citizens are traumatized and have PTSD, and then they don't treat the people; they just put them out back into the general population. And it's really messed up. Like you have to really watch out. It's very crazy. And we're the world's military arm. So, like there are 3 hubs of the world. The UK is the financial hub. Rome, or Italy is the religious and spiritual hub. And then we're the military hub. So it's like supposed to be this tough Spartan culture, right? And then people get traumatized and they get damaged and they can't get the help they need. And so then we get these fucking serial killers. You know what I'm saying?
I do.
It's so scary. And I think about that every single day. I'm like, wow, it's the luck of the draw. You could be just going to the grocery store and and there's like in Silence of the Lambs, that guy in the parking lot who he's trying to like grab women and bring them into his van, and he's pretending that he needs help with something.
Right.
So it's terrible. I don't help people. I should, but I mean, like, it's really it's dangerous here. It's really dangerous. Even in like a rural place like this, you never know.
No, absolutely.
Where are you guys? I know where you are, Chelsea. You're in upstate New York, right?
Yeah, but rural places are actually more dangerous than the city.
Because they can drag you off somewhere, like the toy box.
There are too many places where no one can hear you scream.
I know. So I took a big chance on coming out here, but I had already been attacked in the city like 3 times. I was almost attacked twice with dudes walking after me in the street. And then the 3rd time the guy actually did like fight me like for reals with fists flying and everything, and then stole my purse. So that was enough for me. I was like, 3 strikes and you're out.
Did we cover the Bender family, by the way, Old West serial killers? They had a hotel, not like the one H.H. Holmes had, but it was a traveling hotel. Basically, they were a family. They were serial killers. The daughter, Katie, was a very sexy young lady who was a dancer, an amateur doctor, and a hypnotist. And she would do stage dancing and hypnosis acts pretty much for the patrons. They would find somebody they'd consider rich enough to kill and roll and rob. So, hey, mister, watch our daughter dance. Sit with your back to this sheet right behind you.
That's like an American Lucretia Borgia, right? Like Lucretia, the Borgia family, where they would marry the daughter off to rich people again and again and again, and those rich men would always end up dead. And they'd be using her as the bait, and they got all these like lands and wealth and like all this stuff by doing that.
Just off the dowry alone.
Splendid.
Yeah. That was in, I don't know where it was. Was that in like Romania?
No, that was in Renaissance Italy.
Oh, okay, in Italy, right. Borgia. So this family was like the American version of that, right? Like they had the beautiful daughter and she was like in on it and she had to be the bait.
Yep.
Excuse me.
It's pretty scary. And then who's my most feared serial killer? I think Ed Kemper, because he was just friends with the cops. Remember Ed Kemper? He was like a big guy.
Yo.
The co-ed killer. He was friends with the cops and hung out with them like every night at their cop bar.
Sure did.
And then he was just gearing up to eventually kill his mom. So
was
his
he
mom
the one that was the real life basis for Silent Night? What was it? Silent Night, Deadly Night, I want to say. No.
I didn't see that.
Je ne sais pas. I don't know.
It was one of the Christmas murder story movies where a bunch of college girls stay in their frat house over Christmas vacation. And
oh, great.
It sounds like a B movie for sure. No.
This guy, like, back in the 70s, it was all about peace and love. And so there were all these hippie kids hitchhiking everywhere because they thought it was safe because they were coming off of like the 50s, and like they, and then it was becoming more and more and more dangerous, but it was that cusp in between it being more safe and being way more dangerous. And so these girls would just hitchhike a ride and he would pick them up, and then he was like into decapitating their corpses and like doing all kinds of things with the heads and like all kinds of gross stuff. And it was all because he was angry at his mom. His mom had yelled at him.
Oh yeah. Well, and you were talking about how he was real friendly with the police. Like he would also, because even after the murder would happen, he would kind of ask questions, but he'd he'd kind of backdoor it so it didn't sound like it was him.
Yeah, and then he was happy to go to prison because then he got to live with cops for the rest of his life. He enjoys prison and likes being in there. Because some people, I'm not going to just say guys, but a lot of guys, they like that kind of like regimented, militaristic lifestyle.
Sure. Yeah.
And so that's what I thought happened to Chris Watts too. Like Chris Watts is the guy who's a family annihilator. He had what people thought was the perfect family, this woman, 2 kids, and then a third one on the way. And I guess it was too expensive for him or whatever. And he decided it was like a huge burden and he didn't really want it. And he killed his wife and 2 kids out of the blue. Like he was a beloved son-in-law, you know, happy father. The wife was on Instagram with like her whole multi-level marketing thing that she was doing and all pictures of her husband and family and like all this stuff. And they were like, seriously, one of those people, you know, they were one of those families that was always on social media telling everyone how happy they are. And then the next thing you know, like nobody knows where she is. The kids are gone too. Everybody is wondering what happened. She had a doctor's appointment. She didn't make it. And the neighbors are like really scared. And then he admitted it. He strangled his wife and 2 kids and buried them out in the desert. And it was, you know, out of the blue. Like it could have been anyone's neighbor.
Sure.
And that was the thing. Like and then they proved that he was actually gay on the down low and he had a boyfriend. And so what I think happened was he decided that lifestyle was for him and he liked it. And he was sorry that he had gone into the hetero lifestyle and decided that he was just going to have a do-over. And he's okay with living in prison. He gets, you know, boyfriends there and his lifestyle, like a regimented lifestyle where he gets up at the same time every day and goes to bed at the same time. And it's comforting for some people. They like it.
Right.
And he decided it wasn't that bad. All he had to do was wear orange every day and he could have all this fun and, you know, so that's the scary part is like some people, they enjoy that punishment lifestyle and it's not really a punishment for them. So that's what's the worst about it is because there's no barrier to stop these guys from like doing whatever they want. As long as the family doesn't seek the death penalty, that would be the only thing for him is if the family sought the death penalty for what he did and they couldn't do it. They couldn't make themselves do it. So he's alive and happy in prison right now. That's scary, right?
Retirement.
I know, right? Like he just decided it's too much work. He's working too hard because I guess they were a family that would make $200,000 and then spend $220,000. So they were like always in debt. They had the huge house. They had the huge SUV. They had the 2 kids with the third one on the way. So they think that was the third kid that like pushed him over the edge because he could barely afford the private school payments and like all that stuff for the other 2 girls. And it just pushed him over the edge. And he was like, how come I'm making $200,000 and spending every single cent of what I have? And he was so immature that he couldn't handle it and just say that he wanted a divorce. And, you know, it just happened. And supposedly he had a girlfriend on the side, but he had a boyfriend on the side.
Yeah.
So I think the girlfriend on the side was a cover up for the boyfriend.
Oh, absolutely.
You know what I'm saying?
Good old Beard.
What happened?
Oh, you say Beard.
That's what they called it back in the old days.
Beard, right.
They still do.
Right. I study this stuff all the time. And I have a background in psychology. I majored in psych when I was in school. So I'm always trying to like pick these guys apart.
What about the really crazy, over-the-top ones? Like, do you guys know about the Axeman in New Orleans who claimed to be a devil from hell? He claimed he could turn invisible.
Hi, everybody. Welcome. My name is Kelly Doherty. I am a queer science fiction and fantasy author who lives in the land of the midnight sun, Alaska, Eagle River specifically. And first up, I wanted to thank Expo Online for allowing me to do this reading. I really do appreciate it. And I think this event is super cool. So good job, guys. For this event, for my event, I'm just going to be doing a reading. I'll chat about my new book, Curling Vines and Crimson Trades. I'll do a reading, and then we're supposed to open up to a Q&A, but I heard through the grapevine that the Q&A feature isn't necessarily enabled right now, which is perfectly okay. I'll probably do a little bit longer reading then, and maybe incorporate some of the questions that I've gotten in past readings and past events that I've been in. I thought that would be kind of cool. We might end a little bit early, but I'll let the Evil Expo folks know. And then I also really wanted to say a quick thank you to all of you too. Thank you so much for spending your Saturday with me, whether it be 9 o'clock in the morning in Alaska here, or 1 in Eastern time, or wherever you are. Thank you so much for logging in and tuning in, and I hope you enjoy this reading. So let's get started then, shall we? My book is called Curling Vines and Crimson Trades. It is an adult fantasy manuscript that is centered on a rare goods trader named Orinda Silverstone. Her wife, Nos, gets kidnapped, and Orinda has to do these nearly impossible tasks and trades just to get her wife back. The problem is her best friend also has a task list, and the final one is to kill Orinda. It has themes of like trust, reconnecting with something you've once lost, and learning to speak when people want to silence you. It was published by Desert Palm Press, which is a queer publishing house in California, Lower 48. And it came out in November of 2020, so last year. Here is the cover again. Look at how pretty it is. You'll note, one thing to note, this has a fancy little ribbon over here. It goes all the way around. This is because this is actually a proof copy. I have not yet received my other copies. One of the lovely things about living in Alaska is that you tend to get things a little bit later. So I'm still waiting for my author copies to get here. All of that to say is if you do decide to purchase one of these lovely novels, yours will not have this little strip. This is called a proof copy. That's why it has that on there. It won't have a fancy ribbon on yours. Sorry to disappoint. So a little bit more about my book. This is actually the second book of a 5-book fantasy series called The Broken Chronicles. Don't let that scare you though, because I have written the books in such a way where they're supposed to be standalone. The first 4 books have their own main characters, their own central storyline. Each book has one character, and the 5th book will then bring them all together. So basically, you should be able to just pick up this book, have the adventure with Orinda, and move on with your life. However, it would be really great if you could read all the books once they come out, but that's totally your prerogative. I do have it set in a way where you would have to read at least one of these books before jumping into the 5th book, because it would just be easier to, build a world in that way and experience the characters. But again, totally up to you. I only have 2 books out right now. The first book is called Sun-Kissed Feathers and Severed Ties. This one is about a moon knight named Misty. She gets a blood pendant attached to her neck, and she has to deal with the deadly consequences of it. This one has themes of finding new love, friends to lovers kind of thing, of the importance of companion animals, and the importance of friendship is really, really key to this one. So yes, this came out. This is Misty's story. She's the Moon Knight who gets the blood pendant attached to her neck. The second one is this one, Curling Vines and Crimson Trades. This is one that I'm going to be reading from today. It's Orinda's story. So yeah. Okay, let's get started with the reading then, shall we? So for the reading today, I'm going to start off by reading the first snippet that I have. It's actually the very beginning of the story, page 2, which is great. Orinda and Nos, her wife, are basically having a quiet day in. They're about to go to sleep, and they hear a noise outside. They decide to ignore the noise and just go to bed because it's been a really long day. So here we go. A deafening crash, followed by a cascade of splintering wood and glass, disrupted the quiet moment. Orinda shot to her feet. Sunlight spilled inside like liquid fire, blacklighting the figures that crawled in. They carried curved bronze swords and wore long, hooded white robes. Orinda gasped. Panaraya's worshippers' robes. Worshippers of the evil sun goddess, rival and sister of the moon goddess Orinda worshipped. Her followers were known to be malevolent, spreading bloody chaos in the name of their deity. 5 of them had just broken into Orinda's home. Nos screamed. Her eyes glowed blue, and as their crafting took its toll on her body, a matching glowing wound inched its way open across her cheek. Dark blue blood dripped down her skin. She winced. A bubble of cobalt energy burst from her, forming a wall and slamming the intruders away. Orinda's fear turned to fury. She charged forward, heading for her own weapon. One intruder rose faster than the others, but Nos used her crafting again, and an azure wall pummeled the figure like a wave. Grabbing her sword, Orinda turned, weapon ready. They attacked as one, but Orinda ducked, parried, and slashed, holding her ground between them and Nos. Anger boiled inside of her. She grabbed one of the intruders, a man with a black beard that nearly hid his wicked grin, and stabbed him in the stomach. His death groan fueled her. A female with a scar across her neck got lucky, slicing Orinda's arm. Sharp pain followed the blade as it bit into her skin. Orinda sidestepped, parrying a second sweeping arch of the woman's blade to the wooden floor and kicking her in the side. A sickening crack sounded, and the woman screamed. Orinda sliced her neck. The woman's yell ceased. Orinda leapt back as a third slash nicked her cheek, the attacker misjudging the distance between them. Fire burned under her eye, but she lashed out. How dare they come into my home, she thought. Her sword glinted until all 5 lay dead. Nos. Panting, she looked back at her wife, who stood beside the bed, trembling, eyes still glowing blue. A 6th intruder snuck up behind her. Where did he come from? Orinda threw out her hand. Her Elu blood sang with power, but she hesitated. Her heart pounded. What if I make it worse? Broken long ago and shattered like the glass on the floor, her crafting had become hard to control. She charged instead, lifting her sword. Nos, to your left, she yelled. Nos turned just in time to see the intruder raise his weapon and smash the hilt onto her head. She slumped over. Orinda's heart clenched, but the intruder grabbed Nos's arms, drawing her onto his shoulders. Something hit her from behind, hard. White, hot pain lanced through her head, shuddering down her neck and shoulders. Her world brightened, spun. She fell to her knees, catching the side of the bed to keep from falling flat. A hand grabbed her bushy hair, pulling her head back, and a rough cloth bag slipped over her, blinding her, suffocating her. Someone pulled her hands behind her back and chained them together. Nos! She had to do something. Her chest tightened, each breath a struggle against the cloth. Still, she fought. When someone tried to pull her to her feet, she reared back. A satisfying crunch and pain blossoming in the back of her skull told her she'd met her mark. The intruder groaned. Good. Once standing, she kicked, but hands grabbed her foot and twisted. Her ankle wrenched to the side, and a deep ache shuddered up her leg. She yelped, landing hard on the floor. Her ankle throbbed. Her head pounded. Still, she struggled, thrashed, flailed. Fear drove her to fight. Nos! I have to get to Nos! Sudden pain cracked her side of the temple, and Orinda knew no more. Shivering against the cold, Orinda awoke on a hard stone floor. Pebbles jabbed into her cheek. Roughly hewn dark rock walls surrounded her. A single candle lit up the area, the weak yellow light flickering with each breath. Amazingly, her hands had been freed, so she pushed herself up to stand, clutching the wall for support. An ache shot down her side when she straightened. She gasped. Her scalp twinged where someone had grabbed her hair. She ran a shaking hand through her bushy curls, palming the area. Where am I? She thought. Where's Nos? Her heart tripped over itself, panic sweeping through her chest and threatening to overwhelm her. She breathed in and out until her racing heart slowed. Being scared won't help. The rock room was empty. Her breath misted in front of her, and she rubbed her bare arms to keep warm. A tunnel branched away from the room, twisting into darkness. Arenda grabbed the candle, intending on using it to explore. When she glanced at the tunnel again, a bald woman in a robe stood there, almost out of reach of the candle's glow. Arenda's palm slickened. Anaxuna? She offered, the greeting in the Namora tongue. Who are you? Another captive like me? The woman stepped closer without a sound, and Arenda eyed her. The woman's markings, sharp brown points like thorns on a vine, stood out on her wrinkly, pale yellow skin. A Namora, and an old one. From the markings, Arenda knew this woman came from the Werteg Grove, home of the low bush Namora, who cared for and traded shrubbery, berries, and flowers. She traded with them before, a peaceful people. But what is she doing here? Arenda tightened her grip around the candle, fingers digging into the softening wax. The Namora woman came closer. Her tall form nearly brushed the top of the ceiling. Arenda held her ground. Have you seen my wife, Nos? You'll see her soon enough, the woman replied, her voice deeper than Arenda expected. Arenda's gut clenched like she had a bad piece of meat. That's not the voice of a prisoner. Nerves pulled her body tight, a bowstring ready to fire. The woman finally stepped fully into the candle's light. Her long white robe, a Panerai worshipper's robe, trimmed in gold, shifted around her scarily thin form. I can take her. Where is she? Arenda asked. If you hurt her, I'll... The Namora lifted her hands, long, bony fingers reaching out for Arenda. Her eyes and markings flashed deep brown, and thick green vines cracked the rock beneath Arenda's feet. They wrapped tight around her legs and torso, then pulled Arenda to the ground in a kneeling position. Her ankle throbbed under the pressure. Panic rose in her throat, and she grunted as the vines enveloped her arms, too. Gods! The frail image she had of this Namora vanished. A powerful crafter towered over her. Between one breath and the next, she'd been caught. Her confidence shattered. Vines, she thought. I forgot about the Gussa vines. The candle was now nestled in some tendrils by Arenda's knee, the Namora holding that upright as well. The flame flickered as the bald woman drew closer. She gave a single laugh, her dull green eyes peering into Arenda's. Patience. First, I get to play with you. Kneeling, the woman tore Arenda's tunic off, revealing the dark umber skin of her shoulder. She grabbed Arenda's hair and yanked her head to the side, running cold fingers across her neck. Arenda trembled. Nausea turned her stomach. The woman gave Arenda a sickening grin. Her eyes glowed bronze, the thorn-like markings doing the same. This may hurt. 10 green shoots branched off of the vine, holding Arenda's legs, crawling their way up her chest, heading for her right shoulder. Arenda strained against the bindings as the tip of each shoot lengthened and thinned into a needle-like point, all of them hovering over her skin. Her heartbeat pounded in her ears. What is she? She didn't have time to finish her thought. One after another, the tiny vines pierced her shoulder. Agony spiked through her, shuddering as the shoots pulled under her skin and crystallizing as the needle-like points burst back out again. They wove in and out of her flesh. The tendrils made a path over her shoulder and below her collarbone. She tried to yank herself away, but the thicker vines held her tight. The tendrils felt like fire, and she nearly blacked out from the pain. It would have been a blessing to pass out. Finally, the shoot stilled. Arenda panted, skin burning. The Namora woman grinned, eyes and markings dimming to the usual coloring. She wiped some of the blood oozing down Arenda's arm, staining her fingers dark blue. I do believe this is my best one yet. Best one? Steeling herself, Arenda looked at her shoulder. Bile rose in her throat. A circular design of tendrils had been embedded in the top of her shoulder, tracing down under her collarbone. Stitched. Her blood pooled around the greenery. How? Arenda had never known crafting like this before, not even in the tales her parents had told her as a child. While she gasped at the sight, the agony subsided into a dull ache. Fresh scabs formed around the vines. Fingers gripped her other shoulder, and it took Arenda a few moments to realize someone was healing her. She craned to look where a figure stood behind her in a white robe, face hidden by a hood. A moment later, the figure let go and disappeared into the shadows of the rock corridor. They hadn't healed her completely, but they did take the edge off. The burning sensation had subsided into a sting. The bald woman tilted Arenda's face back to her, capturing her gaze in an intense green glare. Listen to me, Arenda. These vines are part of your contract. Each time you complete a task, I will know, and one of these vines will wither and die. Once you complete all 10, the contract will be finished, and you may return for your wife. Contract? Tasks? Arenda's mind spun before stalling on the woman's last words. Return from her wife? Nos. A new wave of dread clenched Arenda. She threw her whole body against the vines. The greenery didn't move. She tried to pull her hands free and failed there, too. What is all of this? What did you do to Nos? Nothing, the woman chuckled. Yet. Arenda's heart thudded as fear tingled through her being. Yet? She had to see Nos. She had to see Nos right now. How do I know you're not lying? I will show you. The woman waved her hands, her eyes and markings glimmering to copper once more. The thicker vines around Arenda's body fell away. Arenda stood. Her legs wobbled. Her entire body trembled. On instinct, she touched her wounded shoulder. Her skin was tender, bruised blue, and when she moved, a shooting pain tore through her. She tucked her ripped tunic under her arm and straightened. I have to save Nos. Arenda took a deep breath. What would you have me do? Follow me. After a few twists and turns, the tunnel opened up. Arenda stood before another woman sitting in an ornate, high-backed chair. The dark wooden seat looked especially strange, since everything else was rock, but the woman occupying the chair looked like she belonged in it, in here. Hard as stone, her features were sharp, her dark pants crisp. Even her crimson tunic had hard edges pressed into it. A large green gemstone rested over her heart, glinting in the low light of the candles surrounding her. Their flickering lights cast long shadows on the cave wall. Panaraya worshippers often used candles and lanterns as their light sources in honor of their fiery goddess, and Arenda couldn't help but notice the dozens of them in this one cavern alone. The gemstone stole the light once more, drawing her eyes. The mark cut into it looked familiar, but Arenda couldn't place it. The woman's pale gray eyes followed the crimson coin she had flipped in the air. She flipped it again, ignoring Arenda and the Baldemora. 2 other tunnels curved away from the space, but other than the throne, the chamber looked empty. Where's my wife? Arenda said through gritted teeth. The gray-eyed woman snatched the coin, looking at the spare piece of metal in her palm, then languidly turned her attention to notice Arenda and the Namora standing before her. Maravite, Arenda Silverstone, the gray-eyed woman said, the Elu word for hello tumbling from her tongue. Gods, even her voice was hard as rock. How does the stranger know my name? Arenda thought. She scowled. Show me Nos. The woman crossed her legs at the ankle, one booted foot over the other, eyes roaming over Arenda's wounded shoulder. I see Kiev gave you the contract already. She's told you the rules? Kiev. Arenda glanced at the bald crafter next to her. At least I have a name. I finish the tasks for you. You give me Nos. Now where is she? Okay, so that was the first section that I wanted to read to you guys today. I decided to read this section because I wanted to highlight the 2 main villains in the story, the main antagonists. This is Evil Expo, after all, and I wanted to showcase that Kiev, and then later you'll learn the gray-eyed woman is called Mora. But yeah, I want to showcase them. I also wanted to showcase some of the crafting or magic that's in my world, as well as Arenda's badass sword skills. Oh, I noticed that there might be an actual chat. So 1 second, please, while I click this link. Hold on a second. Let me join the chat really quick. Okay, let's see if there's any questions for me. Hey, everyone. Thanks for joining. We can actually open it up for questions. And before I get to my next section, in case there are any questions, let me know. So yeah, let's see if there's any questions that filter in really quick. Let's see. And if there isn't, we can always just go ahead and move on to the next section of the reading that I wanted to do too. So one moment, please. Any questions? Questions thus far? Okay, let me just see. Okay, so while we wait for some questions to filter into the chats, let me move on to my next reading. So, like I had said before, I had wanted to focus this reading, since this is Evil Expo, all about the villains, antagonists. I wanted to focus this next reading on another antagonist as well. So like I said in the very beginning, this is about Curling Vines and Crimson Trades. Orenda's wife, Nos, gets kidnapped. You actually saw that scene right there. And Orenda has to do these tasks and trades just to get her wife back, the contract that I read earlier. The problem is her best friend also has a task list, and the final one is to kill Orenda. And so in this scene, I actually highlight Jax, Orenda's best friend. It's about quarter of the way through the book, page 94, if you want to read along. But it's about a quarter of the way through the book. Orenda is still desperately trying to do all of her tasks, trying to get them done before Nos gets injured, and she's actually attacked by Jax, her best friend. Jax is also trying to finish her final task of killing Orenda, and so they clash a lot in the book. And while Jax isn't necessarily the main villain, she is definitely an antagonist, and one that Orenda is broken by. She is really upset that her best friend is trying to kill her, like you would be if someone was trying to kill you and it happened to be your best friend. So while Jax isn't necessarily the main villain, she's definitely an antagonist. So I'm going to read her section now. Amazed, Orenda turned back to find Jax's eyes glowing a mooncrafter's blue. She had just enough time to mutter a curse before an azure wall burst from Jax's hands. The wall slammed into Orenda. She flew back and landed so hard her breath left her. The arrow tip, still embedded in her side, felt like a bead of fire working its way under her skin. Groaning, she rolled to her knees. Tears blurred her vision. Panerai ass, she's pissed. Orenda's own crafting surged within her, yearning to be free. But she didn't even have enough time to ready her sword before another cobalt wall knocked her down again. Rolling and tumbling in the mud, she threw her arm awkwardly out to the side to keep from injuring herself with the ruksha. Having a sword buckled to her arm seemed like an idiotic idea now. She hauled herself to her feet and wiped the grime from her eyes with the back of her hand. Crafting cuts wound up Jax's neck, but the blue wall had vanished. What is she doing now? Orenda thought. A sapphire light washed over her from behind, and Orenda spun. Her entire body went cold. A shimmering image of a woman in full plate armor and carrying a spear loomed over Orenda. A guardian. She stumbled back, heart thumping a frantic beat. A guardian was unique to Elu crafting, one usually reserved for battles, not something like this. She'd seen Jax make them before, but had never fought one. Gods! The toll this took on the crafter was immense, a true act of desperation. Every fiber of Orenda's being told her this was wrong, that this fight wasn't the right path. The guardian jabbed at her with a spear, Orenda summoning the Raksha's crafting. To her horror, the guardian spear drove right through the cobalt shield. The spear touched Orenda's armor and disappeared as an icicle-like feeling drove through her chest. Her muscles seized. Air rushed from her lungs. The guardian pulled back, the shimmering spear reforming as it left Orenda's body. Gasping, Orenda stumbled back from the guardian. She couldn't handle being pierced by that spear again. Even though it technically hadn't left a mark on her, No blood, no wound, just freezing cold. A stabbing pain, sharp as glass, spread through her body with every beat of her heart, splintering through her muscles and bones. She lurched under the second spear attack and staggered towards Jax. Jax couldn't make another shield while that guardian stayed on the field. Couldn't do much else, actually. You were powerful, but unique crafting like that demanded their full attention. Each breath a knife to her lungs, Arenda threw her entire weight behind the punch to Jax's jaw. Her knuckles cracked into flesh and bone, throwing Jax to the ground. The guardian flickered out. Arenda lifted the Raksha. She could end this. But when Jax looked up at her with pain in her eyes, blood dribbling from her mouth, Arenda stilled. She couldn't do it. The seasons of friendship stopped her sword. Jax, remember when we first decided to go into trading and had to fight that terrifying sun creature Needies right outside the gate? The sun creature had been a four-legged fuzzy beast that towered over Jax and Arenda. It had been their first real battle together. It was many seasons ago, but Jax had to remember it. I got a scar on my shoulder blade, and you got the one behind your ear. Desperation pained Jax's features. Slipping a hand under her mud-caked armor, she drew out a small dagger and threw it at Arenda. The knife slipped past her already ripped armor, sinking into Arenda's chest. Agony tore from the wound, burned under her skin. Blood seeped around the blade. Arenda gasped, looking down at the knife in her chest. Her vision blurred, cleared, then blurred again, her eyes trying to focus on something and failing. She lowered the ruckshot to her side and grabbed the dagger with her free hand. Instinct told her not to pull it out, though she desperately wanted to. A deep-seated throbbing began in her chest, peaking to an intense twinge before dimming again, only to peak. She could feel every beat of her heart, hear the blood rushing in her ears. Jax, Arenda backed away. How could you? And there you go. So yeah, I just wanted to read a really quick snippet of Curling Vines and Crimson Trades to showcase and highlight Jax, Arenda's best friend. She's also not really a villain, but more of an antagonist throughout the story because she is also trying to finish her tasks so she can save a loved one. And unfortunately, her final task is to actually kill Arenda. And so throughout the story, they clash quite a bit. Okay, so let me check the chat to see if there are any questions. Hold on a second. One just said, love everything. No questions, having a good time popping and listening. Thank you. Also love the background, such a beautiful color. Thank you for that comment. So this background, this is actually my bedroom, but I painted the wall orange because that's my favorite color. And it's also super bright. It's really beneficial that I did that because since COVID-19 happened, the whole world went to a virtual setting. And so yeah, it's actually great because the background is really, really nice and something calming. So since there aren't any questions quite yet, I actually do have one other section that I can read really quickly. Hold on a second. Let me go to it. So like I said before, in case you have just joined the stream, my name is Kelly Doherty. I'm a queer author from the land of the midnight sun, which is Alaska, Eagle River specifically, if you know your history, geography, not history, if you know geography. I write science fiction and fantasy. The book that I am currently reading out from today is Curling Vines and Crimson Trades. It is the second book of the Broken Chronicles. Book one is Sun-Kissed Feathers and Severed Ties. And so I'm just reading snippets from it today during this event. Just in case you hopped in right now, that's just a little background for you. So the snippet that I'm going to be reading now is actually more towards the beginning of the story. It is Arenda is still trying to do her tasks. That's basically her main goal throughout the story, is to get her tasks done to save her wife, Nos, who's been kidnapped. And she is trying to get her tasks done. She ends up at the Pyre Twins wood shop, trying to finish her next task. And she actually knows the twins before. She's worked with them and she knows them as thieves. So she just realized that they must be also working for Nos's kidnappers. And so she's really, really not excited about this meeting. Yeah, let's get to the reading then, shall we? Giving her a wink, Lan opened his arms wide. His pale skin all but glowed in the day-gemmed light. Welcome to my shop. Dressed in layers of dark blue and gray, Lan had white wood chips hanging from his long blonde hair and from the dark scarf tucked around his neck. It seemed he had been wood turning before his patron arrived. Arenda Silverstone. Lan's quiet, gritty voice rolled over her name. So lovely to see you once again. You as well, Lan. The lie came out easily, but by the way Lan's golden eyes sparkled, she knew she'd been caught in it. He chuckled. How do you Elu say it? Spoto? Arenda shook her head. The rough Divit's tongue could never form the melodic syllables of the Elu language. Sveto, brother, a woman's voice rumbled out from the back, much too loud for this quiet space. Lyra. They say Sveto. I'm only here to grab the sunburnt crystals waiting for me, Arenda muttered, wanting to leave before Lan's sister decided to confront her in person. She wished Jax was present to provide a buffer in case Lyra did come out from the back. The two women seemed to have a rapport, and Jax always seemed happier after she'd seen the lady thief. Arenda hadn't seen her friend in a long time, not since... Certainly. Lan gave her a curious look, gaze stalling on his face, before dipping behind the counter to rummage through some items underneath. Arenda tapped her finger on the countertop, thinking about her next move. The gardener she was supposed to deliver the crystals to lived east of Marion. A night trip, if that, and one she could make on her way to her third task, transporting weapons. Why can't these lazy fools just distribute the Gussa items themselves, she thought. Arenda knew better than to ask again. The poisonous leaf warned her away from defiance. Ask another question about why they needed these tasks done, or be even a night late in finishing, and Kiev would somehow burn the leaf. Even with a distance between them, Arenda had no doubt in her mind that the Namora could release the poison. Crafting limits be damned. Lan straightened. Before Arenda could grab the sack he held, Lyra pushed aside the black curtain, separating the front of the shop from the back. Her lithe form sashayed over. Her golden gaze widened ever so slightly at Arenda before she held out a hand. Lan dropped the sack into her sister's palm. Twins to the core, Lyra's garb mirrored her brother's, her blonde hair dipping past her shoulders. She, too, had wood chips scattered on her clothing, and the same dark scarf covered most of her pale neck. Her grin was that of a prowler's, much colder than Lan's. You wouldn't know how to work them. Her voice sounded rougher, too, sharp and hard around the edges. Work what? Arenda thought. The crystals? Lyra tipped the contents out of the bag. Much to Arenda's surprise, 2 small boxes slid into Lyra's open palm. Each box had 3 interlocking layers of different color wood, brown, black, and crimson. No special carvings or fancy paint, and not even a single gemstone adorned these mysterious boxes. Arenda scowled. I thought I was transporting crystals, not boxes. Lyra winked. They're inside. Inside? Arenda bristled. Why make it harder than it should be, she thought. This is why I don't work with thieves. I would have locked them up by now. Iron cells for them both. When Arenda arched her eyebrow in disbelief, Lyra placed one of the boxes on the desk and held the other up at eye level. It's so they can be kept secret if someone were to go snooping. I'll prove it to you, Red. But watch close. I won't be showing you again. Annoyed, Arenda narrowed her eyes. Ren. As if the woman knew her well enough to call her that. Jax had called her that once in the presence of this thief. Now Lyra used the nickname each time they saw each other. Thankfully, these meetings were few and far in between. Arenda tried to press aside her ever-rising frustration and watched. After a few quick pushes on the corners of the wood, the box fell apart in Lyra's hand. Arenda tried and failed to stifle a gasp. Lovely, right? Lyra grinned, though her eyes held no warmth. In the center of the wood sat a small crystal. A crystal, though one Arenda hadn't encountered before. That's why they're called sunburnt, she thought. Crimson in color, the crystal had rough-hewn sides and no wiring wrapped around it to fasten it to staffs or belts. It glowed softly, like a cinder, on Lyra's palm. Carefully reassembling the wooden pieces, Lyra slid the box into being once more. The crystal held safely inside. Don't try to open this box again, Lyra warned. You'll never be able to. If by some measure of an insane luck you did get the unlocking combination correct, you'd never be able to put it back together again. Trust me, you'd want these to remain hidden. Arenda stole a glance at the ornate cases on the nearby shelves. Do all of them have hidden spaces, she wondered. She assumed as much. So many things could be concealed in this shop, waiting to be smuggled past some unsuspecting guard. She held out her hand, wanting to grab the Gussa boxes and move on to her next task. Am I a smuggler too? She wondered. A ripple of disgust went through her. Yes. Lan had never stopped looking at her, a curious expression lingering on his face. Could you give me and my sister one moment before we finish this deal? Arenda's headache grew to pounding, like a Strixie pecked on her forehead, and she sighed. She wanted to say no, but perhaps this was part of the tasks? See how long she'd stand being in the presence of these two thieves? Fine, she said. One moment. Leon nodded, tugging his sister into the back. They disappeared behind a cloth to the workroom. Arenda leaned heavily against the counter, her eyes briefly closed. I'll have to sleep soon. Her shoulder and feet ached, as did her heart. She shivered, even though her cloak usually kept her warm. Everything felt heavy, too heavy for Arenda to keep carrying alone. Please, Alaraya, help me. I can't take this much longer. A warm tingle flowed through her body in reply. Like a nighttime summer breeze, Alaraya's comfort banished some of the chill away. She didn't know how long she stood there, waiting, looking at the wood around her, but it felt like an eternity. And there you go. So I wanted to read that section because Lan and Lyra, the two thieving twins, the Sun Goddess worshippers, Arenda assumes, that are working with Nasa's kidnappers, are actually part of the story as well. They end up coming along with Arenda in order to guard the crimson crystals that she was getting, because the crimson crystals are very, very rare. They're very powerful, and both Lan and Lyra have been told by Nasa's kidnappers that they need to come along with Arenda, and Ren is not excited about that, even in the slightest. But yeah, I wanted to introduce those two characters as well, because they're part of Arenda's story. So you've actually been introduced to all the characters, the main characters in Arenda's story. There's Arenda Silverstone, the swordswoman, badass lady that she is, the main character, who the story is actually all about and whose story is focused on. You've also met Lan and Lyra, the pirate twins, the thieves, Sun Goddess worshippers that are coming along with Arenda to guard the crimson sunburnt crystals. She's not excited about that. And then you've also met Jax, a fellow trader and one of Arenda's best friends. And Jax is the one who has the other task list from these same kidnappers. And in order to save her family, she has to do the final task, which is to kill Arenda. And throughout the book, she'll actually be clashing with Arenda quite heavily. And so yeah, I wanted to introduce you to all the main characters. And you've also met Kiev and Mora, the main two villains that I read in the very beginning of this reading, about how Kiev wounded and stitched greenery into Arenda's shoulder. So that's the whole reading that I wanted to do today. Again, this is Curling Vines and Crimson Trades. It came out from Desert Palm Press, and it was published last year, November 2020. Let me look at the chat really, really quickly to see if there are any questions for me. So one second while I navigate over there. You appreciated the reading. Thank you so much, Carta, for telling me that you appreciate the reading. I really appreciate you being here and hanging out with me. So we do have a couple of minutes left, and I thought it would be kind of fun to bring up some questions that some other people have brought to my attention during some other readings that I have been doing. Like I said, this book came out just last year, November 2020. So I have been doing a lot of different readings and events trying to spread the word. So yeah. So some of the questions that I've gotten before include, when did I start writing? That is always a really fun question for me to answer because it is incredibly geeky. I started writing when I was a young child, probably around a teenager, because I was super into Digimon and Pokemon. I don't know if you guys know that. They're anime shows from back in the day. I was really into them, and I really wanted to be in their world some more, and I just wanted to live with the characters and have adventures with them. And so I started writing fan fiction in those worlds, and it was incredibly geeky, and that really sparked my passion for writing. And so I started writing fan fiction. I wrote many stories. I'm still actually writing fan fiction to this day under Serenity Quill, and I just really loved it, and I honed my skills in writing, because the great part about writing fan fiction and being in that world is that you don't need to do any of the heavy lift of creating a world or even creating characters. Like, they're already established, and you already know their ticks and their tricks and their personalities. You know that this one guy is going to be a rough and tumble, and you know the one girl is going to be sassy because you've seen them. And so I really appreciated that. And I, especially when I was first starting to write, I appreciated the fact that I didn't have to do all that legwork, and I could just focus on plotting and creating stories that I was interested in and that other people were interested in as well. So after I started writing fan fiction, it was about a few years of me just dabbling and having fun and going on fanfiction.net. I don't know if you all remember that. It's kind of an old site. Now I actually write on Archive of Our Own under Serenity Quill. And so I started writing fan fiction, did that for a couple of years, and I really wanted to make my own world and make my own characters. And so from fan fiction, I eventually moved to original fiction. And so that's where I am today. I have actually written quite a lot of stories. I have 4 books out at the moment. The first 2 are actually a science fiction duology called Finding Hecate and Losing Hold. It is based on a spaceship captain named Mia. She's being hunted, and they find her once again. She has to make a choice: stick with her crew and fight, or run, like she's done before. The problem is her time as herself is running out. And so that was my first foray into the book publishing world. I actually got picked up by Desert Palm Press, which is an independent publishing house in Lower 48, California specifically. And they've been really great. I love working with them. They picked up my first 2 books, and then they also actually picked up the fantasy series that I pivoted into. So I started sci-fi because I'm really into science fiction. I'm such a geek for speculative fiction of all kinds. And then I pivoted into fantasy. And so I started writing the Broken Chronicles, which the first book, in case you missed it earlier on today, is Sun-Kissed Feathers and Severed Ties. It came out in March of 2019. Super exciting. And the second book is Curling Vines and Crimson Trades, which we're talking about today. So yeah, started writing fan fiction, pivoted into original fiction, kept on writing. I also write flash fiction, and short stories and poetry and some nonfiction as well. So I like to run the whole gamut. And I do that because I tend to, when I am writing fantasy, when I'm writing my longer novels, like this is a chunk of a book. And so when I'm writing it, I tend to sometimes get burned out a little bit. And I want to write something different for a little while. I don't want to write another novel, though. I know some authors are fabulous in that way, and they can work on multiple books at the same time. I'm not like that. I have to work on one book, one character arc, one narrative until the book is done. So to combat that, whenever I felt a little tired or even overwhelmed about the story that I was trying to write, I would just dive into fan fiction, just to write something that's like 250 words long, and just to kind of reset my mind, especially when you get writer's block. I find that's super helpful. That's also something that I get a question that I get asked is how to overcome writer's block. And that's always my answer is I always say to try to write something different for a little while. Not a whole book, because I tend, for me at least, that tends to make me focus on something totally different. And I don't want to focus on something totally different for a long time. But I do suggest that you guys write flash fiction. It's up to 1,000 words, super short story, or even write a short story too, or even write a poem, just to break out of that block that you have. And who knows, that flash fiction story or the short story or even the poem might actually segue into a new book, into a new idea, into a new character. I also like to say if you have writer's block, to add a dragon to your stories. And that's not to say to add like an actual dragon, although you could do it in every single genre, and I have proof of that. But it's not to say to add an actual dragon. You don't actually have to add a dragon if you don't want to. But I find that amping up the tension, especially if you're in an area of the book that maybe you're not that keen about or you don't really feel the tension, is if you manifest tension and you add a dragon, you add a battle to it. Maybe the villain finally is able to find the main character and is able to jump on them. Maybe the villain's minions are able to pinpoint and have tracked them down and is able to fight them. I find that that really amps up the tension. And it's not like a manufactured fight. You have to weave it into the story as well. But I find that that really helps me. And even if I do add a dragon and I end up taking that section out because I don't really like it, it at least sparked my motivation to write again. Another question that I often get is, what was it like to write a series, or what is it like to write a series? And to that, I say, it's a lot of organization. I used to be a plotter, or no, I used to be a pantser, a fly by the seat of your pants, just kind of write and see what happens. And that kind of adventure is really fun and really exciting, and I really do like it. But when you're writing a series that has like all of these characters, Misty and Orenda, and the other two characters, Zayla and Adaris, when you're writing this story, you have to know the big picture. And so I have been a hardcore plotter. I have organized everything and it's kind of insane. My Word document is kind of nuts, but it keeps me organized. And while I do allow myself to kind of go off onto a tangent, if I feel like that would be fun to the story, I do often stick with the outline because, like I said before, each book has their own main character. So like in Curling Vines, Orenda is the main character in the story, but you'll also actually meet the other three main characters. You meet Misty in Orenda's story, you meet Adaris, and you meet Zayla in Orenda's story. Just like in Misty's story, you'd meet the other three characters, Orenda and Adaris and Zayla. You just meet all the main characters. It's kind of like a Marvel-esque setting. And so I have to know, because of that, I have to know what each character is doing during this adventure. Well, this is Orenda's storyline and it's her adventure, her successes and triumphs and failures. I also have to know what Misty is doing during this time. I have to know what Adaris is doing. I have to know what Zayla is doing. And so because of that, I have to be super organized. So that's what I do. I have lots of outlines. I have an overarching arc that I'm sticking to. I have lots and lots of Word documents. My desktop is kind of a mess, but that's okay. That's how I tend to do it. It's just organization is key for me. And then another question that I often get asked, especially now, is what was it like to publish a book during the pandemic? Right now, COVID-19 is a thing. It still has been a thing. It still will be a thing for a while to come. And so because of that, the way to publish books have kind of pivoted into the online version of the world, which is great. So normally when a book launches, you have like events, you have a reading, you go to different bookshops, and I've done that in the past, and it's really fun. And you go to conferences, and you have vendor tables, and they're all in person, and so you get that connection with you and the readers or the possible readers, and you get that networking experience, and it's really, really fun. Because of COVID, because of the pandemic, I've had to actually pivot into the online world like everybody has to do. So now it's all about the online events, all about the online readings, all about the networking online. And so while it is very different, I feel like a lot of authors have done a really great job, or at least the best job that we can, to pivot to the online world. And in writing during the pandemic, that was just my escape. Like that is writing is always my escape, and so that's why I write. Is even when the world is falling apart around me, I can still dive into my fantasy world, and I can still have adventures and slay wyverns, and do a lot of really cool magic stuff. So that's why I like to write as well. And then I also often get the question of, what are you currently reading? I actually just finished reading Gideon the Ninth. Super, super snarky characters. Really appreciated that. And I started recently reading The Poppy War. It's actually a couple of years old now. The last book came out this year, I believe, or maybe last year. So it's a little bit old. I just started reading the first book. It's pretty fun. I enjoy it. It's got a lot of history to it, which is interesting. But yeah, I enjoy it. I would recommend it. And then we have about 5 minutes left. So the last question that I usually 100% always get in these author events is what advice would you give to new writers? And so to that, I have two things. First, my first thought, advice for new writers would be to find a critique group, just because it's so important to see, to have your work be basically critiqued, to have your work be read and be looked at by another pair of eyes, especially authors, especially writers, especially with people in your genre, though it's also important to have people outside of your genre look at it too. And so for me, my critique group, I actually found them many, many years ago. I think it was like 9 years ago now, that we formed together. We met at a conference, which is why conferences are great. We formed a critique group, and we've been meeting weekly, every Monday at what used to be Jitters, now it's online, at a coffee shop. We meet every week, and I find their insight is invaluable. And I would always suggest everybody, every writer out there, every creative out there, get a critique group, because it's really, really helpful. And I know right now it's a little bit different and difficult because we are in virtual setting. And so you might take a little bit longer to find a critique group, and you don't necessarily have to meet in person. You can also meet online, but just find one that you mesh well with and that connects with your themes and that understands what you're trying to do. It may take a little bit of time to find a critique group that you really do mesh well with, that you work well with, but it's really amazing. And the second piece of advice, since this is Evil Expo, I am going to give you a second piece of advice for writing villains. I actually talked about this yesterday in the villain author panel. Super exciting. It was really fun. But my one really big piece of advice for when you're writing villains is, how a hero, the hero or the main character, they have a wound or a ghost or a defining moment in their past that basically sparks who they are today and sparks their actions and reactions and motivation, that whatever that happened in the past, that main defining feature. You should also have one for your villain as well. And of course, the villain should be human, should be a character of their own. But I find if you write that defining moment from your villain's point of view, you're really going to get a solid take on who the villain is and what happened to them and why they're the way they are, why they're broken, or why their mindset is the way that they are. And so I find that that really helps it, because just like your main character, just like your protagonist, you also have to build up your antagonist, your villain as well. And so I find writing that snippet, even if you never put it in the story, even if you never look at it again, at least you have it written down and you know what happened to them in their past. You know that defining moment and that wound that they carry with them. So yeah, so that's my main part of advice for writing villains. Okay, and so since we only have a couple of minutes left, I just wanted to wrap this one up. Again, my name is Kelly Doherty. I'm a queer science fiction and fantasy author. I write fiction and fantasy. This is the one I'm talking about today, Curling Vines and Crimson Traits. You can purchase, if you're interested in purchasing a copy of it, you can get it on the Desert Palm Press website. You can also go to Bella Books, Barnes & Noble, bookshop.org, Amazon, anywhere where books are sold, you can probably find it. I would really love to connect with you guys on social media and to chat a little bit more about my stories. I'm always on Twitter and Facebook, Kelly Doherty. You can find all the information on my website, kellydoherty.com. So make sure you look there. And yeah, I'm so thankful for everybody to be here, and thank you so much for listening to my story. And shout out Cardia, thank you so much for being here. And yeah, thanks so much. I hope you have a lovely day and enjoy the rest of the Evil Expo online. Bye, everybody.
Fly over the city. Whoever he was shopping up mostly Italian immigrant couples. And he claimed this was like around 1919-ish. He claimed to like jazz. And any
Your mic has a really bad lag.
Yeah.
But they say that serial killers usually kill whatever they are. So if they see a bunch of missing and dead white women, they think the serial killer is white. If they see a bunch of missing and dead black women, they think the serial killer is black, and so forth.
So Y and I just came on, and Doc Volts was on, and Jeff isn't here, and I have no idea whose time is supposed to be when. So let me ask, Y and I, what time are you supposed to be on?
We're coming on to see you guys at 10:30.
Yeah, I was gonna say,
we'll duck out and enjoy you for the next.
So for the next 10 minutes, we're having a conversation about serial killers, which you're welcome to join, and then it'll be your time.
Yeah, because I think my time was from 9 to 10:30.
Okay.
And if anybody wants to listen to anything else again, just let me know.
But yeah, so they
pleasure actually to welcome Y and I. So hello, Y and I.
Hi.
It's lovely to be talking to you again. Let me see if I can figure out. So I've got you added to the stream.
Hello.
And there should be a way I can. We're doing great. It's so lovely to see you. And it looks like you have a mandolin in your hand.
Whoa. Check
Wow.
you out.
That's
Yes,
really
Chelsea.
impressive. Yeah. Everybody's asking what kind of instrument is that, and you just went mandola. Amazing. Yeah.
So, would you like to begin with a little interview stuff, or would you like to just start playing? It's your time. And
I guess whatever you feel like it. We can say who we are and then get to.
Why
play
don't
some
you
music.
tell our audience a little bit about who you are and what you do? Hopefully, some of our audience heard our interview on In Goth We Trust Wednesday night, and have an idea, but please introduce yourselves.
So we're YNI. My name is Yula, and this is Isaac, and we play bass and drums and a bunch of other things. And yeah, we've been since the beginning of this pandemic. We pretty much did what we're gonna do tonight for you guys every Wednesday, just playing together and experiencing this very awkward and weird time.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anything else? Can I explain? Do you want to ask anything else? I'm from Israel. Isaac is from Mississippi. Don't ask how we end up together, but it's working out. It's fine.
Great.
Hold on a second. I'll put this mandola.
Good for you guys.
I can find room. It's a tiny little instrument. Yeah. So yeah. What else can we say about ourselves? I love falafel and grits and yeah and yeah, we're just very excited to be here.
I
and
actually
play
get
and
that. I
see
actually
new
think
people.
falafel and grits go well together. I know it's not for everybody, but
Yeah. But yes, and we had a really good time also on your radio show
Yeah,
on
for
Wednesday. That was a great surprise.
and it was a pleasure having you guys on the radio show. So, will you be performing live for us, or will you be playing clips, or how do you want to do this?
We're gonna do a little bit of everything. We also have a friend of ours here with us, Emily. She's really talented actor and filmmaker and everything. So she's helping us a little bit today to make it a little more fancy. And so we're gonna do a little bit of everything. And we were hoping, I don't know if it's even possible. Oh, hello. I don't know who that is, but hi.
Oh, hey.
Hey there. But we were hoping also, if I don't know who's watching, and we were hoping if you guys want to write some stuff for us or ask us questions, or also like we do a lot of interactive stuff where we want to improvise songs with you, and so we're going to ask you for certain things. I'm not sure if we can get that working today, if we can see a chat or not, but we can just dive in and start.
You
And
should have a. We can't do a chat for the audience because that function isn't working. But if you look to the side of your screen, you should see a thing you can click that says private chat.
That is yes.
Mm-hmm.
So if you click on that, that'll let you be part of the chat with
Between us,
Christine,
right?
Cynthia, and myself at least.
Okay. Well, we'll just flow with what we have, and yeah. So, do you guys shall we just go ahead and play some music?
Yeah, play some music, please. We'd love to hear
All right.
you.
So, Emily, can you transition us to our phenomenal studio?
Stay it's what I want to. It is what I want to 입이샤가 먹이 버레지 볼엔 starada 먹이 나에게 볼엔 starada 먹이 두기리 다여도 어깨를 두기리 다여도 어깨냐 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 두기리 다여도 어깨냐 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 두기리 다여도 어깨냐 어깨냐 Sitting on your side, you stare out the looking. You dig it out on the love, you dig even your feet. You think that there's still hope for me. I'm at the edge of the world, standing in the gate to hell. Demons out of the rock, demons at night, magic. Save me from my own. I used to look and have you given up all. Pour the water out of the rock, lava, are you with me? Say you take me home, are you believe in? 'Cause I have given up all. To me, lover, say what you have to. Give me to my senses and nothing left to feel. The house are calling, I name of all the mountains. I need to trust in something. Promise you believe in me. Down up in the rock, down up in the rock. Demons at night, magic. Save me from my own. I used to look and I have you given up all. Water out of the rock, lava, are you with me? Sweet, say you take me home, are you believe in? 'Cause I have given up all. Say that you're still out there looking. You didn't give up on my love, you didn't give in to me yet. Tell me now you think that there's still hope for me. I'm at the edge of the world, I'm standing in the gates of hell. Demons out of the rock, demons at night, maze rock. Save me from my own. I used to look and I have you given up all. Water out of the rock, lava, are you with me? Say you take me home, are you believe in? 'Cause I have given up all.
Sizing you up.
Demons at night, save me from my own. I used to look and have you given up all. Water out
passenger to the holy train. Welcome to go into gate number 1705. Close your eyes and let's take a ride into this fantastic experience.
There is nothing real about this body. Moving, moving, moving constantly. There is nothing real about this trance. In trance, in transit, in rhythm and beat. I am asleep, but my heart is awake. I am asleep, but my heart is awake. I know you want my juice from me, out of me, literally, in my shape, spitting images of body. You are made of that is flesh and is mine. You are a god in a way, spitting images of body. There is no reason to believe in love after death. There is no reason to be sure we're not already dead, already dead. I am asleep, but my heart is awake. No, no, no. In trance, in transit, in rhythm and beat. I know you want my dreams from me, out of me, literally, in my shape, spitting images of body. You are made of that is flesh and is blood. You are a god in a way, spitting images of body. I know you are my destiny, out of me, literally, in my shape, spitting images of Holly. There is nothing real about this body. Moving, moving, moving constantly. There is nothing real about this trance. In trance, in transit, in rhythm and beat.
So, yeah. How's everybody doing out there? Can you hear us? Is it possible? Hello?
Yes,
Hello?
loud and
Guys,
clear.
are we alone?
Yes, can you hear me? You're
Okay,
coming in loud and clear from my end.
Great, great. Okay, awesome. So again, I'm not sure if we wanted to do a thing where we do an improv song with what you give to us. So maybe we'll try something with you guys. If you can write your little villain name and then maybe like
A villain name? What's your catchphrase might
yeah,
be?
but we just need lyrical content for
Yeah, that's what we're looking for.
Yeah.
Or maybe what your villain loves to do or loves to hate.
Yeah, like
Or
popcorn.
loves to love.
We
yeah.
talked about it before. Popcorn and blood.
Yeah.
Yeah, so maybe write those in the comments, and we're going to play we recorded a couple of months ago, and that Chelsea, you played that song on your radio, and I was all of a sudden it reminded me that it existed, and I thought it would be very appropriate to show you guys this video. So maybe while we're playing this video, it's called Ghost Train. You guys can write some lyrical content for us to try and play with later. How about that? All right, let's take it to the video Ghost Train.
I'm getting off this train, sir. It's getting nowhere, sir. Your giant dreams are pushing me away. I already miss you, but you know I can't stay. She will never leave you, even if it kills her. She must believe love wins. She has 10 times the worth of you and her little finger. Don't get me started on politics, it never ends. Don't get me started on justice and where I stand. Don't ask me what I think is fair, what is wrong. I have no name and I have no home. I'm getting out of your brain, sir. It's going nowhere good, sir. Oh, you sell our love, and soon you'll auction my soul. You don't know what you have in your hands until you lose it all. Don't tell me that you think that I think too small. You seem to have an extraordinary skill, a master degree in how to fuck it all. Don't get me started on politics, it never ends. Don't get me started on justice and where I stand. Don't ask me what I think is fair, what is wrong. I have no name and I have no home. And all those ghost trains in your mind's eye with angry steam could have been carrying a lifetime of worthy deeds.
Where are we? There we are.
not the suicide puppets.
Yeah, if you go to Suicide Puppets, you will not find us there.
Sure, it's a lovely Instagram. Chelsea, I wonder if you could change that to a YNI or.
I am working on it.
Or get rid of. Oh, right on.
Awesome. Okay, so let's see what we got as far as villains. We have Lady Sylvia Dorchester. Am I saying it right?
I believe so.
She has. What did you write here?
She has bats for minions.
She has bats for minions. And I have Psycho Dan. Let's see, do we have anybody else that can give us something to chew on? Hey Vince, nice to see you. I'm not sure if I know you. And then Cardia, hello Cardia, nice to see you as well. Nice to meet you. Okay, so this is what we have to play with. But we're just gonna do it. Lady Sylvia Dorchester, she has bats for minions, and Psycho Dan.
This is a song never before heard and will never be heard ever again.
Give me something to work with, honey.
Yeah, let's see. What is it, villains?
Yeah, something villainous. Psycho Dan. Psycho Dan. Psycho Dan. Psycho Dan, 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 Psycho Dan. Lady Sylvia Dorchester. Lady Sylvia Dorchester. She has bats for minions. 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 Lady Dorchester. She has bats for minions. She has bats for minions. She has bats for minions. Lady Dorchester. Psycho Dan, Psycho Dan. Psycho Dan, Psycho Dan. Psycho Dan, Psycho Dan. Psycho Dan, Psycho Dan. She has bats for us. Bats for us. Bats for a minion. Lady, she has bats. She has bats. She has bats for a minion. She goes That's for minions. Well, thank you guys for playing along.
One and only time. I'm not sure. I don't know if that's keeper, but
Yeah, it's a tricky thing.
that was a tricky one.
It was a tricky one. You gave me an odd time
sorry about
signature.
that.
You,
Yeah, I didn't mean to do that.
you bastard. All right, the next song is called "Small Death," also played on on your show on Wednesday, and French translated from Petit Mort. And the woman who edited this video is sitting right next to us, Miss Emily. Ben-Ami. Yay. Yo.
Nature, oh, calls to bed, to burn the next in line. To buy for small dreams, big fights, big fires. to crack the code. Tie me out. Time with umbilical rope. So far, so good. Wherever we go, small towns, big dreams.
Gotta love that real-time fade there. Hey Chelsea, do you think we should play another song or shall we come chat with you a little bit? What do you say?
Well, how about you do one more song and then take the time, if you have the time, and I hope you do, let's chat some more. But one more song first.
Yes.
Hey, perfect, perfect.
Okay.
Wow.
There we go.
There we go.
All right, we made it.
Chelsea, where
Good.
are you? Can't see you.
I am right here. Can you hear and see me?
We can hear
We
you.
can
We
hear you.
cannot see you. And also, I want to just say that we don't have a band camp yet. But maybe we will. But until such time, if anybody...
Oh, yeah. We should set one up. That's a perfect reason to set one
Yeah,
up.
that's a perfect reason to set one up. But if we do have the Spotify thing, we have 2 songs on Spotify, but we are hoping to release more stuff on Spotify in this coming month. So instead of Bandcamp, Spotify, but maybe not instead, maybe also on top.
All together.
Yeah. So Chelsea, let's chit chat. But there you are.
Hey, there you go.
And whose computer is that with the nice flowy fabric there?
Let's get here.
Ah, that's DJ Xing's setup. So, first of all, let's tell people how they can get your music.
So I think the best way to get the music now is on YouTube because everything is pretty much on there. Everything that we sort of released is there. And then Spotify, if you follow us on Spotify, that's a good thing because we're going to upload there a few things as well. And also, if you just go on our website and sign up to our newsletter, we don't bother people too much, but once 2 weeks we send a note with anything that's new or shows that we're playing or fun videos that we're making because we're pretty much trapped at home, so that's what we do in the past year or so. So I think yes, YouTube, Y&I Music.
Yeah.
Oh, yep.
Y&I Music.
Y&I Music on YouTube. Spotify is the same Y&I. Facebook every Wednesday at 4. You guys come on over.
yeah.
It's a hoot and a nanny and a pig in a blanket. No, no, just throwing words. And that's a good start, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Splendid.
I can drink on the air, right?
Of course you can. So this is going to be seemingly coming from no place, but the next and final panel of the evening, at least on the stream that I'm on, is going to be some ghost stories. So my question to you is, I loved the song Ghost Train, of course. Do you have any ghost stories that you could tell that can make a segue into the ghost story part of our evening?
Hatkala. How do you say Hatkala? Hatkala. Ghost stories.
Easy, hard.
No, do I have any ghost stories? I'm trying to think. Emily, do you have any good ghost stories? Right off the bat?
I remember my...
Your dream. Oh, yeah. Well, here you go. Do you want to come over here and tell that story real quick? No. Okay, so I don't know. Do you guys know Ellen Davis from
QI?
From QI. He's a British comedian and writer and awesome. Anyway, so we've been doing a lot of that. A lot of that lately. And our friend Emily here has dreamt that Ellen Davis is her boyfriend and that he drowned, and then even though she was very sad that she's gone and dead, he somehow communicated from the other world that he is there and he's doing fine and he can be reached at this and so address and right, is that it? Yeah, wrong number. Yeah, the number below. And so yeah, that's interesting as for a ghost to say, hi, but by the way, you can reach me at www.signon.com. Yeah.
So
and that's all I have for you. I didn't encounter any ghosts.
So I've got a ghost story. Hello. But if I tell it, I'm probably gonna cry.
Is this the ghost story panel?
Yep, sure is. Welcome.
I haven't missed too much. I hope it's so deep running.
From my ghost story. Molly has one.
Oh, let's hear him.
Molly has one.
Yeah, so I'm going to tell this story, and I was thinking about what story to tell, and I had a few ideas that were less emotional than this one, but I feel like The best stories are the most emotional. So if I start crying during this one, please forgive me because it's a true story and it actually happened to me. And I'm still really, even though it happened years ago, it's still heavy on me. It's something where, let me just tell the story. So I've been close to my grandmother my whole life. She and I were like two peas in a pod. She is the reason why I'm so interested in stories to this day, because when I was a little kid, I would just sit there and my grandma tell me a story, and she always had a new story every time. And it made me want to be a storyteller too. And when I was an adult, I almost didn't move away. I was like, I want to stay with you, Grandma, for the rest of my life. And she said, honey, you got to go live your life. And I'm telling you, you need to go. And she was like, I love you, but you can't just stay here your whole life because you've got a talent. You've got like this thing you've got to do. And she's like, I feel it in my bones. You're not going to excel here in this little town of Springfield, Ohio. So begrudgingly, I moved to Boston because she was right. And we spoke every week religiously. We never missed a meeting. And one day I was asleep and I had this really powerful dream. And I was in the dream, I was at her house and I was packing her bags. And Grandma's like, I asked Grandma, I'm like, why am I packing your bags? And she goes, I'm going away. And I'm like, well, where are you going? And she goes, honey, you know where I'm going. And I woke up. I don't know if you guys know about The Undertaker, who's this wrestler, but his move is when he gets knocked out, he goes from a flat on his back position to sitting straight up. And I woke up that way. I just sat straight up from a dead sleep, and I reached for my phone and I called my grandmother. But I didn't get my grandmother. I got the nurse at her nursing home telling me that she was in the hospital. And I panicked because I was 800 miles away from my most important person in my life. And I felt like she was calling for me. And I announced it on Facebook. I was like, if you guys think I'm not crazy enough to walk from Boston to Ohio, I will do it. Someone loan me the money to get home. And everyone was like, you don't beg for anything. You've never begged for anything in your life. We've seen you hungry and refusing food because you're too prideful. And I'm like, just imagine how much something's got to be for me to put my pride on the back burner. You know, I was like, I need this. So I didn't tell Grandma. I just managed to get the loan from a family member and I rushed home. And I arrived at her hospital room and I walked in. And she said, I knew if I called for you, you would come.
Wow.
And I know that's not exactly a ghost story, but I'm getting to it. My aunt confronted me and said it wasn't fair that I was putting my grandmother into the ground early. That's what she called it. That's her way of saying, you're mourning your grandmother before she even died. What's wrong with you? There's no way you know she's dying. And I was like, she told me in a dream that she's dying. I'm not one to believe these things. I've always been a skeptic and you all know it. So if I tell you I really believe this, you need to understand that I'm being earnest. And she just laughed in my face. So I originally was like, Grandma, I'm not going home. I'm staying with you because I know you're going. And she goes, we both know I'm dying, but you can't live your life waiting for me to die. Go home and live your life. And I knew she was on her deathbed, but I listened to my grandmother. When she tells me to do something, she's got a reason. So I go home, and immediately when I get home, my gallbladder explodes. If I didn't get home when I did, there's no way I would have been able to get the medical help I needed, and I would have died. I was already septic when I got to the hospital. And as I'm getting out of the surgery, and I'm barely out of I'm barely waking up from the medication they had me on, my boyfriend comes to me and says,
Well, hello there.
Mwah, how you doing, babe?
I am doing wonderfully. I wish I was there with all you guys.
Fuck, I miss you so bad. You were one of the top people I was looking forward to seeing.
I
Fucking
appreciate
COVID.
that so much. Well, we are live right now on Evil Expo Online. Well, Evil Expo Live. I'm just not at Evil Expo.
Yeah. Now, poor Rob here has gotten a bad case of the COVIDs.
Yeah.
So yeah,
I'm home.
He can't be there.
I'm home.
But you know what? Next time, if we are gonna meet up, and it's gonna be a whole fucking thing, and we're gonna have a great time, and it's gonna be awesome.
Yes, we are.
Fucking A. See, right now I'm charging my computer in my room, and coming up soon, I'm going to be running around the con suites, just kind of doing my thing, filming everything, getting everything. I already have over 8 hours of footage filmed, but not live streamed.
Okay,
So
awesome.
my plan is I'm going to edit each snippet, because each snippet is about 3 minutes long. I'm going to edit them, put titles of the name, date, and the social media and all that. And I'm going to send everything to you and Jeff.
All right, great. And we'll get it out there on the interwebs for everybody.
It's going to be fucking great, guys. Like,
it certainly is.
At home, you do not know what you're missing. Like, there is shit down, like, you wouldn't believe. The everything down there is just so mind-blowing. I was brought to tears by a bard. A bard made me cry good tears.
That's amazing.
Yeah, he was telling me this. So he was singing these little songs, like these little bard-like songs. And one of the songs he told it was basically, I grew up an average boy. I became an average man. I had an average family. I had an average life. But you know what? King Arthur knew my name.
Wow.
And there's just something about that brought tears down my eyes.
Yeah.
Because you never hear stories of the glory of the everyday man.
That's true. Yeah.
There's a real glory to being an everyday man, and that proved it to me in a way that was affirming. Like, I'm getting some spiritual shit here, guys. Like, I'm getting fucking spiritual here. You guys got to see this. And trauma, second floor trauma, guys. Trauma, though.
That's fantastic. We've got some trauma videos to show a little later on too.
Oh my God, I got so much shit. I did a little skit with mascot. What's his name? Baghead.
Okay.
Baghead. He's the villain of the new Trauma movie, and I had this great interaction with him where I put the camera on him, and I'm like, "Hi there, how you doing, buddy?" And he just goes, and I'm like, "What's wrong?" And he goes,
"It's great."
And I'm like, "It's okay. I'm gonna give you an interview, but you can kill me later. I promise." And I had everyone laugh. We had everyone laughing.
That's great. Can you tell us some more about some of the vendors that you've seen there?
So Dark Whimsy stands out. They have magnificent art. I'll be showing it off on my YouTube because they were so good. I had to make my own thing from my channel. Just show them off. It's artistic, goth, beauty aesthetic. Pictures of black and white graveyards on different things. Like there was what do you call it? One of those coasters. It was really pretty and it had beautiful goth aesthetic on it. Of course, Orc Girl is doing her thing around here, and she is this amazing comic book artist.
I've seen some of it, yeah.
She is amazing. Like her work is so fun because it changes the way I see monster-human relationships. Pardon me, I burped. But it's so cool because it's like you have the male beast who's a monster, but he's a romantic monster, and then you've got a dainty, beautiful little female that just like a woman, an actual human woman, always drawn with him. And some of them are very beautiful and romantic, and some of them are more, adult in nature. But if you're over 18, I recommend going to orcgirl.com.
Yeah, I feel like her comics really get me.
Oh yeah, they get me too. She is erotic, and you guys, the clothes she is wearing right now. Oh my God, if I weren't already homo, I would be just just fuck. Okay, so she's wearing this beautiful
Yeah.
orc costume, and she has got legs that go up and make an ass of themselves, and fucking she had her boobies out to here. And I'm not trying to objectify her, but I did say all of this to her face, and she didn't have a problem. So you can't cancel me for this. I can't be canceled for this, America. But what else is there, man? There's so much. Like my mind is blown. I am just excited. I am excited about everything that I've seen. We've got artists, we've got jewelry makers, we've got tattoo artists who told me an amazing story.
I heard we've got tattoos going on there. Yeah.
People are getting tattoos and showing me their ink after it's done. And I'm like, man, if I were in a big old vagina, I'd do it.
That's so cool. Yeah.
Like, so dude told me a story, and I'm going to tell it to you guys right now.
Yeah.
Because this story is the shit. Now, I'm not allowed to name names. I can only tell you that this is an MMA fighter that went into this tattoo artist. And he's a very well-known, very famous, probably one of the more famous MMA artists or athletes today. So he goes in, he gets this tattoo, and he writes poetry. He wrote this really long poem that when tattooed on his body would go from his armpit down to his hip. And it's basically a poem that says, I'm the baddest motherfucker alive. The worst mistake of your life is coming into the ring and fucking with me. You know, just don't do it, because I will win every time. Now, he goes in, gets the needle laid on his skin, and only gets like 1 or 2 letters put in before he's like, nope, done. But then he goes and he turns around and he sees that the guy next to him is wearing rainbow print, has multicolored, crazy, beautiful like hair, but he's very, like, I guess you could say classically feminine. And the tattoo artist looks at the MMA fighter while he's looking at the guy getting the tattoo, looking all ashamed of himself. He goes, dude, the rainbow guy took it better than you did.
That cool, yeah.
And that story just fucked me up. So the MMA fighter just like noped out and was done. But then I was talking to someone else telling this story earlier today. And dude was like, not only do I know who you're talking about, but I can show receipts.
Yeah. Wow.
I was like, what's that?
So that would probably be me. I'm not I don't have any tattoos yet because I'm a big wimp.
Yeah,
so
me too.
we'll see.
Yeah, no, so that was a great one. That was a great moment. Oh, and there's this, let me pull up his card. There's this card, it's because I only had a moment with him. But this guy, this is the bard that I was talking about. So Captain Bart, his card is, let me get the camera right. There.
There we go. Okay.
So he is everything. Yeah. Like, this is the best storyteller I've ever heard. And the best part is when he introduced me, he was pretending to be Professor Moriarty.
Oh, that's cool.
So he's coming up to me. He shakes my hand and goes, hello, my lady. My name is Professor Moriarty. It is charmed, I'm sure. And I'm just like, nice to meet you, sir. I'm very familiar with your work.
That's so cool.
We had a whole moment, man. I'm seeing cosplayers. I'm seeing everything here. There's wrestling guys here. The wrestling guys are so fucking funny. I've been hanging out mostly with them because they are the shit.
Yep.
So I fucking already forgot the guy's name. He is going to be mad at me that I forgot his name. He is so funny. Second floor, right across the way from Trauma. This guy, he's got the funniest stories. He's ridiculous. When I post my videos, he's the guy wearing the mask, and he's hilarious. Like he's selling all kinds of great merch too. He's got autographs. He's got comic books. He's got T-shirts. He's got posters. I love the fact that he has literally autographed copies of things that are not copies. He's got autographed pictures of all these wrestlers, and one of the cool ones was Rikishi. Like he in his wrestling organization, he fucks with Rikishi.
Okay, all right.
A big deal. So I don't know if you know anything about Rikishi, Rob.
I don't.
But Rikishi is a leviathan of a man. He is taller than you and at least 2 of you by the side.
Holy crap, that's big.
He is a giant, and I am not exaggerating. He's a Samoan giant who specializes in his character Rikishi is not the same nationality as he is. He plays as a Japanese sumo wrestler.
Okay.
But he pulls it off very well, and it doesn't come off very culturally weird, especially because it's wrestling.
Okay.
And but I loved it. I thought that, you know, I just love the fact that I was talking to this guy, and he's like, yeah, no, I not only do I fuck with Rikishi, but if you can see him live and you come to my next show, and I'm
That's
like,
so cool. Yeah. Yep.
I see you. And it's so funny because he's wearing this mask that's really hard, and he was like, punch me, I guarantee you, punch me as hard as you can, I won't move.
That's
And I'm
great.
like, I don't know if my boss will let me, man. And he's like, no, come on. You turn the camera off and just do it. And so I'm
That's
like,
cool. Hey, you asked for it.
Yeah. No, it's funny too, because Jeff might get a little annoyed with me for admitting this, but I punched him 3 times.
Okay. Hey, if he asked
But
you to.
he asked me to. It was consensual. It was consensual
Right,
punching, so
right.
it's okay. The first one was a little punch, and right on the mask. And I'm like, you didn't feel that? And he was like, no, I didn't feel it at all. And I'm like, all right, so can I put a little meat on it? And he's like, put a little meat on it. So I give him a halfway, and he's like,
Okay.
better, but didn't hurt. So I'm like, now you just tempting fate, bro.
Of course, right.
So I
All the
gear
way.
up. I torque my hips, anchor the front foot, walk into it. Full on traditional boxer's punch.
That's so cool.
Right here in the cheek.
Nothing.
It hurt me more than it hurt him.
I'll bet.
And I'm like,
hey, did you get to the the costume contest?
I didn't. I was too busy doing the merch haul.
Okay.
I missed a
saw
lot
some
of the
it
panels.
streamed.
What's that?
I saw some of it streamed.
Yeah.
Some of the costumes looked amazing. I'm sorry. I'm
So-
actually just looking in on the other live stream that we're doing right now. I'm not sure what they're setting up for, but it looks pretty awesome.
Yeah,
There's
I'm
a
trying
whole
to
bunch of
find.
people in cosplay.
Yeah, there's a band right now going. I actually did some banners for him. I think his name is Macardo or Macar. I gotta look him up.
Marcazo, yeah, 5 o'clock.
Marcazo. Yeah, no, I recommend looking him up because I was watching his live stream, and it's pretty fucking rad. Like, dude's really killing it out there. They do kind of a heavy metal. Well, it's more of a traditional heavy metal sound.
Okay.
I guess they just wrapped up 30 minutes ago.
Yeah,
But,
and it looks like Cyborg Amok is coming up next.
Oh, cool.
I don't know how much more I can speak. I think I'm going to have to get some rest.
Okay, why don't you go take care of yourself because your health is more important, and I'm
Thank you.
rooting for you. I hope you're gonna, you know, I know you're gonna pull through. That's not even an issue.
Oh, yeah.
But I just hope that. What's that?
We are there next time.
But I do before you go. I do have one complaint.
Yeah.
It's Molly Molotov 666.
Ah, I forgot the 666.
The 3 6s are important because there's another Molly Molotov out there who really hates my guts.
Let us actually get that fixed, just so that anybody that's watching it has the right info. There we go.
Nice.
Well,
all right. Well,
you know,
I gotta go finish up. What's that?
Yeah, I was just going to say, it's funny. I just had you on right before you came on here. You were telling ghost stories, so I'm going to go right back to that, telling ghost stories with Chelsea from last year. So yeah, so we're going to head back to that. You go out and have a great time. And listen, if you're down there and you want a live stream, shoot me a text, and I'll get you on the stream.
All right. I'll
Thanks
catch you
so
later.
much, Molly. It was fantastic to see you.
No worries. Catch you next time.
All right.
Serial killers kill, or they used to, but now that interracial relationships are now accepted, now they can't tell who's killing who because these killers usually kill whatever they're attracted to, and now it could be anybody.
Sure.
So they used to be able to catch.
Although oddly enough, for some reason, most serial killers do tend to be white.
Yes, they do. Yes,
true.
they do. So I don't know what's up with that. That's some craziness, you know. And I mean, I wonder how many people who are crazy in general. I'm using the crazy word, yes, but I wonder how much mental illness there is in the general population of Caucasians in the first place, much less serial killers. It might be more. You see what I'm saying?
That would not surprise me.
No, me neither.
So, you know, and so because of that, the government should have huge mental wellness programs everywhere. But do they have it? Not really. You know, it should be easy to get mental help. It should be like 1, 2, 3, like, oh, I think I need mental help. Let me go to this free program over here or something, you know? And instead, you have to fight. You have to fight hard to get it, you know, good care.
Oh, absolutely.
Even if you pay.
Disgusting. Yeah.
You can pay and still get bad care. You know, like, so all the priorities around here have to change. I mean, I can't believe it. Like, I grew up and I realized that, like, there could be a glaringly obvious problem and society, government, or whatever will do nothing to stop it. Because I used to believe, like, oh, well, you know, the government, the police, and teachers and everybody wants to solve problems, right? But they don't. You know what I'm saying? Like,
I know that mine is not a popular point of view, but I can honestly say, obviously I belong to a minority group, I have seen a lot of situations where the police became involved, and I have never in my life seen a situation where the involvement of the police didn't make an already bad situation worse rather than better.
Right.
Not once.
Worse. Right. They don't have the training to actually help people. They're just a brute force.
Look at Dahmer. With Dahmer, who was mainly going after, I think, Black and Southeast Asian immigrants in particular, the cops were returning his victims to them, you know, to him, and saying homophobic and racist stuff about the victims.
Right. Just, you know, they returned him, the victim, and he had drilled a hole in that kid's head and poured acid in it. And that's why the kid was like delirious, and he lied and said that it was alcohol, and the cops actually gave the kid back to him after that hideous crime that he had just committed on the kid, and they didn't bother to check him or anything. If they did, they would have seen a hole drilled in the guy's skull.
What state was this?
What's that?
Which state was this in?
I think it was like Chicago or Detroit. He was in one of those soulless, just horrible, you know, urban like situations. And that's how he ended up. So I did a big study on Jeffrey Dahmer because I wanted to know, like, how in the hell could somebody end up like this? And basically he had been emotionally neglected really, really badly. And his parents were, remember how I told you there were these cluster B people in that interview that I did on In Goth We Trust? His parents were those types of people. He was basically raised in a situation where he was emotionally abused and neglected, and they finally abandoned him. So they had a divorce and they both left the house, and then nobody checked to see if their son was still living in the house. He was that neglected. And so he was living in the house all by himself at age 17, and that's when he committed his first murder, because he found a hitchhiker, he picked him up, they had sex or whatever. He had already figured out that he was gay. And then the guy was about to leave, and that's when Jeffrey hit him over the head and actually devoured part of his body because he wanted the guy to stay with him. He had been first neglected really, really bad, and then abandoned.
Totally. Yeah.
As a teen, like just abandoned, like thrown away. And
Absolutely,
there's a lot of families that are so sick in the USA that they throw their teens away. And that creates like a huge wound, you know.
Molly, your grandma's dying. And we didn't want to tell you this so early after your surgery. But I know for a fact that you will fuck me up if I didn't tell you. Which is true. I would have climbed out of that bed, anesthesia or not, and I would have fucked him up. Because grandma's the most important person to my life, even now. So I called up my aunt and I said, put my grandma on the phone. And she said, honey, you don't understand. She's gone. She's gone. Like, she's dead. Like, mentally, she's dead. Her body's still alive, but she had died. And she only had a few hours left. And I just started talking to my grandmother, like verbally, like out loud. And I was just like, I don't know if you can hear me. I don't know what's going on. I don't know what to do with my life. I don't know what to do without you. And I felt her. I felt her in the room. I felt her energy. I know my grandmother's feeling. I know her smell. And the whole room smelled of her perfume. And my Aunt Lisa told me she just died. Her body had just given out. And in that moment, when I realized that she was gone, I couldn't smell her perfume anymore. And like, I'm shaking telling the story because I couldn't come up with that. Like, I've told this story before and people are like, you're making it up. Doesn't matter if they believe it or not. It's between me and grandma. And that's my ghost story.
Wow. Whew.
And that's gonna live with me for the rest of my life. I could get Alzheimer's and forget the faces of my own children, but I will remember that. And now, when I hear a ghost story, I listen. I don't poo-poo it anymore. I don't say, "Oh, you're lying," because I saw my own thing. It's unbelievable. Okay, enough of that sadness. Who's got a ghost story?
Wow.
Amazing.
I'm so sorry for that loss too. That's a huge.
Yeah.
But, you know, it was a loss, but I got the joy of knowing that my grandmother loved me so much that when she was dying, she was thinking of me. And that's a gift. And it's a bittersweet gift, but it's a gift.
Wow. Well, thanks for sharing, telling us.
Yeah.
Thank you. I'm getting emotional. Told you guys that would happen.
Shall we play some more songs before we go?
I
Or is it
Please.
time's up?
I'm not sure we have something
Yeah,
appropriate.
I know.
for
That's
this.
why I was saying Mad World might be
Yeah.
appropriate for
Yeah.
it.
You know what? Play it for grandma.
Okay.
Yeah.
You got it.
Yeah, go ahead and play one.
Okay.
Okay. Emily, you mind throwing
Do you
us
mind throwing a little?
transition over?
Hmm?
What's that? Yes, for grandma.
Thank you.
And,
expression. I'm all that I wanna drown myself.
take. When people run in circles, it's a very, very world. My world. Children waiting for the day they feel good. Happy birthday, happy birthday. Feel the way that every child should sit and listen, sit and listen. Went to school and I was very nervous. Where I know me, Lord, I love it. Hello, teacher, tell me what's my lesson. Walk right through me, walk right through me. And I gonna find it, I find it kind of sad. The dreams in which I'm dying are the best I've ever had. I find it hard to tell you, I find it hard to take. When people run in circles, it's a very, very so very, very mad world out there. Mad. My grandma, speaking of grandmas, she's just turned 91 years old. She's incredible. She's British. And, but she also, she keeps telling me, you know, it's a very different world than the one that she grew up in London.
Oh?
Think about it, like she was born at 29. Think of that lifespan and how no cell phones, no technology, no anything, and all of a sudden she finds herself in this mad world. But she also has this thing where she's like, all right, kid, you gotta live your life. Very similar to this. So we're gonna play you 2 more songs before we bid you farewell. And I want to introduce you now to a very good fellow. His name is Tim Guntu. Can we do this, you think? It's a shift. It's a shift. It's a bit of a shift, but let's end up on a let's let it get dangerous and serious and let's get fantastic. Shall we? Let's do it. Tim Guntu.
Check. Check. Tim Gunter. Here we go.
Maybe it's under your window.
Let it, woo, woo.
be above your ceiling fan, silly fan, ceiling fan. Could be a part of your upright man's name is Sam with powerful sand. Don't look around at that miracle man. Open up a bottle of whoop that sand. Whoop that, whoop that, whoop, 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 whoop that sand.
Let's let it get serious. Let's let it get dangerous. Crying out loud, monstrous. Let's let it. Woo woo. Beyond the law. Beyond the law. Beyond the law. Beyond the law. Let's let it get serious. Let's let it get dangerous. No crying out loud, monstrous. Let's let it. Woo woo.
Could be above your ceiling fan, silly fan.
Let's let it get dangerous. No crying out loud, monstrous. Let's let it. Woo woo.
Are we ready for the jump fest? Please take me to the jump fest. Ready? Jump, 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 jump,
You get instructions to arrive at a secret place. At Fanny up and where the garden should be placed. Don't spill the beans, don't make up wearing jeans. And we stay up to let some seams. Where your mama, they're crashing the scene. The party's getting started, I'm afraid I'm not invited to. When you started, I want to jump fast for all the little boys and girls. How many feet are jumping just to join? Let me tell you a buckle child. The only thing you need to bring is you. We got you covered. Please don't bother. We're okay with it. Pretty different. As long as they clearly understand that once we start and open, then there'll be no stopping to the 27-hour jump fest for all the little boys and girls. How many beats are stomping us till dawn? 27-hour mindfuck, you will be a sorry sight. How many guys are in torture light? I'm not a jump, 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 jump.
That was really good.
I see what you meant the other night when you were talking about the ska influence. Ska.
Yeah, 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 yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry about that. It took us a
Oh.
little minute to get to where we can actually hear you. You said you were saying?
Oh, I was just
No, I
plotting and
said
saying.
Yeah?
No, I was just saying I hear what I meant the other night about the ska influence. I love it.
Yeah, yeah. Do like it.
Yeah, that song we kind of challenged ourselves to a little madness.
Rip off. You can,
yeah.
yeah. We have, yeah, totally. We because of our shows on Wednesday, we keep thinking of like interesting and funny stuff too, and also just things to sort of challenge ourselves, just to keep developing a little bit,
totally.
right?
Yeah.
And so we said, okay, instead of a cover challenge, we'll do a rip-off challenge. You give us a song, and we'll try to rip it off in a way that it's acceptable, and not like. And so I guess it's more of an inspiration rather than a rip-off, but.
Yeah, great.
But that was definitely madness, stamp right on it for sure.
It was really good.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So yeah, I think that this is it for us, right? It's time for some storytelling.
Oh, it's ghost stories coming up.
Amazing. So yeah, we'll just thank you guys so much for having us. It was nice to play to new people. We have
Thank you. You guys are wonderful.
Thank you.
Yeah. As I said, we have a nice group of people that come on every Wednesday Wednesday at 4 on Facebook.
Mm-hmm.
So everybody's welcome there and
right.
hang out and say hi. And thank you guys, and thanks Jeff, and see you maybe in the real in June or July, right?
Yeah, that'd be great.
That'll be fun.
July, I hope so. I'm looking forward to meeting you. Thank you.
Yeah, for sure. Thank you.
They're set up. Chelsea, it's a little loud here. Chelsea, it's a little loud here. Could you tell people about Victor Sierra while they're getting set up?
Yes, if you out there in the internet equivalent of Radioland can hear me a little better than at the Blackthorn Resort, where the livestock that they're herding into the kitchen for dinner are still making a lot of noise, skipping jump rope and playing jacks and things of that nature. In the background, you will see that red, delightful hellscape is actually the studio of Victor Sierra, who are coming out and getting ready to play for us. Victor Sierra, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Splendid. So it's 4 minutes to 4 our time. How ready are you to begin your set?
In 1 minute, if you're okay with that.
1 minute is fine for us. It's delightful to see you again, and I love your lighting.
Thank you.
Are you broadcasting from a nuclear reactor in hell, or is it just a fortunate lighting effect?
This is the belly of the Hydrogen Queen.
Splendid, splendid.
So I think we are quite ready. If you want us to start, we're ready.
Splendid, by all means. Without further ado, Victor Sierra.
Hello world, hello evil Expo attenders, hello Magic Jeff. Hey Chelsea, how are you? We're going to have a good time. Hop aboard the Hydrogen Queen.
Ladies and gentlemen, Victor Sierra.
It was another day when the revolution came and pushed us out of time. In limbo, she was wearing, quietly waiting for some partners in crime. With black jujus and mind power, she's back in business, ready for the wilderness. She's fueled by magic and chemistry, with steam, gas, oil, or electricity, any root and spin-off from any industry can be shown to the machinery. H for hydrogen and Q for the queen, traveling in a future that could have been heavily loaded with Jack, rum and caffeine, with flying off the radar screen. Both seas of troubles, she moves and never stumbles, surfing on storms and hurricanes. With an unknown flag, a code name and a force manifest, we'll do our best. With madness running in our veins, she's fueled by magic and chemistry, with steam, gas, oil, or electricity. Every road can spin off from any industry can be shown through the machine. H for hydrogen and Q for the queen, traveling in a future that could have been heavily loaded with that rum and caffeine. She's like an entity. She's off the radar screen. She's fueled by magic and chemistry. With cheap gasoil or electricity, and you want to spin up from any industry can be shown in a toast the machinery. H for hydrogen and Q for the queen. Clean DNA, future that could have been heavily loaded with that rum and caffeine. She's like she's off the radar screen. Bites of her wings. Who knows what the future brings? And the present feels such a bore. What a blast we're waiting for. By sleepless nights, having waged so many fights, we look for a new quantum leap, but we must keep on digging deep. Digging deep. Strangers rolling down the streets, visitors from the twilight zone. By step, we've been listening. There are calls no one wants to hear. The song remains the same. We will change the rules of the game. Rules of the game. Of the game. Strangers rolling down the street. Visitors from the twilight zone. Twilight zone. No more shiftings, deviate a line of life, unexplained events, still our fate. Strangers rolling at the stone. Visitors from the twilight zone. Strangers rolling at the stone.
We are very happy to play for you guys. The next song is called Dark Passenger.
So the dogs and pure spirits of black light, yeah, mutilated, dead and street in the middle of the night, trading secret pages of their broken lives. They try to catch some fresh air from another side. Whatever your behavior, you know that it doesn't matter. It's coming. Bastards come and tell you what to think. Faces hidden skin can be that real baby thing. Shamelessly confusing what's bad and what's untrue. Flattering the passenger rising inside of you. Whatever your behavior, you know that it doesn't matter. We'll carry it all, passenger. Oh yeah. Whatever your behavior, you know that it doesn't matter. We'll carry it all, passenger. Oh yeah. Whatever your behavior, whatever dark water you stir, incompetent ones and put the blame on next in line and drink the cup of disgrace each time promotion shine. Whatever your behavior, you know that it doesn't matter. We'll carry it up, passenger. Oh yeah. Our dog passenger. Yeah. Our dog passenger. Oh yeah. Whatever your behavior, you know that it doesn't matter. We'll carry it up, passenger. Oh yeah.
Because of the curfew in Paris, the big batted guy usually behind us called Big Machine wasn't able to join us tonight, but he sends you his best wishes. The next song is called Blood in the Skies.
Silence is getting heavier. The ethoscope screen is turning to black. The wing commander tries to keep a flight undetected. Our mission for your eyes only, and they may be no coming back.
It must depend on the known world. We're on our own, if our horizons blur.
Get ready, the text high. We fly over the sleeping earth, there's red in the skies. Can you see the future in a piece of steel? A bunch of people would die for. Should wings and wheels keep at the game?
Or heaven jumped in alternate history. We're here and there,
but not
the same.
Get ready, the sun's high. We fly over the sleeping lands, and there's blood in the skies.
Get
ready, the stakes are high. We fly over the sleeping lands, and there's blood in the skies. Will we make our way to Turtle Island and the fire like a marching band? Get ready, the stakes are high. We fly over the sleeping lands, and there's blood in the skies. Get ready, the stakes are high. We fly over the sleeping lands, and there's blood in the skies.
Thank you guys for those who applaud. The next song is called Angels Roll Out the Night from the album Go for the Strange.
This is another witch, and life is hard, and goes over Sunset Boulevard. I said a star, glory is nothing but a dream. The moon catches you in its beam. Angels roll up the night, rainmakers, a pouring light. Lovers remain in the blind, and meanwhile peaceful. Flames accept the end of the show. Walk, set a bone, you on the wrong side of the street. This is not a place for conceit. Angels roll up the night. Rainmakers are pouring light. Lovers remain in the blind. And meanwhile, cause a line. Break the low, lunatics wait for the call. No one knows which way the wind blows. Preachers want your soul, fanatics left for their toll. Who knows where the blood river flows? Is another thing, and hate is great. Revolutionaries just have to wait. Right, said the snitch, I'm aware of everything. Whatever down, how do you pick? Angels roll on the night. Rainmakers are pouring light. Lovers remain in the blind. And meanwhile, stars align. Angels roll on the night. Rainmakers are pouring light. Lovers remain in the blind. And meanwhile, stars align.
Is there a problem? Us on our monitor. Can you hear us, Chelsea? The next. Can the director put us on the monitor, please? What's happening? Can you hear us?
Yes, we are hearing you. Are you hearing me?
Yes, I can hear you, but there is a problem with the switch, you know, from the director.
Yeah, your stream had cut out.
Yes.
It said, I got a thing that popped up at my end that said to add you back to the stream, so I did, and you seem to be back.
At the moment, we're not. We're just on the third of the image.
I'm only seeing you on a third of the image too, but I am seeing you and hearing your voice.
Yes, but it would be nice to be able to see us on the whole monitor. Well, okay, we're going to continue.
Okay, you continue, and I'm gonna call Rob, our tech guy.
We crash landed like a stone in the streets of Sin City. Relief to be safe and sound in dense clouds of diesel fumes. Abandoning the airship, we made our way to safety under fire. It's raining in the ballroom, packed with ghosts and vampires. Each one holds a broken glass, standing still in the moonlight, petrifies in the golden years. Eyes full of dead desires and distress. We can catch nothing more than static on the radio. We pass the fridge. We water in the no-go zone. Searchlight here, the gloomy night. The air smells of doom and a curse. In an alien language, strange being shot in the dark. Neanderthal is not dead. He lives in an multiverse close to us. We can catch nothing more than static on the radio. We are the fringe. We wander in the no-go zone.
We're face to face, hearts beating fast, new questions asked.
static on the radio. We pass the fringe. We wander in the no-go zone.
I suppose it's a tea time for you, and here it's rum time or jack time.
Tea time in the US? I doubt it.
Beer time? What? At 4? What? Okay, so it's time to dance, I suppose, because it's time to hear El Calor, the next song, the heat, in Spanish. El Calor.
malditos. La sangre sale por las orejas mientras bailan los ciegos. Hay novios perdidos buscando muñecas huelga, acercándose a los hornos, escupen flechas de impotencia. Hay entre las olas de calor, tiemblan de frío los fieles, dan virtudes al dolor, se mezclan a todos los debates. Sé que se acabará con un sonido liberador. El recuerdo permanecerá hasta que huya el calor. Pero yo sé que se acabará con un sonido liberador. El recuerdo permanecerá hasta que huya el calor. No hay salidas visibles, tampoco s'acabará con el sonido liberador. El recuerdo permanecerá hasta que huya el calor.
Next song is from our new album, In Perfect Meridians, and I'm really happy to sing it for you tonight. It's Chinese Whispers.
Amongst gales, Chinese whispers, make no mistakes. It smells like potatoes. Chinese whispers have what it takes. Some smart asses are lost at sea and pretend they've got it right. Big spiders believe in the land of the free, mostly when the game is loose and the rules are light. We do our best to dodge obstacles, deflecting hate and thought control. Sometimes tired of freaking out rules. Your moral laws and your decency patrol. We fly among stars, Chinese whispers, make no mistakes. It smells like potatoes. Chinese whispers have what it takes. Hovering around abandoned territories, when knowledge dies on the Twitter's skin, we must mark from traitors and bullies, and find a way to get away from this wrestling ring. Fly among gales, Chinese whispers, make no mistakes. It smells like winter tales. Chinese whispers have what it takes. We fly among gales, Chinese whispers, make no mistakes. It smells like winter tales. Chinese whispers have what it takes.
Oh, thank you, guys. The next song is also out of our new album called In Perfect Meridians. We released it in 2020, the year that never was, and this song is called In the Long Run. And we're witnessing, sorry.
Coaches of late, the castle on the hill. It's over when labor and green coats. The president's wife reminds him to swallow his pill. And I locked in this world closed by so many doors. I'm the loudest. All tongues are forming and books are thrown in the flames. Thinkers are sent to an eternal rest. Baby, I'm the witness. Falling from the darkness. Feel the shame for being that late. Trying to embrace the flaw that you get in the heart. By the end of the day, they accept their fate, and they are grateful to be still alive. I'm the witness. Falling from the darkness.
Thank you. If you could switch back to full screen on us, I wouldn't mind. The next song is called In the Long Run and is dedicated to my good friend Jeff Mack. From the front row, like here dimension, and we wait for the bell. But in the long run, we see who was right. In the long run.
Sometimes I thought in my mind, deeply driving back in time, there's always something to prevent me from crossing the line. But in the long run, we'll see who was right. In the long run.
Oh, thank you, guys. Thank you, Jeff. Thank you, Chelsea. Thank you for your friendship, guys. The next song is called Bridge to Nowhere. It will be the last song for this afternoon for you and almost the middle of the night for us. As usual, it has been a great pleasure to be with you, even if we have a pond between us. See you soon in real life, guys. Stay safe. We'll meet again. Bridge to nowhere.
Weather's cool, sky is gray, and hunters are looking for a prey. Northern winds praise the brains, increase the pain of heroes on the way. Time now has come for them all to flee the kingdom. On a bridge to nowhere. On a bridge to rusted wheels moving a dramatic scream. Calling out by station, heading for an unknown destination. On a bridge to nowhere. On the bridge to nowhere.
Thank you. Good night.
Bye-bye.
Good afternoon. Good evening
Yes,
for you.
yes,
Good
yes.
evening.
Good evening. Good evening. Thank you.
Thank you. Another wonderful performance from Victor Sierra.
Thank you.
We love
Chelsea.
you guys.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your
Chelsea.
support. We are very pleased to be with you a bit more.
But we don't see, like to see you. And now we don't see you.
So we're all going to want the new album. How can we get it? I guess
The new album is available on Bandcamp, but mostly we would like people to follow us on Spotify. We are very easily found. Just type Victor Sierra and you will find us. And if you want to add us to your playlist, it would be very much appreciated as well.
Oh, we're certainly going to acquire. Is it available as a physical CD? That because I want to give it some airplay and have you on the radio again, of course.
Yes, I will send you one, Chelsea, if you want.
Awesome.
Just drop me your PO, your mailbox, PO mailbox, and I will send you one. This is the least I can do.
Well, thank you. You guys are so wonderful, and it's so great that you have a new one now.
Yes. Actually, our latest Indiegogo project went very well, and we are very pleased to having been able to release it during the pandemic, because in Paris it's all very complicated at the moment, and in Europe I've been very surprised that we were able to touch people, to reach out to people, and they were willing to take a perk and buy the album. We are very grateful, actually. And Anouk says that thanks to you, Chelsea, Jeff, for all the good work you have put on, and
it's really important.
It's really important to us. It helps us a lot.
Can continue to exist.
We can go on as a band.
And thank you. You guys really are Europe's premier steampunk band, and we just love you guys.
We love you too, Chelsea. I long for an interview In Goth We Trust. Anytime.
It's a lot of fun.
Here, I'm getting something set up, so you'll be able to. I'm starting a second.
Oh my gosh, I can't believe it. This is going to be really exciting, guys. Everybody put your clothes on.
Go. So,
Be my guest.
you'll be able to show everyone this crowded event that we're doing.
No.
How crowded we are. Ooh.
Yeah. I was thinking
kind
of happy.
Here, let me try to mute this mic again. I think you get the echo because of my phone.
So while you're setting that up, Jeff, what do you call an alien who has lost an arm?
I don't know. What do you call an alien who's lost an arm?
Alan?
Do you mind if I put you on video for the world to see?
Friends, we are now walking through the event. Molly Molotov is taking you on a tour of the Blackthorns dining hall. She is now over at Amber Art Creations. This is some amazing work, folks. 1 second, I'm just going to change the banner. So everyone, I will say that yes, this being on a phone makes it a bit blurry, but honestly, the actual experience itself is a little on the blurry side. It's been quite exciting. I think we've really needed this. We've really been lost without having some sort of human interaction. And of course, obviously, the primary concern is always safety and always having safe and appropriate interactions, but not having humans together is very tragic. And I know this must be bittersweet for you, Chelsea, because Chelsea, of course, you were going to be here, but very wisely, even though we are working to minimize every possible risk and to be as safe as humanly possible, you have a beloved and vulnerable partner who is an octogenarian. And so you wisely elected, sadly, to stay home. Chelsea, we miss you. Chelsea, what do you think it's like being without live events? I don't want to bring up too bittersweet a subject, but how is it for you being in a world where live events just are very rare, in-person events are just so rare?
Well, for one thing, it's caused a lot of hardship for a lot of my musician friends and for myself as well, really, because in the absence of live shows, you can still do music virtually like this. You can still use Patreon and things of that nature to solicit some money to sustain you as a musician, but what you don't get is the exchange of with a live audience. The interaction between a room full of people in a musical environment or a fan environment or any sort of a public performing space, it's the energy. Stephen Gaskin, who was a guru before his death in about 2002, said that attention is energy. And when you have a room full of people focused on amazing musicians, like Feline and Strange that we just saw, for example, that the way that energy builds and is reflected back in a live environment is not something that can be electronically replicated. And that's been a horrible loss for all artists and all of the people who appreciate art. And it's particularly sad for Rusty and I because we love the Blackthorn. We were monsters in the Master Mansion for many, many years. Family are very close friends of ours, and it was at the Blackthorn Resort where I married this octogenarian mutant ninja turtle here next to me. So we certainly hope that the folks at the Blackthorn are feeling the love for us, and we certainly feel the love from the Blackthorn.
Oh, everyone can see and hear me? Oh my God. I'm like sitting down typing. Well, I guess I'll play some music then. I didn't know that I would do that right now, but it's all good. How about Dead Can Dance? Everyone loves that.
DJ Christine, are you okay DJing for a couple of minutes as sort of an entree, and then we'll start drinking with Eagle? Is that okay with you, DJ Christine?
I thought I was
Yay! Cool. What? There we go. Back. Yeah.
That's awesome. I love it.
I like that. I think everybody else is okay. Leave it all. Okay. How's everybody tonight? better. I'll be right back, everyone. I'm going to go ahead and get my drink ready, and I'll return momentarily.
Eyes are open where no disguise for me. Come into the open, melt in the eyes for me. Jump into the ocean, hold back the tide. I see your love in motion when it's cold outside. Am I here? In there, hold on to the night. There will be no shame. Your eyes are open where no disguise for me. Come into the open when it's cold outside. Am I here? In there, hold on to the night. That will be our change. I wanna be with you, and never leave with you, and make it all that we want to be all I wanna be with you, and make it leave with you, and make it all that we want to be That's the eyes for me, to the ocean. Hold back the tide. I see your love in motion when it's cold outside. Am I here? In there, hold on to the night. That will be our change. I wanna be with you, and make believe with you, and make it all that we ought to be all I wanna be with you, and make believe with you, and make it all that we ought to be
Thank you, DJ Christine.
and you're now ready to start drinking for evil. And welcome to Drinking for Evil. How's everyone doing? Oh my god, it's Orc Girl. What? What? One moment.
I want to work for it. Sorry to interrupt you guys.
Oh my goodness.
What's everybody drinking?
Oh goodness, I forgot that I can't hear anything about the Well, I apologize. I'm going to be stuck on the Orc Girl channel for a moment while I get my earphones because I can't hear anything at all.
Okay.
You guys can talk. I'll be right back.
More question for y'all for do you have vanity type? Like the one for like a little not
Thank you. Whoever's picking off of me.
like they want everyone camping in the car. Yeah, and it's expensive because it's hard to buy every gallon of water that you use and every gallon of water that you have to have.
Oh, Christine, pardon me for a little bit, but I think we need to turn the music down just a bit so that we can drink properly. I hope that's okay with you.
I can't hear my alcohol. No.
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
My apologies for being late. I couldn't figure out that we needed headphones. And now I need to yell at Raven. One moment.
So should we get the drinking started?
Oh, goodness. Did we not start the drinking? Hold on a second.
I started the drinking. I mean.
Here. So this is at the Blackthorn Resort. This is one rum and coke. It was $7. I may have started.
Appalachian sipping cream. That looks
It is
good.
dark chocolate coffee liqueur made in Gatlinburg, Tennessee. So it's kind of like interesting.
Oh, how cool. I used to go to Gatlinburg. I'm from Kentucky originally. I live in Florida now, but I grew up in Kentucky, and Gatlinburg was like the vacation spot. If you
Yes,
grew
I
up in
can't
Kentucky.
open it though.
Oh,
I'm looking to move to Tennessee, hopefully. But
oh yeah.
You know, I don't always understand the geographic dispersal and diversity in this country, but I didn't realize that there were a lot of orcs in Kentucky.
Oh yeah, yeah. It's kind of a problem there. They're a bit of a pest.
The hills are alive, literally.
With the sound of orcs?
Yes. And backwoods people that still know the old ways.
Yeah.
Can everyone hear okay?
Yes.
So inside the other room, they are serving a luxurious 5-course dinner. Like it is luxurious, like good, honest food, not like the weird, snobby food that's in my personal cookbook. That's not a plug for my cookbook. I'm just a snob. I am out here instead, taking all of my calories in the form of alcohol because I love you all.
Oh,
you're the best.
I mean, I'm kind of up there, but that's all. I'm like the 7th worst is my goal in life. Cheers. 1 second.
Cheers.
What is this? This is Kraken.
Yay.
Does everyone who wants to be on microphone? Can everyone hear themselves?
Yep.
Fantastic. So I feel like one of the main challenges of hosting a drinking event online is that you can't sort of have the boozy camaraderie of hanging out in one place. And if you put one person on the spot, that person will like do the best they can and then hunt you down and kill you later. I mean, that's just my theory, though. I could be wrong.
So I was wondering, right, because it is a virtual event, maybe we could discuss various drinks and determine whether or not we would actually try them.
I think that's a great idea.
So I've got a recipe here, and this is an accessible recipe. It's called the Black Velvet. Has anyone heard of Black Velvet as a recipe drink? It is equal part of champagne and stout.
What?
Yes.
Who would do that?
Apparently, allegedly, rumor has it, that when Prince Albert died in Victorian England, the gentleman who would be at their club to have a morning breakfast and a morning flute of champagne with their breakfast, which is, of course, normal, the bartender actually added some stout to the mix so it would be black in the morning for the prince. And it creates a little foam on top, so it's kind of like a widow's veil. That's what it is. Equal parts of stout and champagne. Would you try that, Jeff?
I mean, under what kind of circumstances? Like, would I try that as something that just I'm curious about? No. Would I try that because I'm interested? No. Would I try that because it tastes good? No. Would I try that because someone put a gun to my head? How big a gun? Would I try that rather than being eaten alive by raptors? Yes. One of my favorite drinks is the Kir Royale. Not because I'm a snob. Okay, maybe I'm a snob. But I really love a Kir Royale. A champagne like a Gosset, say. And of course, Kir, or if you're in America, creme de cassis, which is a very simple drink. And this is like that drink if it was filled with terrible things instead of things that taste good.
Well,
I mean, what a terrible idea. Some people like that pork thing that they serve in Pennsylvania. Scrapple. Some people like scrapple, for heaven's sake. That doesn't mean it's good.
I actually did try it once, being a little adventurous, and it tasted like very effervescent stout with champagne in it.
I'm not going to put Orc Girl on the spot again this time, but I'm just going to say, in my industry, very adventurous generally does not refer to trying stout.
Well, this is stout mixed with champagne. It's more adventurous than you would. Yeah.
Do you have something against champagne?
I
Is
love
this like some sort of? Is this some sort of anti-French thing? Like, I'm just curious.
No, I told you. This is the rumor. If you look up Black Velvet, one of the websites gives you that history.
One second. I'm now Googling this. What is the worst thing anyone has ever done with Black Velvet alcohol? Oh, yes. Okay, this does come up. Thank you. Hey, guys. Hello. So, Drinking for Evil has just been invaded by a family of very young people. I'm attempting to maintain my extreme evilness in the presence of a 6-year-old who is wearing a red Disney princess dress and cannot stop twirling. It is clear that this human being finds this the coolest thing that has ever happened, and frankly, I am in extreme envy of that level of happiness. Like, there's no level of alcohol that would make me as happy as being a 6-year-old child in a Disney princess dress. This is clear to me now. The rest of my life has been wasted.
It's a true thing.
Wow.
There's nothing better than wearing a princess dress. Unless you also have a tiara.
I'd like to mention that both MG and Orc Girl, if you guys make it out to Evil Expo Live, assuming that Evil Expo Summer happens, I will purchase each of you a tiara. I'm sure we've got a tiara vendor.
Yay. With pride.
Chelsea, I would purchase you a tiara, but I don't want Rusty to get jealous.
One of my friends.
And Molly, I personally think you'd look great in a Hamburg. A Hamburg is like a fedora, but it doesn't have as many negative associations on the internet.
I like your hat, by the way, Molly.
Forgive me, guys. I don't mean to hog the spotlight, but I'm about to play alcohol roulette. So, Sir James Gallagher gave me a belated birthday present. He remembered that 5 years ago I said that I like airline bottles of alcohol. So he got me a giant bag of airline bottles of alcohol. So this is what? Oh gosh, oh God. This is Napoleon brandy. I apologize, folks. This is one of my least favorite things in the entire universe to drink. By the way, Orc Girl, I know you are the host.
Napoleon brandy or because it's brandy?
Because it's brandy. I've never enjoyed any kind of brandy. Orc Girl, I would gladly center more on you. I don't mean to be hogging the spotlight. My goal is just not to put you on the spot. Trust me, I personally consider you much prettier than I am, and or more handsome, depending on how you prefer to be, seen. So my thing is not that I'm trying to take the spotlight from you, but that I'm trying not to hog it myself.
Oh no, you're fine, man.
But this is me drinking Napoleonic brandy in a socially distant manner. So I'm going to try to drink this through my mask via osmosis. That doesn't work. 1 second. I'll be done.
You got this, Jeff. I believe in you.
Actually, on the 28th.
Why did I do that? Why did I do that? Why did you make me do that?
Like frozen on this look of horror for a minute. You're just like, oh my God. Like your face is like.
Why did you all make me do that?
We're evil. Hello?
Oh God.
She's got a point. What did you expect? It is Evil Expo where villains come together.
That's true.
Because I am the ingenue, Jeff.
It's just all part of the ambiance.
That's right.
Yes, it is the. Oh my goodness! I can't think of other French words. Yes, indeed. It is the ambiance of the ingenue
That's right.
drinking the alcohol dans les
Don't be a
couch.
Chablis. Don't drink so much with the Chablis.
Moi,
Omelette de fromage.
wait, did you mention cheese? Because I love cheese.
I mentioned cheese omelet. Omelette de fromage.
I had a cheese omelet. I had a cheese omelet for breakfast, lunch, dinner today. Oh my gosh. Okay. They're serving prime rib.
Uh-oh.
Somebody is eating my prime rib right now.
Oh,
Okay, I'm gonna console myself by
in
looking it
all
up,
right.
girl.
You got minions. They can bring you prime rib.
No. It's my job to suffer.
Okay. I'm going to distract you again with another recipe for a cocktail. It is called the Devil's Tail.
What? Totally. You distract me. I will take this phone call. 1 second.
Oh, goodness. I was kind of hoping to get somebody that would actually go to the bar and order one of these drinks.
Oh.
Tell us what it tastes like.
I actually like black velvet.
Do you?
Yes,
I think
especially served at room temperature as it should be.
Right. I think it's a little bit of acquired taste. I mean, you have to like champagne to begin with, and you have to like stout. So I like both, but it wasn't my favorite drink when I tasted it. But I'd probably get used to it.
It's a texture thing. It's a nice thing to drink for breakfast.
Yeah, it's got that whole liquid meal thing going on for it.
Before Jeff comes back and you give your recipe, does anybody besides me like Sazerac?
Yes. I had that when I was in New Orleans a couple years ago. Nice Sazerac cocktail.
Anything that starts with bourbon and absinthe can't be all bad.
Oh, goodness. Like, what else did I like? Milk punch, which is, Jeff won't like it. It's milk, sugar, a little bit of lemon, and brandy.
Huh.
And actually, it's a pleasant drink, surprisingly so. But
how does the lemon, like, I mean, I'm sure it kind of curdles the milk a little bit, but.
Well, you know, it's the milk, the sugar, the brandy, and there's just a few drops of lemon. So you already got the brandy in the milk.
Right.
So it's not so much lemon that it curdles the milk.
Okay. Huh.
Can we agree there's really only one proper way to drink brandy, and that's warm in a snifter with nothing added to it?
Here.
Sure, we can agree to that.
Yep, that's reasonable.
But, you know.
I mean, I actually had a friend who was a somewhat famous drag queen named Brandy Alexander, but I never thought that putting milk and brandy together was a good idea.
No, I love a Brandy Alexander cocktail. Cream and brandy, dark creme de cacao, and nutmeg on the top. Phenomenal cocktail. Love it. One of my favorites. It's when obviously I'm only 24. But in my wild misspent youth, when I'd go to restaurants, I'd look to see the age of the bartender. And if he looked like he fought in World War II, I knew he knew how to make a Brandy Alexander. If he looked like he just got out of bartending school, I knew all he knew to mix was vodka drinks, right? And
Well, you can make a Mom. Like that kind of guy.
So, but now they'll have computers that they can look up the cocktails. The problem is they don't have the cordials. They don't have the creme de cacao. They've got 50 types of vodka on the shelf, but they don't have any of the cordials, and they certainly don't have nutmeg.
That's outrageous.
It is outrageous. Right, I think Jeff disappeared.
Why is it that my generation, your generation, presumably, I mean, I'm old school. To me, a snifter of Hennessy with an L on the side, some nice beats going on. That's me.
Me.
Why is it that everybody these days, everything is vodka, everything? Vodka is what rummies drink because they think nobody can detect it on their breath, but
Because it's mass produced, it's cheaper. It is
The way it's marketed.
the way it's marketed. Yeah.
You know, like all the commercials have these people that are young and pretty hanging out by the pool, and you know they're drinking something very colorful that has rum or has vodka in it, and yeah, I think it's just how it's marketed.
And right, the marketing thing with the Moscow Mule became really popular for a while because they were pushing, that cocktail.
Remember when Cosmos were like really a big thing for a while?
Yeah.
And mojitos and yeah.
And what the hell is
mojitos?
Mojitos, but what are they?
I like them. They're pretty tasty. But there's
rum, lime. I got my bartender guide.
A little bit of soda and mint.
Seltzer.
Mm-hmm. It's refreshing. It's a good summer drink.
So I'm thinking of it as being like a margarita, only you're using rum rather than tequila?
Well, no, because it's more spritzy. Since they use some people use like club soda, or other people might use like Sprite or something. But then they'll put like a little bit of like a sprig of mint in it over ice, so it's more fizzy, than say like a margarita would be.
It's white rum, sugar, lime juice, soda water, and mint.
Mm-hmm.
So
it's
kind of the julep, but not with the bourbon. It's with the rum.
Yeah,
and it's white rum, so it doesn't have the caramelization.
Does anyone else like White Russians?
I do.
Yes, I do, but I like a Kahlua and cream, a sombrero better. That keep the vodka out, just have the Kahlua and the cream.
I use creme de menthe along with the other booze. Like I like to get like a bit of a almost minty flavor.
Sounds like a grasshopper.
I've never had a grasshopper. What's in it?
Let me look it up and I'll tell you.
Well, she's doing that. Did you ever hear the story about how a grasshopper hops up on the bar and says to the bartender, "Bring me a scotch and soda"? The bartender says, "We have a drink named after you." You have a drink named Irving?
I love that one.
That's cute. I like that.
Okay, grasshopper, creme de menthe, white creme de cacao, and heavy cream.
Okay, that sounds very similar to my version of White Russian.
Yep, and my friend would make this, but with vanilla ice cream. Or actually, you did mint chocolate chip ice cream as well with this. So
that sounds amazing.
Make it as a frozen drink.
Dude, if you made it with a lot of chocolate, then it could be a thin mint, like a Girl Scout cookie.
Yeah. Certainly could. So there's my husband's drink is a rusty nail, which is I'm just drawing the blank on it. The honey liqueur. No, that honey liqueur from Scotland. Senior Moment, right? I can't remember the name of it. A lot of rum drinks. Scotch and Drambuie combination.
Drambuie.
Yeah, Drambuie's the honey liqueur.
Nice. I've got to try that when I get home. Like when I get to my liquor cabinet, I'm gonna seriously mix that together and try that.
Yeah, it's an equal part of Scotch and Drambuie.
That sounds good.
Yeah. Okay, I don't think Jeff's back, but here's the recipe. It's called the Devil's Tail.
Okay.
1.5 ounces gold rum, 1 ounce vodka, 2 teaspoons lime juice, 2 teaspoons grenadine, 1 teaspoon apricot liqueur, 3 ounces crushed ice. Combine in a blender, low speed for 15 seconds, strain with a twist of lime and serve straight.
I think that sounds pretty good. I mean, I might not think that later on when the hangover sets in, but
yeah, well, I think it probably goes down pretty smooth and it kicks a punch, you know.
And the next day you're like, no, why?
I think it would sound better without the vodka, personally.
I was just thinking that. I'm not sure that I'd be
wrong, baby, but forget the vodka.
Yeah. So we talked earlier about Black Velvet. There's another drink called the Velvet Hammer. The Velvet Hammer is an ounce and a half of evaporated milk, an ounce of Cointreau, and an ounce of white creme de cacao. Combine with ice, shake very well, strain and serve straight. But evaporated milk in a cocktail.
Huh. Interesting. I'm currently drinking Death in the Afternoon at night, but hey. And if people are not familiar with that, it is absinthe and champagne. It's apparently like
now we're talking.
Yeah.
All right, I want some of that. No joke. I want some of that. This is what I'm drinking right now. Pilfered booze from Jeff that he didn't even know I stole out of his bag. So that's what I'm drinking.
It's not bad. It's definitely strong. You know, it was apparently Ernest Hemingway's favorite drink. So
I thought he was into margaritas.
Daiquiris.
That was it. Daiquiris.
Apparently this is his other thing. So
now one of my favorite champagne cocktails is it's champagne. It's a cube of brown sugar, some bitters. Well, that's that, and champagne. It was a champagne cocktail. And there's another one where it is a I'm drawing a blank. It's the hibiscus flower and syrup.
Ooh.
You put the flower at the bottom of the glass, and you pour the champagne in, and then you drip some of the syrup in, so you get this colorful, effervescent, sweet drink. Where you get this beautiful flower at the bottom.
Oh, that sounds really cool.
Yeah, it's really nice over the holidays. It's a very festive holiday type drink. It's very pretty.
That sounds like, I think, like almost anything with like any sort of champagne cocktail, I like. Of course, I love mimosas. I feel like if it's a Sunday morning and I get to sleep in and then eat something with bacon and then have a mimosa, I'm living my best life. Yeah.
We try to do Sunday brunches with champagne.
Cool.
Champagne every Sunday with brunch.
That's cool. That's the way to live life.
If I don't do it now, you never do it, right?
Right. You're doing it right. You're doing it right.
So I think when you're having a gathering of billings, right? It's choosing the right cocktails to have. You're bringing it back on point. So what do orcs drink at their cocktail hours? A little aged gray elf.
Aged gray elf. In my universe, they're always there. They're drinking beer or they're drinking mead. So
dwarven or goblin made?
Let's see. Probably the beer would probably be dwarven made. The mead, I haven't decided exactly who in my universe creates that yet.
Now, in your universe, would the goblins drink from the skulls of the dwarves? Just curious.
Not a bad idea. It sounds plausible.
In the novel I'm working on, Necromantic Nights, a lot of the action takes place in a place called the Inn, which is a trans-plane dimensional inn.
Cool.
That serves whatever you desire in terms of drinks and food. And as we discussed the other day, Orc Girl, the heroine of the novel, Carrie. She's big on the atomic cocktail.
Yes. That's awesome.
But we don't discuss what it's made of in the novel. It's probably a much more fantastical drink in the novel than the mundane version. But picture a drink with the atomic mushroom cloud coming out of it.
I love it.
Served in a lovely mint julep cup.
That's terrific. I love it. I always think it's kind of neat to hear what different creators have, like in terms of like food and drinks and the culture behind it in all their various stories, and things that you may not necessarily always see, like canonically within their universe or in their stories, but things that they might talk about later and be like, oh, well, they drink this or that.
Yeah, I think that I was going to say, it depends on I guess how important it is for the story, right? How much time you spend in it, you know? Right. That part of the story takes place, and there's reference to, you know, cocktails, right? And there's reference for food, but it's not a main point of the story, so we don't really get into the cultural, you know, affectations, right? At least in not my novel, but you're doing a series, you're doing a strip, so you can weave that all into the ongoing storytelling.
Right.
You know?
And, you know, I think there's things like that sometimes it's good for us as the creator to think about in the back of our head. It helps us write the characters, even if we don't necessarily put those details down, those details to work. But it's things like there's like I did kind of like a Q&A once. It was like a list of like questions to ask like your main characters, and I did it on Twitter a little while back. And, you know, things like, you know, what's their favorite color, what's their, you know, favorite song, things like that, and things I wouldn't necessarily have a need to talk about in the story.
Sure.
But it's interesting to kind of keep in the back of my head when I'm thinking about who the character is. So.
No, I think that's a great thing. I mean, one of the things that I love to do is take personality tests and some of those quizzes, you know, as a character. But, you know, when you're writing, I have a heroine and a hero in my book, but the question is, can they cook? Right? If they're mages, do they rely solely on magic, or if their magic were to go away, could they actually survive? Right? Could they take care of themselves? Can they sew? Right? You know, because it could play a part in what they do or how they approach the problems that they find in the story. You know, are they hands-on and can do it themselves, or not?
Right.
So.
I have a question for my fellow writers. In my my universe, my Sylvia Dorchester, Drusilla Stiles series, I don't write very much about alcoholic beverages. They come up from time to time, but my references start with my protagonist is Lady Sylvia Dorchester at Steampunk, obviously. And of course, she has monogrammed everything. So I think you see where my references are going. Does anybody else do any of that kind of thing in their writing, or is that?
Well, you know, I was going to say that in the book I'm working on, the hero doesn't know who the villain is, and the villains don't know who the hero is, and through magical means, you know, they encounter each other, but they're not really on talking terms. But the heroine notices that he's got a monogram on his cuff, and part of how they're trying to determine who he is if, or you know, his name is based on that monogram. But there's a little bit of a problem because different scripts have different symbols that are for different letters and all. They eventually figure it out. But so I do little details like that. But I probably lost the thread of what
You got the reference, of course. I assume you got the reference as to why Lady Sylvia Dorchester has monogrammed everything.
No, other than LSD, but
because the monogram would be LSD.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It works on the same principle as Lucy and this guy with diamonds. And that's because mine is a psychedelic universe.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Because I'm assuming that since wizards and alchemists and magicians of various kinds are constantly doing all kinds of experiments, and since psychedelia and magic are so closely related, particularly as a staple of fantasy fiction from Tolkien forward.
That's a really cool detail.
I mean, I noticed everybody does the Ren Fair thing, and it's you have lots of people marching around with schooners of beer or blood wine or whatever, or drinking out of horns and everything. I try to go the other route and have all sorts of mushrooms and various kinds of alchemist potions that are cooked up in somebody's laboratory, or
that's interesting because I think obviously in every fantasy world, magic is different, right? And there are different types of magical beings or mages and magic users. So in the case of the book that I'm working on, the mages are pure magic users. They don't need to rely on alchemy. In fact, they have a pretty low view of alchemists, right? And the fact that everyone knows alchemists are eventually go insane because they're probably tasting a little bit too much, their concoctions. But one of the things I'm doing is weaving lyrics from songs throughout the text in various places.
Cool.
And it's just like little hidden Easter eggs, I'm hoping, that are related to the characters of the stories. Whether it works or not, I don't know. It amuses me. What about you, Dorothy?
So I am busily drinking here in the lobby, while an entire family of young people is here. Hello, McLeod family.
Hello.
Don't be like me. I am a bad role model. I can't even say that I'm a bad influence on children, as Ms. McLeod, the elder, is, I believe, now an adult. Ms. McLeod, the elder, you are now what, 25, 30? Yeah, that's her. You're like 30, right?
Well, me? Oh, I wish.
Sorry, folks. The McLeod family has come by. I'll be right back.
He is a social butterfly.
Yes.
I had this friend in high school, and I still know him, and now he has these awesome kids, and some of them think that I'm cool, and I keep trying to disabuse them of that notion. I'm just like, whatever you do, don't end up like me. I'm weird. And they're like, we think you're very cool. And I'm like, no. Wrong role model.
See, in reverse psychology, Jeff, you have to tell kids you are cool, then they'll go, lame.
I am going to say that
Be trying to convince them that you're not cool just makes them think you are cool.
Dang it! Tim Woodman is looking at us with this look of extreme skepticism, which makes me worry that I'm doing something horribly wrong. I don't know what it is. Oh God, I've seen that look before, but usually before something horrible happens to someone on film. I hope I'm doing okay.
Watch, he's like not even like paying attention or something, and just like cruising Twitter, and I get that face when I cruise Twitter. Sometimes, like, dear God, this was a mistake. Why am I still scrolling?
Well, I'm going to do what any sensible person would do and just zoom in on Orc Girl for a while.
Yay! So let's see. So it's zoomed on me now.
So I don't mean to ask intensely personal questions, but
by all means,
that the right side of your hair, is that auburn, or is that ochre, or is that some other color? Because I can't tell.
it's maybe on here it maybe look a little bit more orange, but it's more of a red. And of course I have black here. I need to probably touch it up again soon. So.
Now, I'm not an expert. My understanding is that the way you get hair like that is if you slay your enemies by both the sword and the fire, then the fire actually produces ash, which turns half of your hair black, and then the sword produces so much blood that it turns half your hair red. Is that how that happened? Like, because that's how I assume that happened.
That was much more exciting. I was just going to tell you that I ran out of dye afterwards.
Please do.
Huh?
Tim, I wish you were here in the flesh because I would
Please do. I
certainly
really
offer you
do.
a drink. Or multiple drinks.
Multiple drinks. I will have extra drinks, for all of you guys, I hope you don't do the same. We will have drinks for all our, for all the fact that we're all apart.
I actually haven't done much in the way of drinking for the past several months. So I am now just about at my limit. So if I have much more, I will no longer be able to say that I am tipsy, and I'll fall into the realm of being intoxicated. And gosh only knows what I will do on stream if that happens.
So no shots for you guys. Got it.
And in this case, it's being recorded so there'll be no escaping, nowhere to hide, nowhere to run.
Okay, let's know here for a quick sec. 2 minutes. Stay here as long as you like. Okay, yeah, just gotta do a quick one. No, it's fine. Thanks.
Oh my gosh, that's cool. Tim, I don't know why, but your microphone's coming in a little soft.
It's because I suck at technology. Let me see what I can do.
We all suck at technology, trust me. Tim, I'm going to mention that 2 members of the stream, possibly 3, have crushes on you, but I won't say which 3 they are.
I welcome all crushes. I crush things constantly myself. Hopes, dreams.
Probably Brian. Who? Brian, I think.
My girlfriend has this gigantic crush on Tim. She is a lovely person.
No doubt.
It is, of course, a platonic crush. They've never met. I'm not going to say any details about my ex-girlfriend because this is the internet, and the internet is a horrible place full of horrible things. Yep. But just this massive crush on him. This is, of course, a family-friendly show, but for those of you who are over the age of 18 and interested in, adult things, you might look up Mr. Tim Woodsman, or you might look up The Amazing Work of Orc Girl, or you might look up, wait a second, am I actually in a chat full of porn stars? Did that happen? That happened.
Yeah.
It's like literally the presence of Chelsea that is keeping this from being an actual porn event. I'm kidding. It's not a porn event, but it's not an actual porn event, but we are apparently a majority porn stars in this situation. And I don't know why that is.
I was trying to enter the studio, but we're at max, so I'm going to disappear until around, 9:30 for the Villainous Authors panel.
Okay,
so
MG.
It was fun chatting with you all and sharing drink recipes and having a cocktail too, and I'll catch you later.
It was good seeing you again,
Thank
MG.
you, famed author MG Martin. We love your work, and we look forward to seeing more of you.
And another reading at 11.
Yeah, thank you so much for reading for us earlier. I can't wait for the next one.
Yep, 11 o'clock. Talk to you guys later. And I'll be your Villainous author, whatever, blah, blah, blah.
Did we lose somebody? Okay.
Yeah, she made room, I guess. Am I more audible now?
You are slightly more audible. Can other folks hear Tim?
I can hear you a little bit better, but it's still really soft.
It's okay. I have very little of any interest to say.
Aw.
You don't have to talk about anything in particular. I believe the amazing Amy has come onto the wrong stream, which is I will totally fix this. Everything is fine. These are not the droids you are looking for. I'll be right back.
Off he goes.
Meanwhile, Orc Girl, you were about to tell us how you do your hair. I actually wanted to hear that.
Oh, well, I mean, of course I joke. I'm like, well, I died by, I ran out of dye halfway through, but no, I actually, I do it myself. I just go to Sally's Beauty and I get like their Ion brand, and it's basically like the stuff you get at like a salon, but you can do it at home, and I get my boyfriend to help me do the back. But yeah, I just part it, like I'll put like one half up and then do the other, and then let it down, do the other half, and just it all rinses out after that. But I really like it, and I like the Ion products, and it's a lot cheaper than going to a salon, but a lot messier than going to a salon. My countertop will never be the same. It's kind of like, you remember
I'm
in the
not
Cat in the
familiar.
Hat? Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Yes. No, go ahead.
I was saying, like, like in the Cat in the Hat, where like, they had the pink crap like everywhere. It's kind of like that when I dye my hair, but it's like little splashes of red and black, and it's it's a trip.
I don't remember the part in the Cat in the Hat where the Cat in the Hat dyes his hair. Like, was that before or after he like stopped by the show at CBGB's and like did shrooms with Gigi Allen? Like, I don't actually remember.
Man, you missed the best part then. It was crazy.
So everyone is trying to come on the stream at once, and I'm not sure if they all know that we're drinking. I'll add Cynthia. Cynthia, did you mean to come on the stream just yet? Because we're just doing drinking for science. Excuse me, drinking for evil.
Hello?
Hello, Chelsea. Was Cynthia supposed to come on the stream?
Cynthia should be on the stream when MG is evil author. Cynthia's supposed to be on that panel, which I
Okay.
believe was supposed to start at 8:30.
That is on the other channel. And I would get you the link to the other channel, but it would pull me out of drinking again. So that's half an hour. So we'll have her ready then. Whereas if Mara Omega is willing to drink with us, Mara, the schedule had a couple of weirdnesses, none of which are okay. I take the blame for all of them. Oh my gosh! I just drove off a sideshow performer. I've never done that before in my life.
You just did what?
I just drove off a sideshow performer. That's never happened to me before. I've never terrified a carny in my life.
Good job.
Oh, good heavens. Would someone else please take center stage? Just, if you want to take center stage, please raise your hand. Okay.
I'll take it.
One moment. So for those of you who have not read Orc Girl's comic, you should go to Orc Girl. Is it orcgirl.com or orcgirlcomic.com?
Orcgirl.com. So thanks.
1 second. I should just... I'm going to go quiet because someone is on the phone in this room.
Oh, I got
So,
okay. So what is everybody drinking?
This villain's working on the remains.
Right now, I am drinking ramen coffee. Sorry, it's so loud in here.
Oh no, it's okay. That's good.
You're
I
asking me questions.
Huh?
Than I do. I'm seeing emails from Jeff. You're seeing even. I got nothing to work with here. Oh, okay. No. Forget about that then. Look, at 8:30, somebody will tell you what to do. Try to log in at 8:30. Somebody will tell you what to do.
Molly, I'm
you're
actually
on stage.
talking to.
There you are.
Everything's
Did I hear my name?
Stay there. Okay, then just stay there, and at 8:30, somebody will tell you what to do. Did you hear what I just said?
No one interrupt.
God, it's so loud in here.
Talking to you as I'm not on the stream seeing what's going on.
Well, in any case, Molly, I'm also drinking coffee intertwined between this and my drink, so I'm just kind of like double fisting over here. So, I think whoever is kind of like in charge of the stream can do that. Can like have control of that, or individuals can control.
Rusty, where you
I was. But yeah, I think coffee and rum is a good combination. I like coffee with about anything. I think coffee is always a relevant combination. Relevant ingredient in a combination, pardon me.
Coffee and rum is a classic. That's Kahlua, but you made it yourself.
Let's see. Is somebody else trying to talk? I can't hear you.
on the telephone. She was on the telephone. Telephone. You heard the phone ring, didn't you? What's her?
Let's see.
Can everyone hear each other?
No, I'm here. I just muted myself. That's all.
Okay.
Here's your coffee going.
So, any case. Oh, okay. Well, thanks, Tim. It was good to see you. I'm sure I'll catch you throughout the weekend, or else on Twitter.
Alrighty, take care. I do love your hair.
Oh, thank you. Oh, I can hear you now. Yay.
Bye.
At the very end, of course.
Of course.
So, who's all left? Mickey Mouse roll call. But anyway.
I am still here. I'm still in the chat.
All right. I was gonna say, like, who's still here? Mickey Mouse roll call. Okay, so we were talking about, Molly said that they're drinking some coffee and rum. And I was like, coffee is a good ingredient with any combination. I'm kind of drinking coffee too. I'm like going back and forth here. Are there people like me, they can drink coffee pretty much any time of the day?
You know, at some point I just became basically immune to caffeine. Like, I can drink caffeine at any hour of the day and it doesn't matter. I still drink caffeine when I wake up, but it doesn't do anything, and then I can drink caffeine right before I go to sleep, and it also doesn't do anything.
Sometimes I get to that like level of just so tired that it doesn't matter how much caffeine I have. It's like, oh cool, now my heart rate is accelerated and I'm so exhausted. Yay!
You know, I'll be quite honest, when I originally envisioned this panel, and I'm really enjoying this, I was really thinking we would be sitting around, just hanging out in the bar. And then when I thought we would take it online, I figured it would be very casual. The weird thing about online is it's very hard to be casual online. I don't get why, because unfortunately I follow like 1 million people on YouTube, and it seems like plenty of people on YouTube just sort of hang out on YouTube, watching movies and commenting on them, and basically doing the sorts of things that my friends would do on a Friday night if I ever hung out with people on a Friday night instead of working on my books, which I don't, because I'm a terrible human being. But there seems to be like some pressure to perform. Like there's a pressure to have some sort of interesting conversation. And I feel it more than anyone. Like I really want to say interesting things. And I'm just sort of sitting here going like, oh, do I have more rum? Is there rum left?
Oh my stars! I always think an interesting monster should have an interesting hairdo.
Interesting. Oh, I love that. I remember that. What was his name? The monster, the big red monster from Looney Tunes. Does anybody remember?
Oh my goodness, Looney Tunes?
Yeah.
I'm just thinking animal, which makes me clearly says that I'm very old.
But
To
yeah,
be fair,
like Sorry, it cuts out now and then, so I feel like people have stopped talking, so I start talking, then I realize, oh no, I've just interrupted someone and I'm a douche. My bad.
I'm doing the same thing.
That's
My
what
little-
I think. What?
It's okay, Chelsea.
Very good.
That's why it's possible to be casual, because for some reason, every time I start talking, you just saw it happen there. Somebody else starts talking, and I feel like I'd better mute myself again. Apparently, I shouldn't be talking.
You know, there hasn't been another human being within 10 feet of me for at least 45 minutes. I feel like I can take the mask. Oh my God, what happened? When did I grow a beard that big? Is that what I actually look like? When did I put on all that muscle and grow a beard? What the hell happened to me? Who did this to me?
If you mean, do you look like a Jewish Jerry Garcia? The answer is yes.
You know, this would be so much less weird if people hadn't started calling me Jerry Garcia when I was about 13. Granted, I had the same beard. It was not quite as silver white, but people have been calling me Jerry Garcia for literally the age of an entire orc girl. Not to put orc girl's age out there, but just like as long as orc girl has existed on this planet, people have been calling me Jerry Garcia. When people first started calling me Jerry Garcia, Cherry Garcia was not an ice cream flavor. That's how old I am. For those of you who've never heard of Cherry Garcia, it is delicious. Thank you. I feel validated here.
I mean, like all the Ben and Jerry's flavors are delicious, though, man. I mean, it's kind of just like you just put a flavor and I'll eat it. You know, it doesn't have to be my favorite one; it'll still be good.
Right? Like in like 3 years, when cannabis is legalized everywhere, this will just be like smoking with villains, and Chelsea will be the total host. And I cannot do a good impression of what people are like on marijuana because, due to my own personal medication choices, marijuana has no actual effect on me, much as hot sauce has no effect on me unless it's over 5 million Scoville units.
Are we still having a VIP event where you drink that ranch dressing soda?
What?
Look, yeah, I've got some ranch dressing soda. Orc Girl, if you come out to Evil Expo live in 2000, oh my God, it's 2021. If you come out to Evil Expo live in person in July 30th or August 1st, I will personally share with you my ranch dressing soda.
Ranch dressing, so I like mom. No.
It is disgusting.
I mean, I am sure that ranch dressing soda has got to be against the Geneva Convention.
Technically speaking,
I mean, why would anybody even invent ranch dressing soda? They give it to prisoners that get mown what? I mean,
Chelsea,
really.
I can't tell you about this when you're older, but some people are kind of into pain. I'll explain when you're old enough.
They were calling you Jerry Garcia before there was a Ben and Jerry's flavor. You
They
yourself
were.
know I actually drive a Willys in four-wheel drive.
And I can dance a Cajun rhythm. I can't do it very well, but I can. All right, so I've now, it's 8:09 p.m., which means I can have one more drink. Does anyone want to see me do the airline alcohol roulette?
All right, do it. Do it.
Forgive me for taking you, online audience, forgive me for taking you away from the beautiful people that you're looking at and straight to, oh, well, actually, Chelsea's very beautiful, but I myself, oh my gosh. Wow. I do look like Jerry Garcia. How did this happen? I'm going to just go back to a group chat as soon as possible. First, I'm going to pick out, okay, so I'm cheating. Oh no. No, 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 no. The square bottle is Patron. I know this for a fact. Not only do I not want to drink the Patron, but the square, okay, you can't see it, but I'm rummaging in the bottle. But the square bottle of Patron not only is Patron, but it has like extra plastic on it. Oh no, okay, what is this? This is either like Desano, so it's sweet, or it's Jägermeister, so it's terrible. Oh god, it's Desano. Thank the heavens.
Oh,
Thank goodness. Okay. This is such a narrow escape. 1 second, guys. So this is not Jägermeister. This is Desano. Desano features in one of the recipes in my cookbook, the Villain Pump cookbook, the difference and gin, where it's a bunch of gin flavors plus citrus flavors plus Desano. So 1 second.
Chug, chug, chug.
Suddenly, I feel interesting. I feel like all my jokes are funny now.
So what is Desano?
So Desano is some sort of sweet beverage that's an Italian liqueur. If I recall correctly from my keto stuff, it's 600,000 calories. If you were to actually take sunshine and put it in a bag and then put the bag into a cask so it fermented for 3 years and then pour a bunch of sugar on top of it and then stir it all up, that would be Desano. It's a sweet liqueur. It's like have you ever gone to a liquor store in search of a beer, which I've never done because I hate beer, and you found yourself confronted with a row of Mike's Hard Beverages, all of which are basically like 6% alcohol and like 45% sugar? This is like that, only 27% alcohol. Please, someone take center stage away from me. I am temporarily on cloud 9. Let's go back to Orkro. Orkro, I'm so sorry to put you on the spot. I'm just slightly drunk at the moment.
I am ready to talk about one of my favorite liqueurs now.
Please.
You're talking about Di Serrano. I love. Have you ever had Saint Germain's?
Oh my god, I love Saint Germain. Yes.
It's the best shit ever. It is one of my favorite liqueurs. And if you've not had it, everyone, it is an elderflower liqueur. It is a very light. I almost want to say like a floral taste to it. It's so pleasant. And it comes in this very pretty little bottle. You can just drink it straight. I've seen people mix it with things, but or as we talked before, putting it in champagne, since everything seems to go well with champagne. But I love Saint Germain's, and if you haven't tried it, it's a little you really, like I said, you really only need a little of it to kind of get the effect, but it's so good. But it's a little pricey, I think, but the price has gotten better, I think, because it used to be really hard to find here. Not so much anymore.
Hey, Jeff.
It's
good to see you.
I was
wondering what I was going to bump into you. So, just as a thing, if we get you out to Evil Expo in July, we should get you lots of Saint Germain. We should do that.
Yeah.
Sabrina.
I was going to bring some but to share with folks. But
folks, I'm going off stream very quickly to talk to our vendor coordinator, so please talk amongst yourselves.
So is it now coffee talk? No, he's got his unmute. I was gonna. It's like coffee talk. Talk amongst yourselves. So, anyway, looks like Chelsea's got pizza. Is that pizza?
That is indeed pizza. It's a mushroom and onion pizza.
Well played. I like mushrooms on my pizza too.
If we were talking about mushrooms rather than alcohol, I would take greater part in this conversation.
Oh no. All good. What are you eating, Molly?
I have a choice between chicken or salmon, and instead of like any of those, I decided to get the kids' meal. I got chicken nugs. So I got my nugs. And I got my little happy face potato thingies.
Okay, the happy face potato thingies make it the superior choice. I would have taken that too.
Like everything else looks great, but you can't go wrong with smiley potatoes.
I love those things. I used to get them like Michelina's like brand microwavable things. They have them. You can get them in like a little pack with like some chicken nuggets or something.
Seriously, I mean, like, how good is the food at the Blackthorn? I mean, seriously.
No, this is luxury, like straight luxury.
It's good to know.
I mean, I was honestly sorry not to be able, by circumstances, to make it over there, because that's the best I get fed all year is when we do a show at the Blackthorn.
Is the summer event going to be at that hotel as well? Or do we know yet? So, but or is it going to
I can barely hear anything now.
Oh, my bad. I'm sorry. I was just saying, is the summer event going to be at that hotel too, or are you not sure?
Yeah, we're not sure yet.
Yeah, no, everything's up in the air right now, and we don't know what or when or because it's I think it's really cool though that Jeff has done such a good job, and all the staff of you guys have worked so hard to just be able to do this online version at the last minute like this. It was very impressive that you guys were able to get this together, and I applaud your hard work, because it's not easy doing an event when everything goes according to plan, but especially difficult when you have to be like, oh well, a month out, here we go guys, and redo the whole thing. So hats off to you guys. So so but.
I gotta disappear for a minute, but I'll be right back.
Okay, cool. So I just like watching Christine over there, just like getting into the music.
I know, it's so wild watching her do her DJ thing when you're not actually hearing the music.
Right. It's cool to see her though get into it. Hi, people.
And I really like what she spins.
Huh? What'd you say?
No, I just said I like what Christina spins.
Yeah. Of course, I happen to ask you that right as you put a bite of food in your mouth. It's always how it goes with me. I'll be at a restaurant, and the waitress comes up. Do you need anything? I'll be like, hang on. I'm gonna have to get a refill soon. I'm almost out. Well, I am out actually.
And you're the one drinking the Death in the Afternoon, is that right?
Yes, I was drinking the Death in the Afternoon. Oh,
What is Death in the Afternoon?
it is absinthe and champagne together.
What?
Absinthe and champagne together.
Are you saying that people drink absinthe non-ironically? Like people drink? Oh, good. I have another call. I'll be right back. This is fine.
This is fine. But
Drinking absinthe is one of the few things I do that's not ironic.
Oh yeah, I like it. My boyfriend likes it. I'd had it like once or twice before. I started dating him, but he's always been a big fan of absinthe, and he's not really a drinker either. But he likes absinthe.
Honestly, I like to add a little extra of my own wormwood, which you can get in any witchcraft supply shop.
That's cool.
Go,
That is really cool.
carefully, but it's a little extra kick in it.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I bet
But
it
tread
does.
carefully.
Huh?
But tread carefully.
Carefully, yeah. Good grief.
But I mean, I love absinthe because of all the forms of alcohol. It's the one that actually has, with the wormwood, has a bit of a psychedelic effect. So it's not so that's why you don't see a drunk and rowdy crowd of steampunks or mods or glam people getting rowdy and starting riots at an absinthe party the way you do with other alcohols.
No, you don't see that. People
So
just kind of drink
that's
absinthe
different.
and chill.
And besides, I mean, my idols are people like Oscar Wilde or
Yes, Oscar Wilde is cool.
the pre-Raphaelites, the late Victorian decadence.
Mm-hmm. That romantic age of literature.
The beginnings of the real beginnings of as in God.
You cut out for a second there, Chelsea.
And when even chamber music. I think this is. Am I even being heard?
You cut out for a second there. It kind of froze, and I couldn't hear you.
Am I back now, or?
Yeah, you're fine now. I can hear you and see you just fine.
This is the answer to Jeff's question why people aren't casual on this thing. It's because it's so hard to speak naturally when you're.
Mm-hmm.
Can you imagine the nightmare of being Ozzy Osbourne and trying to use one of these?
Right.
You know,
you never get a
it'd be
damn
a disaster, right?
Oh, that's funny. I like that. Yeah, it's hard, like talking like in a web format, I think. And plus, like, when you're talking to people, you're not used to seeing a reflection of yourself looking back at you the entire time. So you're talking to someone, but meanwhile you're kind of like glancing up, going, "What's this?" Just trying to like adjust the whole time. You're like, is that really how I look on camera? Oh God. And so it's tough to feel like completely like casual. You're right.
There is that. But what I said before was that I associate absinthe with the beginnings of goth. I mean,
Yeah.
Gothic literature, the late 17, early 1800s, when the whole literary genre of women in long diaphanous dresses running away from large Gothic-looking buildings became a thing. You know what I mean?
Right. I'm sure, like, I don't know for certain, but I bet like Lord Byron was one of those types who was really who drank absinthe in his spare time.
He drank absinthe out of somebody's skull.
I wouldn't put it past him.
No, literally, that was one of the part of the whole mythos of Lord Byron is that he had a human skull that he dug up on an archaeological site in Greece that he used for his drinking goblet. He'd fill the thing with absinthe and
no shit. Because of course he did.
Lord Byron was a goth before goth was
He
really
was a goth before it was uncool.
Before it was uncool, yeah.
Exactly.
For real.
I don't keep track. Is goth currently uncool? I don't know.
No, I don't know either these days. It's like, I feel like things like trends cycle so quickly nowadays. I'm just like, well, what's really in, what's not?
Exactly. Like, remember when nerds were like a thing where people were like, ew, nerds, and now people are like, ooh, nerds, I want to marry one.
And you're like, what?
That's because the nerds are the smart people that made all the money, or so I'm told.
And people are on the internet now, whereas like before, like only the nerds were on the internet. Now everybody's on the internet and they see how cool nerdy things are. And then, the Big Bang Theory happened. That show, I think, kind of popularized nerddom. So. But, it's a hell of a thing for me, like, to look at, entire families that go, like, as a family trip to, like, Comic-Con.
They can see
and I'm like,
everything.
hello.
They're going to say hi.
But, like, remember, like, in the day, like, you, like sci-fi conventions were kind of like that thing that, just nerdy people did. But now it's kind of like, people go as, like, a family to, like, sci-fi conventions and stuff. And I think that's a good thing. I mean, it's cool that, like, people are able to share this and it's not taboo anymore. I don't think it's a bad thing at all. It's just kind of, like, shocking. It's like, wow, why wasn't this the thing, like, 10 years ago? Like 20 years ago.
When I first started going to conventions, we had things like Lunacar and WorldCon and various Star Trek conventions and things of that nature. And we had like old science fiction writers and science fiction fans that were leftovers from the 1940s. Mixed with people who today would be called nerds, mixed with hippies that were into the mind-bending, psychedelic new wave of science fiction, all mixed together in the same space. And it was all rather interesting, but also like it was still a little dangerous to get into the hotel to go to a science fiction convention as recently as the early 80s.
There are some great stories about William Shatner, who apparently went to the first Worldcon via a subway. And William Shatner had some trouble because he didn't bring ID to the first Worldcon, and they didn't know who he was.
Oh.
If you read Leonard Nimoy's I Am Spock, Leonard Nimoy wrote 2 books about being Spock. One, I Am Not Spock, which I have not read, and then like several years later he wrote I Am Spock. He wrote, among other things, about William Shatner going to the first Worldcon, just riding the subway to get there, getting to the hotel, and nobody knew who the hell William Shatner was until eventually someone said, "That's Mark Hamill. He was Luke," and they let him in.
Oh. Oh man, hey everybody, I'll be right back. I need to go to the little orcs room and get a refill, so you guys can, just hang out here with, we're all can hang out with you guys. There we go.
I was just thinking that. So Rene Descartes, the philosopher, walks into a bar, and the bartender says, "Aha! Scotch and soda?" And Rene Descartes says, "I think not." And he vanishes. Poof. The end. That's the joke.
I like
That's
that.
the entire joke. I actually also need the little orcs room. I'm sorry. I was just so one of our bands called me up and said, "Hey, would you mind sending us the StreamYard link?" So I had to find the StreamYard link. Do you guys mind if I just put Chelsea on for a little bit? Chelsea, it's all you.
Okay, so Molly, are you still with me?
Yes, I am still here.
Okay, well, let's put you up there so I have somebody to bounce off of. Besides, is that the Urban Witches hat that you're wearing?
Yes. It is the modern Urban Witches hat, and it's actually incredibly functional. It's thick. It's almost waterproof. It is it's making me spits like crazy because I'm indoors with it, so I'm so hot. But when I'm outside, it keeps me nice and toasty.
I almost wore mine today, and I'm glad I didn't now because I don't want to be wearing the same hat as someone else that's ghost. But I find it very functional. I love the way you can crush it up, put it in your pocket.
I took this.
It goes right back into shape.
Yeah, I had this thing folded up in my luggage for like 8 hours, and it came out without a single crisp on it. Like, it's still perfectly, like, no wrinkles or anything. This is one of the best hats I've ever owned.
Same here. I absolutely love it. I mean, I don't work for the company that makes them. It's not a plug or anything, but I do love them.
I would sponsor them if they would have me. Like, I love this hat. This hat, I would wear it every single day if I wouldn't look so crazy at the supermarket with it.
That doesn't stop me.
Yeah, I have girls at this table right now saying they too would wear it. So, it's a good hat.
I mean, I have this wonderful life where I'm a local celebrity. Like, I'm sure most people have no idea who I am, but I'm on local radio and I do shows locally. So when I go to the drugstore or I go to the supermarket or things like that, people recognize me, say hi to me, occasionally want my autograph. More often they want an autographed picture of my car. Because I drive a 61 Willys panel truck that looks like it used to belong to the Munsters or somebody.
Oh, cool. Yeah, like, I'm not that well known. Like, certainly not locally. Locally, I'm lucky enough to have anonymity, but in certain communities online, I'm known. So every now and then, I'll be playing a video game, and I use the screen name for everything. So I'll be playing like GTA, and someone will pop in with, "Wait, are you the Molly Molotov 666?" And I always go, "No, of course not. Who's that?" But yeah, no, I get it.
So that's your gamer name?
What's that?
So that's the gamer name?
It's my every name. It's my writing name, gaming name, performing name. It's basically my brand. It's what I'm known for. Originally started out as a gamer name, like for PlayStation, and I just kept it with everything.
So, have you? So many questions I want to ask you. First, I should know already. I apologize, I don't. But what do you do as a performer?
Well, I do a few things. I'm known mostly for my storytelling. I do a combination of horror and adult form audio, where I tell these really menacing stories about female villains and the different things that female villains do, and it often has like an adult angle to it, but that's not everything it is. I'm also known for being a stage actor, Foley artist. That means I just basically make sound effects for plays. I've done sound effects and voice acting for TV, like basic little things. So I'm not like famous or anything, but I definitely enjoy some level of notoriety.
What are you doing at 11:45 tonight? I asked because I'm supposed to be doing the telling ghost stories thing, and I would love to tell a story and then have you tell one if you'd be willing.
I would love that. That would be exciting. I'm not doing anything except for moderating the chat.
So that would be awesome. I would love to have you doing ghost stories with me.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I'll do it. Absolutely. Thank you for considering me.
And we seem to have been joined by somebody named Veritas Suicide.
I don't know who that is.
I'm sorry, what kind of pie would you like?
Oh, banana. Thank you so much.
And it was just 2 check-in with the rice and the broccoli?
Yeah, sorry, we're in the middle of dinner, but the suicide puppets. Woo! Hey, I know who you guys are. But yeah. So I'm here because I met Jeff. You know, Dark Lord. I met him through Trauma. So like we're both fans of Trauma movies, and we started talking one day, and it was just like, "Hey, come here." What's that?
When you say trauma, you mean as in Trauma films?
Yeah, Trauma films, like TROMA, Trauma, like the horror movies. Yeah, and I told him I'm like a secret. What's that?
Yeah, I'm an old Trauma fan from way back. So I understand that Rashawn's going to be with us later. So have you been in a couple of any Trauma pictures? Or
what's that?
Have you been in any of the Trauma pictures?
That is a life goal of mine that I've had since I was 12 years old. I'm going to be in a Trauma movie one day. Hopefully as a cretin in some remake or sequel or whatever to Class of Nukem High. That's my life's goal. Like, if I can achieve that, I feel like I've done what I need to do in this life. Yeah, no, my goals are small but manageable.
I think that's an awesome goal.
I agree.
So I am like absolutely obsessed with Trauma, and when Jeff saw that, he was like, "Hey, we're gonna be working with Lloyd Kaufman. Do you want to help out?" And instantly, of course, I'm like, "Yes, please, and thank you." Like, you said Lloyd, I'm here, and I traveled all the way from Boston to New York in order to participate.
I'm so very sorry.
Let me get that.
There's nothing wrong.
No, I have to ask. Since you said you live in Boston, right?
I live where? Yeah, Boston?
I'm in New York. You're in Boston. I'm in New York State. So with the COVID restrictions and all that, how is it working out with recreational in Boston? Is it hard to get in? Is it?
Really? There is nothing going on in Boston right now. It's almost completely shut down. My theater group that I was a part of, they closed down temporarily until under COVID. All recreations, all entertainments, everything is just shut down. Like there's nothing.
I meant, what about you have recreational marijuana legal in Boston?
I'm a daily smoker, and never had a problem. Like they're really chill about marijuana usage. Super chill about it. I've never had a problem. Like I can just smoke outside, and the police just don't care anymore. Like it's completely decriminalized.
I'm 61 years old, so I have literally spent my adult life fighting that particular cause. So it means a lot to me to see progress.
Thank you for your hard work, because you're the reason why I can now. People like you are the reason why I can use marijuana in a way that helps my life, helps my quality of life, and helps just everything about like me being able to function. I wouldn't be able to function properly without it, because it manages my pain, it manages my mood issues that I have, because I have like problems with maintaining my mood. It's like the only thing, like no other medications really help my mood except for weed. So thank you for your hard work.
I appreciate that. Same here. It helps with the with my pain issues. It's also the safest way to treat my depression, because I really, really do not think that getting addicted to prescription pharmaceuticals is the path of life I want to go down.
Exactly. Like, believe it or not, I have social anxiety. like crippling social anxiety. I can't easily even make a phone call unless I've been smoking in order to like bring down my panic levels. And I wouldn't be able to do this, like what I'm doing right now with the talking. I wouldn't be able to do this without marijuana being able to help me maintain my mood.
Believe it or not, I also have social anxiety issues. On the one hand, I'm on stage.
A lot of fun.
It's something I saw in like a magazine, I want to say a couple of years ago, and I really liked it, and I've just kind of stuck with it since.
And I like characters with unusual hair, like my Lady Sylvia Dorchester character from my stories has green skin with darker green hair because she's a vampire from another planet.
Oh, that's cool. I like that.
So she has the green coloring and certain special abilities that Earth people don't have.
That's
her vampire superpower, rather than taking from Anne Rice or from Charlene Harris or from other vampire writers, I gave her the power that she, how Tarzan can talk to the animals, or
yeah,
Gina from Green Mansions can, So my Lady Sylvia Dorchester vampire character, her thing is she can communicate with the bats, and she can send her bat minions out to do things for her.
I like that. That's awesome.
And they all have, cute little names like Barnabas and Barney. And you get the idea.
Aw, that's adorable. I love that. I like bats in general too.
I'm very fond of them. I have a bat house hanging on my bookstore. Unfortunately, I haven't attracted any. I did everything right. I mean, it's by the spring house, so they're near water. It's in the shade. It's got southern exposure. There's a tree over it. I tried to do everything by the book, but
was a creature right behind us who looked like a flaming walking compass.
There we are. All right, we got you in there.
Molested by a Balrog, walking through the mines on Summer's Eve. You may say these things are only
I can hear you, but
Master Frodo,
sounds like you're in.
Gandalf turned to face the demon, and he yelled for us to run, Frodo, run. When the bridge began to crumble, we decided that the stay would not be fun. As they plunged into the darkness, we were
going to have Live band for you, a few minutes here.
With a god who talks to orcs and feasts on elves. Oh, Gandalf got molested by
Get them into the room.
a walking through the mines one summer's eve. You may say these things are only legends, but me and Master Frodo we believe. One more time. Gandalf got molested by a
I hope everybody's having a good time.
walking through the mines one summer's eve. You may say these things are only legends,
Online side of
but me and Master Frodo we believe. Me and Master Frodo.
I'm just waiting for them to clear the stage over there.
Thank you. Thank you all. If you like it, put something on Facebook.
We're going to have Abney Park for you in just a little bit. I'll tell you what, we're going to go ahead and put on some of the old footage from previous Evil Expo so that you have something better to look at than this. Once again, we'll hop right back on.
I find that the ships that are overladen out on the seas, and I allow the sales faster by relieving those from their cargo. So I'm doing a favor.
Okay, I'm getting something set up so you'll be able to. I'm starting a second.
Oh my gosh, I can't believe it. This is going to be really exciting.
Not bad at all.
And I like your two-tone effect a lot.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. It's something I saw in like a magazine, I want to say a couple of years ago, and I really liked it, and I've just kind of stuck with it since.
And I like characters with unusual hair, like my Lady Sylvia Dorchester character from my stories has green skin with darker green hair because she's a vampire from another planet.
That's cool. I like that.
So she has the green coloring and certain special abilities that Earth people don't have.
That's
her vampire superpower, rather than taking from Anne Rice or from Charlene Harris or from other vampire writers, I gave her the power that she, how Tarzan can talk to the animals, or Gina from Green Mansions can, So my Lady Sylvia Dorchester vampire character, her thing is she can communicate with the bats, and she can send her bat minions out to do things for her.
I like that. That's awesome.
And they all have, cute little names like Barnabas and Barney. And you get the idea.
Aw. That's adorable. I love that. I like bats in general, too.
I'm very fond of them. I have a bat house hanging on my bookstore. Unfortunately, I haven't attracted any. I did everything right. I mean, it's by the spring house, so they're near water. It's in the shade. It's got southern exposure. There's a tree over it. I tried to do everything by the book, but
sometimes there's just no telling,
But I keep hoping.
Wow. They'll show up like the minute you're like, oh, I guess they're not coming. You give up, and then one day you look out there and there they are.
I mean, I know we have bats because I'm on the side of them. Well, you can see a wood stove behind me. I live in a cottage on the side of a mountain in the middle of the forest, so I know that we have them.
Oh, yeah. By the way, I love that wood burning stove behind you. That's really cool.
Thank you.
My mom has one in her house, and they're great. They, if like especially if like the power ever goes out or something, they'll still keep the whole house warm.
That has happened. We are in the Catskills. We've been lucky this year. Usually we get at least one snow and ice storm that shuts everything down. The worst is like without an internet, I can't work because I run an online business.
I get that. That's the one bad thing about working online. When your whole business is online, if your internet goes out, then you're like, well, I guess I have the day off.
All right. So we are here with our next guest. Ryan, can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Yeah, no, she left with You're ready to go. Go ahead and take it away.
Are we on?
We are live.
Okay, all right, let's just roll into it. Hello out there in Evil Expo land. My name is Casey Reha, all the way from Seattle, Washington. And here we have this very special interview tonight with two members of the famous steampunk band, Abney Park. Of course, we have Christina Erickson all the way to my left, and the founder of Abney Park, Mr. Robert Brown. Thank you so much for joining us tonight, Robert.
Absolutely, thank you. And thank you for driving down, Casey. It's great to have you here.
Absolutely. It was a little close with the timeline, but I really could have used an airship at that time.
So, so what you guys don't know is Casey is an actor that we've been working with. I'll tell you more about that later. We hired him through his agency, and Casey, the agency didn't give him a time. And luckily, Evil Expo's time seems to be running on how long it took us to get him in here. So things are going great now, but we're all set for now.
Yeah. So Abney Park, 33 albums, 4 novels, 6 board games, including 1 award-winning RPG called Airship Pirates, and what I've heard through the grapevine, a brand spanking new steampunk musical.
Yeah, we've been busy, I guess. We've been having a great time getting all this stuff done. Yeah, we've got so many new projects in the works right now. It's really been a fantastic ride. And to be honest, this COVID year has just accelerated everything. We've had the time to do so much more than we would normally do. Maybe it's because we can't really tour during this era, but it's been crazy.
Yeah. So both for new and for longtime Abney Park fans, let's open it up a little bit and talk a little bit more about the band. So Abney Park is considered to be the very first steampunk band. But, originally I hear that you guys started off as more of like a gothic sounding band. So what was it like in the early days being a goth band?
Yeah. So, I mean, Abney Park we always sort of made our sound. Yeah. We made this kind of music that we made.
We were kind of an accidental goth band.
This is true.
Incidentally.
So we had my vocals, which were this, deep, rich bass kind of tone. And then a lot of keyboards coming out of Christina and guitars coming out of our guitar players. And the first live concert we ever did was in Tacoma, not that far away from here, actually. And there was an independent newspaper at the time called Pandemonium. And when they reviewed us, as, they said, they're a great goth band, but they're a little too happy to be a goth band. And so the entire time we were a goth band, we knew that we sort of didn't quite fit that. Yeah. We knew what we wanted to do. We knew we wanted to have these Victorian influences, but we also knew that we just couldn't keep up the morose the full time.
Yeah. You had to distinguish yourself from Depeche Mode is what you had to do.
Well, I mean, if I could have been Depeche Mode.
I know, right?
not totally certain I wouldn't have done that, but no, we love the Depeche Mode, but yeah, we throughout our entire goth career, we were constantly getting, well, they're wonderful. I love their sound, but they're not very dark all the time. And eventually, it was funny because as soon as we went steampunk, all of the goth festivals started calling, and we've still been playing all the big festivals to this day. So I think they liked us better after we were no longer a goth band.
Yeah.
If that makes any sense. I don't know.
Was there a particular time when you felt it was important to make the switch and label yourselves as the very diverse sound that is steampunk over gothic?
Yeah. So there was one particular time when these different scenes like goth and steampunk and punk rock and EDM and all of these scenes sort of ebb and flow throughout these different throughout the different countries that they're in. And there was a period of time where goth was sort of starting to draw back in the US. And at the same time, we didn't know that we were ever a dead on fit because half of our songs definitely didn't fit that. So one of the things there was this one fateful day where we were showing up for band practice, and it was before we had the studio. So we were moving all the furniture in the living room so that we had room to like set up speakers for the guitar players and stuff. Pretty lo-fi. And I had spent the afternoon drawing pictures of pirate ships hanging from balloons. And I have no idea why I was doing this. And then when the whole band got there, we started to talk about what gothic music was and how we wanted to do something of our own. Oh, I think we had just gotten a review in a magazine that was like, well, their music's great, but it's not a perfect fit.
No.
And so we were like, okay, so what we need is a genre of our own.
Yeah.
Where we can do whatever the hell we want to do in this genre. We can write whatever the hell we want to write. And from that point forward, we could, have carte blanche. And so we're like, okay, so look at Gothic. Gothic is this Victorian-based horror movie, and it's based on Victorian literature. And industrial was a style of music, is a style of music based on industrial design. And so it got to the point where it was like, okay, well, maybe what we need to do is find a little-known literary genre that we can turn into a musical genre.
Sure.
So we grabbed steampunk, and I think at the time there were 4 steampunk novels written in the whole world.
Period. Yeah.
And so we were like, great, no one's ever going to tell us we're doing it wrong. We'll pick this one out and we'll do that. And we did. And then here's the deal. At the time, I was drawing all of these pirate ships hanging under balloons, and our backup singer at the time said, well, if we're just picking a science fiction genre, you should pick steampunk. And so then that's what we did. And it all was a one band practice one day. And that's what we did. We started touring the world playing steampunk. And then we started touring the world playing steampunk. And now the opening bands were also playing steampunk.
Yeah.
And then we start touring the world playing steampunk festivals. And we start to go, oh, this is turning into a thing. So that's kind of how it went.
So obviously, because the genre was kind of there for you to help mold and create, it was very easy to just pull from any song and trusting that the genre was going to be there in terms of the personal expression of the songs that you're writing. Would you say that there are some specific moments where you just said, okay, not only are we writing these songs that express that we understand, but also the people are vibing with the songs as well. They're really feeling the expressions and what we're trying to.
That is a great question. Yeah, I think the first time we ever saw that was we were playing in a club in LA called Bar Sinister. Now, Bar Sinister is a very famous goth club. It's insanely cool if you ever have the opportunity to go there.
I've driven by it once or twice when I lived
Have you?
there.
Oh, you got to go in sometime. You got to go in.
They let me?
In this, they might. You wear the suit, ditch the shirt.
Yeah, all black. All black.
But so Bar Sinister, and this is how gothic this club is. The very center of the dance floor is this fountain filled with drippy old melted candles overflowing with fog. And it's so freaking cool. And everybody in there.
It has the world's tiniest stage. The stage is so small.
This is definitely like backroom goth.
Like a 5x7 carpet.
But beautiful, beautiful club. And so we had played there as a goth band many times, and they rebooked us as a steampunk band. And we thought they might have trouble booking us as a steampunk band, but they were like, oh no, the goths are digging the steampunk. And we're like, okay, great. And so we get on stage, and for the first time, we look out in the audience, and half of the audience is now dressed steampunk for the first time. And we're like, okay.
Like a full black denim to brown leather conversion.
Yeah.
Wow.
Things are starting to switch over.
At Uber Goth Club.
Yeah, and actually we met some very cool scene-changing steampunks during that concert that went on to become big, famous scene shapers in the steampunk scene. It was a very, I think that was a brilliant question because I hadn't really thought about that. But yeah, there was one show where we realized things are starting to change, and this is becoming a thing the world is doing.
Yeah.
So,
and obviously you have the steampunk aesthetic that helps to like drive towards, these are the kind of songs that we're going to talk about. But in terms of like personal expression and finding the sound, are there things in particular, speaking generally, that inspire you in the songwriting process?
Yeah, pretty much everything from my life inspires me for the songwriting process. Boy, I don't even know where to go with that one. There's so much. Every part of my life, everything that we do. I remember. Okay, so here's a funny story.
Yeah.
We play Russia.
It wasn't funny.
It was pretty funny.
My God.
It was
so
you talking about the
tired.
bathtub?
The bathtub. I was so tired.
Yes.
Okay, so Robert. So here's what's brilliant about Robert
Yeah.
is he can't stop working. It's wonderful. It's horrible. It's wonderful. But so we just done a show. I think, what did we do? St. Petersburg first, and then we took the night train to Moscow. So that was exhausting and amazing. And then we had like 3 hours to like sleep, bathe, whatever, before we do the next show. And so he gets in the bathtub. I'm trying to sleep. I fall asleep.
It's like 3
and
a.m.
then he can't
after a concert.
stop coming up because his mind never stops.
Sure.
And so he has this amazing melody. And so he's humming it over and over and
Okay, so in
over.
my defense, if I don't do that, then I lose
No,
the melody, and
it
that
is
song
amazing.
is gone forever.
I love you so much for it. But right then, I did not love you for it. I was so tired. I just wanted to sleep. And he had the melody for the most amazing song. And so whenever he has a really cool melody, he just stops. He does it over and over, and then puts it like into his iPhone. And then when we get home into the studio, then he starts working on it. But yeah, so he'll be anywhere in the world and just start humming something, and then everything else in the world stops. And
well, in my brain,
right? And then it gets recorded, and then we move on with our day. So
so there we were at like 3 a.m. and Christina's trying to sleep after a concert, and we had just taken we had taken this train from St. Petersburg. So after we do the sound check, we do the concert.
First we're jet lagged.
First we're jet lagged. Then we do the sound check. Then we do the concert. Then after the concert, we sign autographs. Then after the autographs, we run for the night train. Then we load all of our gear onto the night train that goes from St. Petersburg to Moscow. And then we're on this train car, and you're trying to sleep in this tiny little train car on these little shelves. And then we arrive in Moscow. She goes to bed. I get into the bathtub with my iPhone and get out GarageBand and start writing this song.
Plunk it out.
And so for any diehard Abney Parks fans out there, you know that I'm talking about the song Night Train from St. Petersburg to Moscow.
We have only played that song in St. Petersburg and Moscow. We've
In
never
St. Petersburg and
anywhere
Moscow.
else in the world.
Although there's video of both of those performances on the YouTube, and they're pretty
It's a
stellar.
good song. It's just only played in Russia.
That Evil Expo Goers is a collaborative story told by a happily married couple. I just want to point that out.
Well said.
So defining the genre, you have all these different things to pull from world music and from the steampunk aesthetic. But I also heard there was a music video that you guys have done. I've not seen this one yet, that you guys specifically did with a high-profile circus, like a high-profile performance circus.
Yeah. Okay. So we worked. Oh, see
That was
this
in-
is tough
that
because
was
I got
in
a story.
Portland, Oregon.
Uh-huh.
Yep. So we were performing. We did a bunch of shows with Wanderlust Circus, and they are absolutely fantastic. And one of the we did a bunch of shows with them, and they're so talented. We asked them to be in one of our music videos, and so we produced this music video with them called "Circus at the End of the World."
Yeah.
They met us at a little rundown theater in the middle of the afternoon, and we brought in all these camera crews and lighting guys and all that kind of stuff, and it was a wonderful music video. Any chance we've got that music video?
I think we got it queued up. No?
No? All right. Okay, cool.
We'll move on.
No. I've got a funny story to tell about.
Oh, yeah,
about
sure.
Wanderlust. And actually, I don't know that this is about Wanderlust, but back in the days when we worked with a lot of circus people, some of these people might have been involved.
Oh.
We had this great, this is a good story. She knows it's a good story. So one day we decided to have one of our famous Abney Park parties.
Yes.
And we decided to invite all of the circus folk.
Okay, so let's talk for a second about how we have parties. We're like very like band friendly, family friendly, everyone friendly, all the friendly. So we had a 4-year-old and a 7-year-old. Let's talk about this first.
4-year-old and 7-year-old girls.
Girls, yes.
And then we invited all the circus folk, all of which are wonderful people.
Everyone's awesome.
One of which wasn't super good at dealing with an open bar.
Ooh, yeah, that's fair.
So, I want to change his name to protect the not so innocent.
Please do that.
Let's call him Frederico.
Frederico.
He's not really Frederico, but okay. So Frederico. He's got a different name.
You're gonna change it every time.
Yeah.
So Frederico, I'll keep you on track.
All right. So Frederico really liked the fact that there was an open bar. And at one point, he started to challenge everybody at the open bar. And I saw him pour a tall glass of whiskey. And then I saw him chase that with a tall glass of straight absinthe.
I hope his metabolism was just
perfect.
Yeah.
Frederico was a skinny little boy.
Oh, no.
Well, a man boy. And Frederico... very shortly was completely blitzed out of his mind.
Yeah.
And shortly after that, Frederico was completely butt naked. And at the time we had a hot tub full of circus folk, and it was pouring down rain. And Frederico was making a big scene naked in the hot tub full of circus folk.
Of course.
And my daughters were still up. I think it was still like 9:00 at night. So I tell my kids, I'm like, okay, kids, time to go to bed. And they're like, it's only 9. I'm like, go to bed. Go to bed and lock your doors. And so they went upstairs and went to bed and locked their doors.
Yeah.
And at one point, Frederico, he gets out of the hot tub. Oh, so he's trying to figure out how to get out of the hot tub. Now, it's not confusing, but 2 sides of my hot tub have a drop off over it.
Right.
And the other 2 sides go onto the deck. Everybody else in the hot tub was so annoyed, they told him the wrong sides. And he went butt naked out into the mud.
Oh, God.
Then he comes stumbling butt naked into the house, sees Christina's grand piano, and says, I'm going to play the piano and compose a song on how you guys are stifling my creativity right now.
You're changing his voice too, right?
Yeah, that's not his voice.
Sure.
I don't even remember his voice.
Right.
And actually, I still like Frederico under a different name, but still, it's still a good story. And he forever will have this story told because he earned this.
All right. So he's going to express his creativity in a drunken stupor on the piano.
So he starts Christina's piano, and he's like, I'm going to write a song about you guys on the piano. I'm like, you're not going to touch Christina's piano. And he's like, yes, I am. I'm like, no, you're not. He's like, okay, fine. And so now he's feeling a little hurt.
Yeah.
And so he sits down and he's like, bring me my clothes. And so he gets all of his clothes. He's starting to try to put his clothes on. He's having trouble because he's that blitzed.
Yeah.
And at one point he goes into the soliloquy about how much he loves his socks and where are his socks and who stole his socks.
Yeah.
So me being a little mischievous at the moment, I went upstairs and got a pair of Isabella's baby-sized pantyhose.
No.
That look like black business socks, except for they are sewn together at the crotch.
You've already wounded his pride, man.
Yes. So then he sat there on the couch trying to put on these baby tights, which would only come up to his ankle. He kept falling over, and the confusion on his face was absolutely delightful. But even better than that was the next day was our concert where he had to interview the band, or not interview the band, but introduce the band in front of a huge audience and then hang out with the band in the green room. It was good times.
Where did this party particularly take place?
So the party was here in the house.
Yeah.
The concert was in Studio 7 in Seattle, I think.
You're not supposed to give all that information.
Oh,
I know, right? Right.
Certain people are at home making notes.
It
They're
was
like,
in
"Who
the
was
ice
that?"
place, obviously.
He also had lightning bolts on his torso that pointed at his.
Okay. We did get that 18 plus warning, but there might be some 4 or 7-year-olds in the audience. So obviously you have this beautiful home, this airship overfloating the mountains, the Cascadian Mountains of the Pacific Northwest. And in addition to having this beautiful home and in this beautiful neck of the woods, there's also a lot of traveling on both your guys' end. What is it like? I don't know. Do you feel like there's something that changes within you when you are as traveled and as world weary as both of you are?
Yeah, that's a great one. I actually wrote a song about this. I can't remember how many albums ago it was.
Yeah.
There's this sort of theory, and it's not my own. It's sort of been going around for 100 years, and it's called the Traveler's Curse.
Okay.
And I wrote it into a song for a couple, I don't know which album it was. But the Traveler's Curse works like this. The curse is this. If you grow up in a certain place, where did you grow up?
Grew up in Olympia, Washington.
Olympia, Washington.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So in Olympia, you've got cool oceans around you, but lots of tall pine trees, and you've got mountains and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So to you, home is a place that has cool oceans, tall pine trees, and mountains.
Yeah.
And I grew up not too well. Before I started traveling with my mom,
Right.
I lived not too far from here. And so I also grew up with the cool oceans and palm trees and all that kind of stuff. When I was a little boy, my mom was an anthropologist, and so she moved the whole family to India.
Mm-hmm.
So then I started to realize I really loved elephants, and I loved jungles, and I loved old ruins covered in vines. So suddenly to me, home was cool oceans, tall evergreen trees, mountains, elephants, ruins, and jungles.
Mm-hmm.
And then as a band, we started to travel more, and we traveled to Barcelona to play concerts there. And they've got these libraries that are 1,200 years old that are absolutely insane. The architecture is beautiful. The food is fantastic. We start traveling to Germany. We play in Leipzig, in Munich, München. And they've got these gorgeous European squares, and you're sitting outside eating this amazing food, and everywhere we traveled sort of added on to what it took to be our home. And the Traveler's Curse is eventually your definition of home doesn't exist anymore.
Right.
It's too many things that you would need.
Yeah.
For example, here in Gig Harbor, there are not enough elephants, and I haven't seen a single monkey. It's terrible. So that's what the Traveler's Curse is.
That's a great segue, because I have my little research notes here,
right.
And I've been told that I absolutely need to bring this up with you. So I'm not going to spoil it for the audience at home. But can you tell me a little something about that thing?
Yeah. All right. So
speaking of circus and elephants.
Yeah. So when I was a boy, I want to say I was 8 or 9 years old. We lived in India, and at one point we moved up to Missouri. I've got 2 older sisters. And my sisters went to a boarding school in India while I stayed with my parents. Right. And so Missouri is in the foothills of the Himalaya. So it's this teeny town on all of these single lane roads over these cliffs, and the cliffs drop down miles and miles and miles. Yeah. And as the cliff drops down, it just sort of disappears into the clouds. And those are the clouds for everybody that lives in the plains. And I mean, you are way up high. And I was this little boy, and one day my dad took me out trying to find something fun for us to do. Mm-hmm. And we come across this little park, and in the park is a small Ferris wheel. It's maybe like 2 stories tall, leaning over the edge of a cliff covered in rust. But there's like no mechanism at all. It's just a wheel with those little seats you'd sit in, and a bunch of Indian boys sitting next to it.
Yeah. And
so my dad goes up to the boys and says, "My son would like a ride in your Ferris wheel." And they're like, "Great." And he gives them some rupees, and they put me in a wheel. And the boys all climb into this rusty, creaking Ferris wheel, and start climbing it hand over hand like it's one of those hamster wheels while it's leaning over the edge of the cliff. And here's little me going up and down and looking way down, and way below us were the top of the clouds for the planes. And this thing is just rusting and creaking. And I don't think I'll ever forget that. It was beautiful, but it was terrifying. I don't think an adult would do that. I think only a kid would climb into that thing.
This sounds like a very strange, like, a boy's first steampunk experience in the far reaches of India. I've also never heard of Missouri, is it pronounced?
Missouri.
Missouri.
So it sounds like Missouri.
Yeah.
But it's spelled Missouri. But yeah, that's in India. But yeah, I found that a lot of the places that I traveled had severe steampunk vibes.
Yeah.
And even after we switched to being a steampunk band, I kept my traveling. And I remember we went to Trinidad and then Tobago, which is a little Tobago. Tobago, Tobago.
Missouri.
Yeah, it's tomato. But we in Tobago, Tobago. Well, all of the
That's all the time we have,
the
ladies and
toboggans
gentlemen.
are right now. Toboggans? That's probably
It's
not
just
right.
toboggans.
Don't quote me on that. But yeah, I kept coming across all of these old mechanisms on that island that looked so like half steampunk, half Gilligan's Island. And it was just beautiful, and it just fed the steampunk imagination.
Nice.
Just gorgeous.
So obviously there's a lot of different sounds of world music. But when you're putting together a song, what are some choices that's made in the songwriting process that you feel can really pull out that steampunk sound, that quintessential steampunk sound?
Yeah, I mean, one of the things that I really like to do is I study old style Victorian music.
Yeah.
And I look at the way the instrumentation is played together. And I look at sort of, if you took the intent of what those people were doing with that music back then, because all of art evolves. Movies nowadays are faster paced than movies were back in the 40s. And, art's always evolving. So I'll listen to all of these different old time songs and I'll pull things out. And to be honest, I don't just look at Victorian. I quite often will look at the classical era, or I'll look forward into the swing bands and early jazz era. So even like with the Abney Park lineup now, we've got like a trumpet player who also plays trombone and lots of old vintage instruments. We've got a viola player. Our guitar player is super skilled at gypsy jazz. And we throw that into me and Christina's sound, and we get all of these different flavors.
Yeah.
As a matter of fact, if we've got a lot of old school Abney Park fans listening, I'm sure they've seen this before, but if there's anybody new to Abney Park, I'd love to play you one of our more popular songs from about a decade ago. Sure. This song's called Steampunk Revolution.
Okay.
And you can hear how we've taken these very vintage trumpet kind of sounds and these very vintage violin sounds and thrown this mix together to make a modern song that really feels out of time.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's roll it. Give it a listen.
We've got a steampunk revolution. We're tired of all your so-called evolution. We've dialed it back to 1886. Don't ask us why, that's how we get our kicks. Out with the new, in with the old. Out with the new, in with the old. Our underworld isn't filled with fear. Just brass and copper, leather scrap made rusty gear. You can keep your hip-hop, techno, pop, rock, schlep and dub. On my way to a gold-powered underground vintage pub. 1886. Don't ask us why. That's how we get our kicks. Out with the new, in with the old. Out with the new, in with the old. Your subculture shops at the mall. We build ours with blue toe jeans, red and leather all. With our antique clock parts, we've taken all I'd find up to fashion. And now we're spreading worldwide, circle the globe with the furious passion. That is steampunk, a revolution. Tired of all your so-called evolution. We've done it back to 1886. But don't ask us why, that's how we get our kicks. That is steampunk, a revolution. Tired of all your so-called evolution. We've got it back to 1886. Don't ask us why, that's how we get our kicks. Out with the new, in with the old.
Very, very nice. A nice melting pot of different sounds. You weren't lying.
Oh man, that music video was so sentimental.
And-
Looking back at him, like I was so cute back then. I was so little.
Yeah, and obviously I see some familiar different artists from my friend the Emerald Lady and Steamposium that she does every year.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
That's sort of the music video that the internet made, because when we first wrote that song, we had the idea of putting out online, like everybody who's a steampunk artist out there, send us what you've done.
Yeah.
Send us video, send us still photos, send us animation, anything that you do, send it to us, and we'll put it together in a video. And that's what that music video is. It's just piles of talent. You saw Professor Elemental in there. You saw Kato and the Steam Girls were in there. Just so many talented people. So yeah, it was really a great video. Oh, the Never Was Hall, yeah.
Or Never Was.
Neverwhere is a book by Neil Gaiman. Yeah. But yeah, that's some great stuff in that video.
Yeah. Is there a way to like describe the feeling to know that like one of the pillars of the foundation that is this band is just the amazing support and continued support of the fans for many, many years?
Oh yeah. So much of what we do is being bounced back from fans. I only even started writing novels because I got so much fan mail from people saying, I feel like in all of, this is actually funny. I feel like in all of your songs, I can see this whole ongoing saga. And here's what the reality of it was.
Well, yeah.
The reality of it was is that I would write these songs, and if I ever was like angry at somebody or sad about something or whatever, I didn't want to like just write a song being like, it sucks my dad has cancer, because that's kind of like on the nose. So what I would do is because I'm a steampunk, I would create some sort of metaphor. So like with the cancer one, when my dad first got cancer, I started writing this story about the song about this clockwork man who had broken parts inside him, and he needed to pull those parts out and replace them, but he didn't know if he could live through the process of pulling them out. Sorry, I got a little dark.
Oh, this is so
sorry.
sad.
It's okay.
So sad.
But so yeah, all of the songs were metaphors for things happening in my life, and the fans were queuing on to that and saying, this is a long told tale. I can see this whole saga going through. We want the whole saga. So what I decided to do was write a series of novels that told it as if the metaphor was continued. They don't have to hear about my dad's battle with cancer. They can hear about the Clockwork Man. It's great. And so it was very interesting that the fans just would sort of feed me these ideas. For years, all of these fans would write to me and be like, there needs to be an Abbey Park role-playing game. So we produced that through Studio 7 and Cake Bread and Walton in London. They actually wrote to me out of the blue and said, we want to make a role-playing game based on the Abbey Park novels. And they did, and it is just a beautiful game. It's won all these awards. It's phenomenal. It's very expensive if you can find them.
Do we even have a copy?
We have one copy, and every so often I loan it out and have trouble getting it back.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
But yeah, so and for years and years and years, we had fans writing to us saying there should be an Abney Park musical. And so, as you might be aware of, one of our fans actually wrote to us and he said, I would like to produce an Abney Park musical. I would like to fund an Abney Park musical. And so we started doing that. And for those of you who don't know, Casey here is actually the star of the Abney Park musical.
And Casey is absolutely brilliant at this.
Yeah,
he has brought me to tears from listening to what he has done.
Yeah, and me as well.
And I do not tear up
easily.
No, if anybody's worried, I am in it, but I wrote the whole story for the musical and I realized that I couldn't really play the lead role. So we auditioned dozens. I think we auditioned something like 36 people. Casey was by far the best, both at acting, which was just jaw-dropping, made me very much question my own abilities, and singing, which he's fantastic at. Oh, it didn't make me question my abilities.
Well, no. You're the one with 300 original songs under your belt.
This is true. This is very true. Well, yeah.
I will take a brief interlude and say, pertaining to the fans really connecting to what it was you were talking about, whether it was through a metaphor or an allegory or just actually sharing it, I think it's really easy nowadays for true fans of music and of performing. They have really good, like our term, a good bull detector. And I think one of my favorite, I don't remember who said it, one of my favorite phrases about that ever is, storytelling and performing is all about taking a look at the scars and the wounds that you have and showing them to people.
Oh, that's
I
beautiful.
love that.
And they
love that.
And you slowly heal them up until your next gig or audition, and then you open them back up again.
Yeah. No, I think that's really, really good.
Mhm.
I think that's, I love that one.
So speaking of over 300 original songs, you guys have also had some very amazing, unique steampunk covers of some songs. My personal favorite is by Mir Miss Duchesne. I absolutely love that And Your Sisters cover. Incredibly well done. But is there one in particular that you're like, this is the one? This is my favorite cover of the past few years.
So actually, it's really funny. It ended up being sort of a proving ground for us. Maybe 12 years ago, we decided Abney Park would cover the song Chitty Chitty Bang Bang. And nobody rehearsed it. And we played it at Dragon Con.
Oh, no.
And it was just the worst thing ever. And there's actually a video of Abney Park performing this on YouTube. And the caption of the video is, Abney Park has technical difficulties, or aren't any good? Question mark. Where we stumble our way through Chitty Chitty Bang Bang.
It's not like the fans of Dragon Con are hypercritical.
Yeah. So 12 years later, I'm like, you know what? I'm going to prove this, mother. And so I did a whole new arrangement for it that is insane. And then we did a video for it that was absolutely insane.
Right.
We shot the whole thing on green screen, but in the backyard at like midnight, sitting on like old stools with green screen draping around them, holding playground steering wheels. I mean, in fact, if you watch the video, you can see I'm holding one of those little kids' playground steering wheels in the car. Do we want to watch the video?
Let's absolutely watch this green screen awesomeness.
Yes, it came out so good.
Everybody's head today. We're crying on a motor ship with pride in our ownership. The envy of moments of May. Oh, chitty, 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 bang, bang, chitty, chitty, bang, bang, we love you. And chitty, chitty, pretty chitty, bang, bang, chitty, chitty, bang, bang, oh, what you do? Near chitty, far, chitty, in a motor car, but I have the time to spend. Bang, bang, pretty chitty, bang, bang, a fine for offended friend. Bang, bang, chitty, chitty, bang, bang, a fine for offended friend. Chitty, pretty chitty, bang, bang, a fine for offended friends. Oh, you pretty chitty bang bang, chitty chitty bang bang, we love you. And in pretty chitty bang bang, chitty chitty bang bang, what you do? In the car, but I have the time to spend. Bang bang, chitty chitty bang bang, a fine for friend and friend. Bang bang, chitty chitty bang bang, a fine for friend and friend. You're sleek as a thoroughbred, your seeds on a feather bed, you turn everybody's head today. We ride on a motor ship, we ride in our ownership, and we always obey. Chitty, 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 bang, bang, chitty, chitty, bang, bang, we love you. And chitty, 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 bang, bang, chitty, chitty, bang, bang, what you do? Near chitty, far, chitty, in a motor car, every time we spend. Bang, chitty, bang, bang, a fine for offended friends. Bang, bang, chitty, chitty, bang, bang, a fine for offended friends. Chitty, chitty, bang, bang, fine for offended friends.
Oh, that was magnificent.
Yeah, I loved that. That was so crazy to do.
Yeah, I don't know what I was more happy about, that I spotted this mug in particular in one of those shots.
I think it was in there.
Or seeing my good steampunk enthusiast friend Tobias McCurry on his power risers,
Yeah.
just coming after you on foot.
Yes.
That was amazing. And actually, shortly after, he showed up to put what power risers you're calling them?
Mhm.
The stilt shoes?
Yeah, the
Spring
running
shoes.
stilt shoes. Yeah.
Yeah, no. Shortly after he showed up with that, suddenly my daughter Isabella was like, "Oh, I need to have a pair of those." She's actually our producer. Bella, go to the white shop for a second. So if you could see the teenage girl in the foreground, that's my daughter Bella.
Mm-hmm.
She produces all of our in-studio concerts because she is a mastermind at these things. And so she immediately got those stilt shoes to be like Tobias and do that kind of stuff. They are very tricky, and it's weird having your daughter be taller than you.
Especially with the length of your hair.
Yes. I feel like she was taller than me, but not taller than my hair.
Not the same Isabella from the Isabella song.
Sleep Isabella? Very same one.
Wow.
She keeps growing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sleep Isabella was a very long time ago.
Yeah.
And that was little Isabella.
Yeah. No, one of the things I got to do during this pandemic is finally finish up True Blood. And it was fun to go, oh, I recognize that song in that band.
There was a certain time where Bella, still a little girl, watched that scene from
Ooh.
True Blood
Well,
and said,
well,
why are there strippers dancing to my night night song?
We didn't have cable. We didn't have cable, and
Yeah.
so True Blood bought our song, and
Yeah.
our neighbors were like, "Your song is on. Come over." And
Yeah.
we're like, "Okay." And so we ran over to our neighbor's house, and we're like, "Oh, it's a stripper scene," and we had no
Yes.
idea it was going to be a stripper scene.
It's a fairy scene, whatever.
Right.
We did know it was coming, though. We were actually paid very well.
Yeah. but
True
we
Blood
didn't-
does
but
not
we
did
didn't
not
have-
stiff us.
We didn't
I mean,
have TV, so we didn't know how it was going to be. And yes, we were
Yes, it was surprising, but pleasantly surprised.
Yeah,
my daughter's lullaby.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Could be a
What do you think,
strip
Bella?
song. You guys can't see it, but Bella's over there giggling
Yeah.
and hiding her face.
We'll keep the shots off. Don't worry. So obviously, the pandemic lockdown has been really hard, especially for bands and for performing artists all alike. I know I've had so many gigs canceled on me because of it. How did you guys personally create a plan to survive, making sure that there were no paying live gigs and without audiences?
So I think what happened is that right away for us, we saw what was going on, and we're like, "Oh crap!" Because at first you're scared, and then you just want everybody to be healthy. And you're trying to keep people healthy in your household, but then you're like, "This is how we make money."
Yeah,
And
live
so-
concerts is how we make a living.
So Robert immediately went into like go mode, and he was like, "Okay, we got to figure it out." And I'm sitting there with my coffee in the studio with him, and I'm like, what are you talking about? I don't know how to do anything else but what we do. And he's like, nope, we're going to do this. And so he like just went in go mode and we just started doing in studio shows, and it's been amazing. It's been absolutely amazing.
Yeah. So originally, like, I think the original picture in my head was that I was going to have an iPhone on a tripod at one side of the room. And because there was, I mean, the whole world is shutting down. And like, we were seeing actually all of these major artists, they're doing talk shows and they're calling in on their phones, and it's super bad quality. And the talk show hosts, Jimmy Kimmel and everybody else, they're not even, they're all at home. Everybody's in a panic, and we didn't really know how to get paid for that. So we did, for our first live streaming concert, we sort of set up, it was almost like a fundraiser. It was like, please, would anybody please consider these concerts and all this kind of stuff.
And all of our band members too. We had great discussions with them, and they were all on the same page.
Every single musician we've got, they fund their lives from concerts, and with everything shut down, nobody had any income. It was
but
scary.
Everybody was on the same page as we were, and making sure that we weren't going out, and everybody all stayed quarantined and everything. And so
there was no vaccine at the time, and so we told everybody in the band, stay home, don't interact with anybody else. And we can be a unit together and get through it.
Yeah.
And so we started selling tickets through a fundraising site for our very first concert, and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of people bought tickets.
Yeah.
It was amazing.
I was crying.
Yeah.
It's gonna make me tear up, but like I was crying because I was like, okay, all of our people that we've done shows for all over the world, they're like supporting us, and it's amazing. And we're going to be able to buy our toilet paper and feed our people.
The toilet paper. You may or may not be able to buy the toilet paper that particular
trade for that.
Pay our band
and so everybody bought tickets, and we could pay bills, and we could pay the band members, and the band members could pay their bills. It was phenomenal, and the first few shows were really, really rough.
Yeah.
But we were started to hear from fans that things were sort of it was helping them get through the pandemic. They could feel like they were stepping out of the house and going and seeing a live concert.
I think the first 3 live shows we did, I was like, there was a couple songs in them, I was just crying during it because I was like, it was so cool. It was so cool to share this with other people.
Yeah. And there's something that different that happens with these live shows too, because you're in the studio here with us. And so you're not seeing us pretending to be rock stars on a stage. You're hanging out with us.
Yeah.
And it's a very cool thing. So we've been doing them every 2 months since, and at this point, I can't imagine we would ever stop doing them. We've got another one coming up next month on the 21st. They're
21st.
They're wonderfully fun.
Oh, why did I cry?
There goes your makeup.
We can queue up a video and get you a tissue. We can do that.
Hey, Bella, do we have any songs from one of the live concerts that we've got? Can you play the Rum Talking?
Ooh, let's do that one.
Well, I meant well when I told him to go to hell. I can't say that I'm always right, but that's what I said that night. The drink seemed to loosen my tongue, and everything he said unusually stung. So I told him to go to hell. Can't say that night ended well. He broke a bottle on the edge of the bar. I took off my jacket and doused my cigar. Put out the kicking stools out of the way. Oh, the rest was child's play. My face was red, my blood was hot. I wanted a neighborhood, I wanted a lot. My face was red, my blood was hot. It wasn't the rum talking. He pulled a blowing out from behind his back, so I spread my legs and prepared for attack. But after kicking stools out of the way, oh, the rest was child's play. Into beside and I stuck out my boot. I meant to topple that horrible brute, but he stepped over and turned in rage. I wanna see that monster in a cage. His face was red, my blood was hot. I wanted him dead, oh, wanted a lot. My face was red, my blood was hot, but it wasn't the wrong target. I grabbed that jackass, threw him out on the street, but in an instant he was back on his feet. Well, he took his throwing knife and slashed at my gut, but that's when I noticed that his eyes were shut. Something behind me about the side of a truck held my assailant before me thunderstroke. The road I tried to falling from the bar. I guess this battle wouldn't get too far. My face was red, my blood was hot. I wanted him dead, oh, wanted a lot. My face was red, my blood was hot, but it wasn't the wrong talking. My face was red, my blood was hot. I wanted him dead, oh, wanted a lot. My face was red, my blood was hot. It wasn't the wrong talking, wasn't the wrong talking, wasn't the wrong talking.
Just some absolute magic that has happened in this studio.
I feel so proud when I watch them do those performances. I feel like a dad because I'm like, oh, they're so good. It's fantastic. We've got such a talented group of people right now.
I will say, when my agent first told me that I had booked getting to work on this musical with you, they said, yeah, this guy's going to work on his, you can come and record in his home studio. And I'm like, I don't know.
Yeah.
But then when I walked in here, I went, this is where I can make music. This is where I belong.
Yeah.
Some absolutely amazing. Do we have time for maybe like one more of the live songs from your streaming?
Oh,
concerts?
I would love to do it. If we could do, we did a live version of Esoterica, which is the title track of our last album. I would love it if we could listen to that one. Can we do that?
Roll, Bella.
In the back streets, bare feet, breakwater barberries. Off-road, in cold, not major hobbies. A new one, a seance, a pandemic pathogen. For the connoisseurs, to lure the rebels, Vatican. Esoterica. This was never made for all of you, just all of us. Esoterica. I hope that you enjoy the view from the bus. A backbone steamship joining the Amazon. Aficionado in a grotto building automaton. Paleontologist, muse case dusting a mastodon. I think you get the drift. On shift, shut up and sing my song. Esoterica. This was never made for all of you, just all of us. Esoterica. I hope that you enjoy the view from the bus. Scene of the east, it's for defeatists, I mean you're welcome here. If you don't dig the groove, it's fine to move, I don't need to win. But if you do like a crew, feel free to join our clan. If it fits to you and nothing feels askew, maybe you're a fan. Esoterica, this was never made for all of you, just all of us. Esoterica, I hope that you enjoy the view from the bus. Esoterica, this was never made for all of you, just all of us. Esoterica, I hope that you enjoy the view from the bus.
That was fantastic.
Very, very nice.
Okay, I saw something in there that's a funny story that I got to tell.
Sure, we got that.
Okay, so the first time we ever played Moscow, Russia, we did not know why we were playing Moscow, Russia. We had no idea we had any fans there at all. And we got on stage, and there were so many people. I think there were like 5,000 or 6,000 people in a sellout crowd for just us. And we were like, we're just a little band from Washington. Where does this come from? And I remember thinking, is this like a really mean, expensive practical joke? Like I couldn't,
for real,
I couldn't believe it. And so we're up there performing, and I think it was about the second song we started to play this Abney Park song called Neo Bedouin. And in Neo Bedouin, the chorus goes something like that, something like, and so we dance, we pray, we fight, we love, we breathe, we something I can't remember. But anyway, while I'm singing these lines, and I'm so confused and intimidated by the vast size. This was like a decade ago.
That Robert closes his eyes.
I closed
His
my
are
eyes
closed the whole time.
because I'm like, what are they doing?
Yeah.
They're making fun of me. I can't believe there's this many people at the show. And so I'm singing with my eyes closed, and Chris.
Okay, so while he's singing with his eyes closed, I see what is happening out in the audience. And I am like, so I'm tearing up. I am like, they made us drink a lot of vodka. I am super.
The security people at Russian shows demand you do vodka shots
I
the
slept
whole
like
time.
2 hours. And so I look out at the audience, and they have all of these signs up, and it's absolutely amazing. And they're holding up these signs, and I'm like, Robert is just, his eyes are shut, and he's not seeing any of this. So I go up to him, and I'm like, I poke him, and I'm like, you gotta open your eyes.
She taps me on the shoulder, and I look out, and what the audience has done is they've made signs for all of the lyrics of this song, and they're all like in unison holding up the lyrics as they perform that part. They're flash mobbing us.
It was amazing.
And then later in this set, we start to play a very famous old school Abney Park song called Airship Pirates.
Yeah.
And the entire audience have all brought these glowing handmade
And
airships.
There's little lights in them.
Yeah, and they hold them up on these wands, and they're flying them over the thousands of these things flying around. There's photos of this. It looks like a National Geographic picture. It's so
weird.
beautiful.
It was wonderful and amazing.
So I am, at this point, I've had so much vodka forced down my throat.
Of course,
and this
of course.
experience is just blowing my mind. At one point we're playing, I can't even remember what song.
Yeah.
And I realized that I want to like rock out during the guitar solo. So I'm like gonna throw up the devil's horns, right?
Uh-huh.
But then at the last minute, I'm like, ooh, maybe, I don't know if Satanism is a thing in Russia. So then I'm like, I grew up in Hawaii. And so I'm like, I'm going to throw out shaka. Which is like, and so I'm like, and then I got to do that. But then I kind of confuse it. And so I throw out this.
Ooh, I love you.
It's like a weird Oh, is that what that is?
That's a sign language for "I love you." Yeah.
Oh, so I started doing that, thinking, okay, I just made the devil hang loose.
The devil hangs loose. Yes.
Every time we go to Russia now, they're always
They're all like, yeah.
Yeah.
And so in that video that we just played, I started rocking out to the guitar solo, and I threw out that.
Oh yeah.
And now I know it's "I love you."
Yeah, yeah.
Isn't "I love you" like I love
Okay, no.
you?
Well, probably
I mean,
too.
Okay, sorry.
We don't have time to go into
all
the
right,
ASL
all
portion.
right.
We're just about time. Yes, there it is. It's that right there. Thank you, Bella. So we're just about to wrap up. But before we go, obviously, you guys have that amazing live concert coming in on the 21st.
August 21st. If you want to see Abney Park live from the studio, it's an amazing experience. It's super fun and crazy and wacky, and it starts at $15. You can get tickets on abneypark.com.
Yep.
So go get tickets there.
And you will see Casey will be joining us for a song or two, or maybe three or four.
Yeah, some other fine special guests.
He's one of the secret guests.
I'm not supposed to drop that yet.
Yeah. All right. Well,
we'll cut that, edit that out.
There's some secret guests arriving, and it's going to be amazing.
And a week from tonight, for those of you who can make it out into the Seattle area, you guys will be having your first live concert in a while in front of an audience.
Year and a half. Oh my God. Yeah.
It's like 2 years.
Yeah.
I think I'm super looking forward to that.
Google the Midsummer Fair in Bonnie Lake if you want to catch these guys a week from tonight. But otherwise, Christina Erickson, Robert Brown, thank you so very much.
Thank you, Casey.
My name is Casey Reha. And again, Evil Expo, you guys have a great rest of your con. Good night.
All right. Thank you.
Yeah, there it is.
Good night. Have a good one.
All right, this is going to clear up our Evil Expo Online for the night. We'll be back tomorrow morning. We hope you join us, and we hope next time you're able to join us in person. Hope everybody's had a great time today, and hope you saw a lot of acts that were fun. Hope you had a blast. And we'll see you at the next one for real. Good night, everybody.